And we are back. Couch Company Podcast. I'm Jon. With me as always, Tyler.
Best time of the year.
Best time of the year. And special guest, yet again on the couch, we have WhatKilledJeff.
We've done it, lads. We've made it to the end of the year. This is our moment to show our worth.
Oh, no.
Yes, to share our wisdom.
I love this.
And our knowledge that we've gained in 2024. For the listeners, this is our duty.
Yes.
We need to distill this year.
I need to drink more coffee. Hold on.
Into the best of the best.
Yep.
What should the viewers be playing? If they can only reach a small portion.
They just woke up from a coma.
They just woke up.
Yes.
What are they grabbing for?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I should not.
What are they grabbing for? No, I like this line of thinking here.
It is our duty.
Yep.
To provide them with this information. I have come today confused.
Okay.
All right.
Prepared.
Good.
You live with confused.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of conflicting.
This has been a very strange year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Previously mentioned, there were no games that came out this year. I am here to correct that.
So we did say that.
We did say that this year was not as strong as past years.
I
think it's hard to follow up 2023.
I think this year was overwhelmingly
positive,
and just the sheer amount of games that came out was astronomical. But I sympathize with you guys, and I think about a lot of like, did that huge AAA blockbuster, did we get those huge games? In my opinion, yes, but I think if you break it down to the everyday gamer or the person that can only play a handful of AAA games a year, it does look like kind of a strange year. But I'm very excited to be here. Yeah. Thank you as always for having me.
You keep us grounded. We need you here.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
And I need you guys fantastic. Because I can't, well, yeah, obviously I need you guys. But thank you for having me. I'm very excited.
We have the microphones. That's why.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite. I look forward to this all year. And this is just such a blessing in my life. I'm always excited about it. And I'm excited to share my passion for games with you guys and the listeners. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
Can't top that.
No.
I mean, that's Jeff.
He should have opened.
Fan favorite. Well, you need someone to introduce the main event.
That's fair.
So there you go. I'm excited. The way I think about this is if aliens came down.
Did we talk that we said that this is game of the year, right?
Game of the year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. 2024 game of the year. If aliens came down,
I just want to make sure.
And they were like, we need to see what the archive is for 2024, what the best games are.
Yeah.
In every single category. I think we have listed maybe every category that's humanly possible.
And then we added about 10.
Yeah. There's a lot of categories. And we have it. So they might listen to this podcast and determine what to play.
It's going to be a long one. We're just going to put that out there. I'm sure it's going to be long.
It's going to be a journey.
I'm going to spend more time on the chapter markings and the notes probably than any other episode combined this year.
Yeah.
So you should be having everything in there. We're going to try to keep away from spoilers. Except for maybe a couple categories where we're literally talking about like a moment.
Yes.
If we have to berate another member of the podcast and try to get our game above their game, and whenever we're talking about ranking stuff, we might have to go into some spoiler territory. Again, we'll be conscious of that. We'll give an alert. You can mess with the chapter markings.
Absolutely. All right. Before we dive in, so if you're listening to this, grab a snack.
Yes.
A nice cold beverage or warm beverage, since it's
we have
winter.
Both here. Yeah,
we do have both. We have the 1-2. And strap in. It's going to be a good time. Before we venture forth, gentlemen, is there any last thoughts? I know Jeff's confused. You feel good about this, Tyler?
Yes.
Okay.
I think my only thought is, and we've talked about this in past episodes. Sorry. Excuse me. A lot of stuff happened this year. So I had a child.
Yeah.
Which has completely changed how I play video games. So, you'll see kind of like I'll be talking about this on, I think the way I consume something is very much how I rated it. So like you'll see me start gravitating towards games that I can play on the Steam Deck or that I can pick up and put down very quickly and different things like that.
Yep.
Not to say I don't love AAA RPGs and stuff. It's just when you're holding a crying kid, you might lose some stuff. So if anyone's wondering, how could you not love X game? It's like, well,
Yeah.
You had
It's all about the
some stuff.
experience,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that's a very
So,
good point. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get started. So I don't know. Why don't you introduce the category? Because I know you made some adjustments.
Okay.
And I don't think it updated on my phone.
Great. I probably did it wrong. I don't use Google Docs that much, but we'll have the Google Doc. So we have this split into major categories and minor categories. Minor categories are ones that we have created that we think will speak to a specific game or moment that we want to give credit to that might not just be like, what's the best shooter? It's like, okay, well, let's be a little bit more creative. So We're going to open up our Game of the Year 2024 with the Kept You Waiting Award, which is the best game that we played for the first time that wasn't actually from 2024. So we're giving a tease, but we want to do a nod. So as we play games, obviously we pick out something that's like, oh, this seems fun, and we play it and we love it, and then we look at the year and we say, oh crap, that came out in 2022.
Right. It's the dichotomy that we have for playing games for a specific year.
Games should be fun. You shouldn't be relegated to just the current calendar year.
Absolutely.
You want to kick us off?
I'm going to kick us off because during the week, I kind of hyped myself up a little bit to these two lads here where I said I had a couple shockers that I think were going to surprise people. So I played this game very recently, told nobody I was playing it just for this moment.
Can I tell you a secret?
Sure.
I was scouring your Steam profile.
It's not on Steam.
I know.
Yep.
So I was like, oh,
I hit it well.
I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out, and I couldn't.
Yep. I hit it well.
Before
I knew you were going to pull something like that.
I know.
So even on the platform that it's on, I hit it. So you can't even see it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I was one step ahead of you.
If you hit me with some kind of like Calvin ass birthday gift surprise, I don't. You know what? I'm just
no. It's not.
I'm
This
just
is
gonna
more
let you
for
go.
Tyler.
Okay.
The other shock that will come later in the show is for you though.
baby.
The game I played was Remedy Entertainment Control.
Ooh, okay.
Whoa.
All right.
And I stuffed this game in like the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
In between Metaphor, trying to finish this game. It's
That's
actually
wild.
not that long. It's
No,
like
it's not.
10 to 12 hours. And so anyone who's been listening to the podcast knows that last year, Alan Wake 2 was kind of a surprise. I'm not typically a horror game guy, but it was getting highly reviewed. Tyler tried it. He said it was a must play. I played it and I was hooked immediately. And what's interesting about it is it's a connected universe. So the other games within that Remedy makes kind of ties into it. There's a lot of Easter eggs, but it's confirmed that they share a universe. So I find that awesome. And Control was the game. I think it was like 2019 it came out. It was amazing. It was incredible. I really enjoyed it. It is dated. Alan Wake 2 looks so much better than Control.
Yeah.
It's crazy how far they've come within that time span in terms of like just technical achievement and things like that. But the writing is just always like they're just so creative about how they go about this,
But you get the janitor now. Like now you
I
see
understand the
link there.
janitor.
Yeah.
They teased Alan Wake 2, and so I had the super version or whatever. So I played
Which I never
both
played,
expansions.
which is cool. Yeah.
It was really cool. Jesse's really cool character. She's the main protagonist, and I don't want to spoil one of the other things, but I had a great time with it. I'm really glad I played it, and I am so hooked into this universe, dude. I'm like up till 2 a.m. looking at all the conspiracy theories and what does this mean, and like the whiteboard kind of going crazy with it. So
That's awesome.
that was the surprise
That was
I had.
one early on whenever ray tracing happened. And people were like, this is the game with all the reflections in the glass and everything. It's like, if you have a computer that can run ray tracing to a 30 series card, this is your game.
Right.
So, yeah. Nice.
No, it does look good. I don't want it to say that it doesn't, but
It's
Alan
just
Wake 2 looks
Alan Wake's very
great.
good.
So, yeah, but it was a great game. Highly recommend it for any of those listening, and I was glad I
That's
snuck
awesome.
that in there.
Yeah.
Did you find that it heightened your Alan Wake experience?
Yes.
It did.
Looking at some of the stuff in Alan Wake 2 now, I'm like, holy shit, like this makes a lot more. Like I knew about anyone who's played it knows about the Federal Bureau of Control, right? And they teased that in Alan Wake 2, or it's part of the story. But now it's actually, they set the whole thing up. It's funny, the end of one of the DLCs, the agent they're talking about is the agent in Alan Wake 2. So it was like all planned. It's crazy. It's wild. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
You should, anyone out there, you should play it. If you like thriller, horror kind of genre, crazy theories and connected universes.
And Control just has good dumb gameplay. Like you have your powers, you have your stuff where like I actually enjoyed playing Control more than Alan Wake.
Agreed.
Alan Wake just has
I think the
the setting
gameplay,
and like the
and I don't want to
characters
get
and
too long into this, but I think the gameplay is a little bit repetitive, but I did enjoy it. It is a very different kind of, it's more of a shooter, right?
Yeah.
And it's more goes to their roots, right? Like a Max Payne-esque, like, you know, where they really started, right? So
I get like Returnal vibes, or I
Sure.
guess I should say I got Control vibes whenever I played Returnal. It's
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
similar
right.
type of thing. But
right.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my surprise.
Awesome. Should I?
Yeah, go for it.
Jeff.
So I love this award. I just want to say this is like one of my favorite awards, even on our entire list, just because of
And we started good
Yeah.
right off the bat.
my backlog is so intense, and I had a killer backlog year. So I played Tales of Iron, I played Returnal, I played FTL, I played Final Fantasy Remake Part 1, I played Demon Souls. Like, I had a fantastic backlog year, just like hit after hit after hit. And every once in a while I'm streaming, I get a couple of like super duper passionate viewers who come in and recommend a game, and they don't recommend it once or twice. They're watching me play and they're like, Jeff, no. Like, when are you playing this? I was like, whoa. I don't even know what this, what do you mean? When am I playing? I never said I was playing. Okay. I'm playing the game. Like, let me figure this out. So somebody came in and recommended a game called Worldless to me. And this game came out last year in November. And I am so stinking sad that I didn't play it last year, because it definitely would have made either my top 3 or definitely my top 5 of last year. Like, this game absolutely slaps. It's from a studio called No Name Studios, that was founded in 2021 in Barcelona. So this is our very, very first game. Worldless is a minimalist 2D platformer, turn-based role-playing game. And where this game shines is in its active gameplay. So you kind of take turn by turn. You're exploring this like Metroid light world. It's not like super chaotic like most Metroidvanias, but it has some elements there. And you come across these like astral creatures or these elemental creatures, and you play as this knight. And whenever you encounter a creature, it's very like Pokemon-esque. You run into the creature, it starts turn-based combat, and you need to do one of two things. You need to either capture the enemy or defeat the enemy. If you capture the enemy, you absorb their powers and get kind of like new skills and things like that. But the twist is that every turn you take turns into like this Smash Bros-esque gameplay where you need to hit like light attack, heavy attack, elemental attack, combo, switch to this, like special attack, and you have, say, like 4 seconds to pull off as much damage that's needed for the fight, and then you need to defend. And whenever your defend turn comes and the enemy gets to attack you, it's very active. You need to defend against magic. You need to defend against light attack. You need to defend against heavy attack. You need to... It is so intricate that it made me look at every turn-based like RPG that I ever played and think that it sucks. Like, this game is so innovative. And then what caps it off is the final boss is like the 4th best boss I've ever fought in gaming. This was a boss that I beat once. It was so good. I came back and beat it again. I came back and did like challenges. This was like a boss that I must have beat, I don't know, we'll say 15, 16 times now. It is that addicting of a fight. It's just so dynamic. This game absolutely rolls, and I highly recommend Worldless. It's like $15. It's maybe a 14-hour game. If you're looking for what I believe could be the future of like turn-based gameplay, I think this is it.
That's awesome.
That alone is like, okay, well, I'll buy it. Because I've seen it. It's been on my wish list forever, right? And it's just like, it is 2023 or 2023. And it's like, well, okay, it's last year. I got to keep current. But it's like, man, that sounds cool.
And you can make it. It's what I love about games with like this dynamic of combat. You can make it as difficult or as easy as you want. Like there are certain challenges, there's certain bosses that require. I'm not going to say like a Souls-like expertise or execution. There isn't any of that, but there are bosses that challenge you in really unique ways, and it is just the community is thriving for Worldless. I cannot wait to see what they bring out next. And if they pull like a Sifu thing where they pull out like a soccer game as they, I'm gonna lose my mind. But highly recommend Worldless.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love the idea of innovating on the turn-based model because I think that's something that I love turn-based games, but I think a lot of people can agree that it's a kind of a dated proposition, right?
It's like one of those. It's a system where until you play it, you don't even know that it like could exist. It's that like
Sure.
When I was looking at it, I thought it was literally like like an Ori and the Blind Forest or like a Prince of Persia or something like that, where it's just like okay, like a side scroller, light combat and some platforming.
Listen,
it's completely different.
If somebody out there throws a Pokemon game out there with this combat, I mean. It's so difficult to even describe because it's so dynamic. There's light attacks, there's heavy attacks, but they all counter certain things. You need to either destroy an opponent's armor or their stat brick or their HP to capture them. Each individual fight is like a mini puzzle trying to understand what exactly you need to do on offense and defense. It just blew me away.
That's awesome. Speaking of Pokemon, I'll be quick.
You go.
Mine's Pokemon Scarlet. I played for the first time.
When did that come out?
A few years back. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is a prime example of my daughter was born in April. I'm sitting on a couch making sure that my baby's still breathing. You know, like it's just like when you have a newborn, that's all
things,
you think about.
Sure.
So I'm like holding her. And I got a lot of use out of my Switch, and I started going down kind of a Switch rabbit hole, and I started doing some retro gaming and different things like that. And I did Arceus, and I was like, this isn't really Pokemon. Like, you know, like it's not what I'm looking for. And for whatever reason, I was like, all right, I'll try Scarlet. I had very, very low expectations. And I started playing Scarlet, man, and I'm like, this is kind of dope. Like, this is like... And maybe it's just my head and at 2 a.m, but I'm like, this is exactly what I wanted, especially going from something where they're trying like, oh, you throw it and to catch it and do different things. Like it's going back to kind of like the core gameplay of it. It's going back to the gyms. It has like decent graphics for what it is. I mean, it runs like crap, but like they've patched it since it was released. So like there is some of that. The dialogue isn't too bad. And like everyone was like, it's getting to be like, oh, we're best friends, but also rivals. So it still has a little bit of that, but like not as blatant as some of the other games. And it was just like, it was like a perfect time, perfect place of exactly what I was looking for, of just this mindless, like, I'm just going to collect them all and I'm just going to kind of go and battle and train and do these things. And I got like really into it to the point of like, could I go and get every single one? Like because I had all this retro games. So like I went down a dark hole with Pokemon, but for me, that was the game where I'm like, I never played, had no desire to play it. And then just out of sheer, like, I need to do something so I'm not just staring into dark. It was really cool. I liked it a lot. So
that's great, dude.
Yeah, that's my Pokemon thing.
I'm glad that Pokemon's still hitting for people. Like that game did not hit for me, but like you said, perfect time, perfect place, and it slapped.
It really... Like, I don't like school stuff, right? Like, if it's like, oh, it's one of the schools, or and like, I was really worried about that, and like, I don't even know why they included it because it was just like, all right, well, lesson 1, go out into the world and just do things. All right, bye, and you just go, and it's like, it was cool. Yeah. I really enjoyed it. That was the first Pokemon game I ever picked the Fire starter because,
and it's your favorite now.
Not my favorite. Not my favorite. But I don't remember
who is
his
the
name.
fire starter?
It's
is
some
it the
crocodile.
monkey?
No, it's a crocodile guy. But he looks so derpy and so just happy to be there that I had to pick him. It was one of those like, because Quaxley or whatever is like the water, and that guy was like, oh, I'm definitely going to pick the water one. Right. But then I'm looking at this fire crocodile next to him, I'm like, man.
Yeah, I do remember you sending me a picture of that.
I have to. Like, I can't.
That's great.
Not do it. But
you big softy now.
Yeah, I know. All right.
That was a fun category.
That was a fun category.
All right, one down.
20 minutes. So we
had an intro.
We'll go quicker. All right.
Yeah.
The next one is going to be the One That Got Away award. So we went with one that we played that wasn't from this year. This is one that we wish we'd played but didn't get a chance to. So This is still in our backlog for 2024. Jeff, we're going to keep kind of just going. So
Sure.
if you want to kick us off, this is actually one you wanted to put on.
Yeah, this is I kind of nominated this category last minute, but this year was, as we said, super packed with games. I dedicate like a minimum of 4 hours of my life every day to playing games. And as the year went on, I was like, holy crap, I'm missing that. Oh, man, maybe I'll get to the end of the year. Oh, I'm missing that. Maybe I'll get... It just didn't happen. And there were so many games that I wanted to play. And as I reviewed this year, I just kept thinking to myself, man, like, am I going to... The backlog grew, and I was like, this might be a fun category. So... The game that I look back and really wish I had a chance to play was Destiny 2: The Final Shape. And this is Bungie's kind of going away story. This is their last entry, we believe, into the Destiny universe. I absolutely love Destiny. In my head, Destiny represents the kind of solo... not free to play, but the kind of like the live service model that I can do alone without like a group of friends and just kind of persist in that world. I would have loved to see what they did with the story. It just kind of got away from me, and I love Bungie. I love their gameplay. I think their shooters are super like tight gameplay. I love Destiny whenever I get to play it. And I was super duper bummed that I didn't get to play The Final Shape. It seems like it did really well critically and from the user base. So that was my like one that got away this year.
Nice.
That's fair. Yeah, it reviewed super well.
Yeah.
It's one of the top.
Look,
you know.
I would love to play it.
And this is why it kind of makes me a little sad that they don't have this, DLC or expansion on the Game Awards, because I really think, even if you look at this year, there's a lot of really great, you know, Elden Ring, for example, right?
Had so many, yeah.
So it's like you have enough content for that category. So
yeah,
just a little.
Keeley.
Yeah. I don't know. When Jeff listens to this, right?
Whenever Jeff Keeley.
Yeah.
So his picture's on our last episode. So if he's getting super Hollywood
when they
and
send
Googling
us
himself
the cease and desist, maybe he'll listen to.
So mine, I have a couple runners up, but Sumerian 6 is the one that got away from me, where I had every intention of playing this. So when last year I was very high on Shadow Gambit, the Cursed Crew, which is kind of this top-down strategy stealth game. Sumerian 6 is completely different studio, but for all intents and purposes looks exactly the same. They're just like, we really like that type of game. Let's make one where we're fighting Nazis and it's like kind of like World War II-ish. Also, we're going to be goofy and you can control like a bear and you have like all these different things. I'm like, this sounds dope and I really want to play it. And I didn't play it in I was almost like scared, where I'm like, I love Shadow Gambit so much that like I don't know if this could kind of hold to. And it wasn't like it was getting like good reviews, but not like, holy cow, like this is the best game ever. So I just kept putting it off, and then eventually I was like, crap, I missed the window. So I feel bad about that, but I definitely want to play that one. And then a couple runners up. So Arco got rave reviews. Everyone seems to love Arco. Even the developer whose name already escapes me for Balatro straight up said like, Arco should have won this. So like, the demo was cool, but then that's all I played. Windblown, which I still have time. That's in early access. That's made by Motion Twin, who did Dead Cells, which I love Dead Cells. So I'm like, okay, Windblown should be good. UFO 50, which I think looked really cool, which is just 50 full-blown games they're retro inspired. And then a big one for me is Chained Together, which I really, really, and I still do. So like at any point, I think even going into 2025, we need to play this game from like a multiplayer aspect. I think Chained Together would be the coolest thing to stream or to just play and screw around. It's like almost on the same level as like Among Us, where I'm like, we need a group. Like this would be extremely fun to play. So those are mine that got away.
I have Chained Together. I'm ready to go whatever you want.
Yeah, I've seen clips on it. It looks pretty fun.
It is worth noting, too, and I meant to do this in the beginning, the Steam Winter Sale is going on right now through January 2nd. So if any of these games sound cool, highly chance that they're on sale right now.
To some degree, yeah.
To some degree,
yep.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, the one that got away. There's a couple I wanted to play, and I based mine more off of recommendations of my friends. So Jeff wanted me to play Wukong. Which,
I swear I thought that was going to be your surprise.
Yeah.
Like, I finished it and I love it.
No, that was not going to be a surprise. Which I wanted to give a chance, but as you'll see as we continue onward, there's so many games that I played this year that are so long that they just took so much time for me. I mean, like months for me to finish. The JRPG is just a bear, man. Like it's like 60 plus hours. And they're great, but it's just it's a commitment. So I wanted to play Wukong. That's not the one I picked, though. The other runner-up was Star Wars, because I thought it really looked cool and was really up my alley in terms of I love Star Wars, obviously. I love the universe, and that's a very different perspective, right? You're not playing as a Jedi. You're not playing as... it's not really in the war, right? It's kind of outside that. So that was really interesting to me. But the one I picked was because of Tyler. If you've been listening in the recent past weeks, you know that he has a glowing review of Dragon Age, the Veilguard.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to get to that game just because of how highly he spoke of it. Like I mentioned, he was really high on Alan Wake last year, and I loved that game. But unfortunately, I just didn't get there. I do want to eventually get to it just because of how much he likes it, so that I can speak about it with him. But that was my pick for this category.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Sorry.
Whatever. Cool. All right.
There's only so many surprises I can get to.
Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be the first major category that we have, which is Best Ongoing Game. I'll go first on this one. I might be stealing John's thunder. So I have Balloons TD6 on this one.
Bastard.
Oh, no.
When you look at just the pure number of updates and things, like, holy cow, and this is the game that we just keep coming back to. So I know a lot of people do the Fortnites and the kind of other games for services. Balloons TD6 is very good. My two honorable mentions, Power Wash Simulator. Also, they are cranking DLC.
Yeah.
Like, holy cow, they are cranking through DLC. Everything from Midgar to SpongeBob to 40K to Tomb Raider to freaking Santa's Workshop. You know, it's like there's...
I thought that game was a joke at first.
It's
but
amazing.
People love it.
I love it. I have cleaned all of Midgard. I have cleaned all of...
He's played this game more than the actual Final Fantasy.
In total, yes, absolutely. And I did I cleaned Lara Croft's mansion. The outside of her entire mansion.
Yep.
I did her boat. She has like a boat and like a Jeep. I did all of that.
Yep.
I did her obstacle course, which, let me tell you, is big. And at the end of the obstacle course, you have to do a little bike too. So it's like, I love that game. That is the perfect game where it's like, oh, like you're like working and listening to a meeting and stuff, and it's just like just gnawing at you, like you could be just power washing. It's not hurting anyone.
Yeah,
I don't do that, of course, but
of course not.
I'm just saying it's always in the back of your mind, like, hey, when you're listening to, like, you know, whatever numbers, like, it helps you focus. Honestly, like you read a or like listen to like an audiobook or do a podcast. Anyway,
I want to play Power Wash so bad.
It's so good.
It's
not good for streaming, but it's so good.
I see videos of people like detailing the perfect, most efficient way to clean whatever that, like,
yeah.
I want to like hardcore like time trial power like this. I know I would just get in my head, but this game looks so cool. I hope to get to it someday.
Some of the best time, I think it was me, Harbin, and maybe Zach, and we just did a golf course together, and it was like you just talk about life, man. Like, it's just like just hang out. It just power wash. That's all it is. And you're just going.
It breaks my brain. I don't get it.
But then there
you know that's a job, right?
Yeah,
you get paid to do that.
100%. But there's this. But this is like with real power washing. It's like you gotta worry about the hose. You gotta do. This is the perfect level of like not realism, because obviously
Yeah.
you're just it's infinite water and you're just
Right.
spraying and doing whatever.
Right.
But it's like the controls are so good, everything is so good, and the beauty with playing it multiplayer is you're like, okay, Zach, you get hole number 1, Harbin, you get hole 2, whatever. It's getting really dirty, but you're going through and you're doing stuff, and then when everyone's like, okay, everyone got their stuff, and there's like 1% left, and like, oh, who screwed up, and then all the group goes to like that part of the golf course, and they're like, did you check under the little windmill? Oh, I bet you didn't. Zach, you should have crouched down and did that. Harbin.
calling people
No,
out.
I'm just making that up. I don't know. It's like, oh, Harbin, there's you didn't check behind the mirror of the little go-kart or something. Like, it's wild, but it's like, it's.
Do you think somebody could like maybe like role play the manager and just like not power wash anything but command?
1,000%. You could do anything like that.
Yeah,
I'd do that in a
I'd
heartbeat.
do that.
Yeah.
I would walk
This is
around
what
and
the career
supervise
you,
it.
John.
Absolutely.
It'd be so
that sounds
easy.
awesome.
And it's funny because you see the simulator game, and maybe we could go too deep into this, but like you see the name simulator, every one is made by a different like group and developer and stuff like that. So it's like the quality varies wildly. And this one is just solid. Kind of on the same vein, because I don't really have this anywhere else here, is I just started doing the cleaner simulator, which is like murders and stuff. And
I was not expecting
yeah,
that.
like you get a call and you're just like a janitor, and they're
Yeah.
like, hey, got some bodies here, we need you to take care of it. And then you get like roped into the mob and stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that, whatever. And like you're bagging bodies and throwing them into your back of the truck and like cleaning stuff down. But then the problem is it gets like super, super, super dark.
No.
So, yeah.
No, I didn't see that one.
No, but it's like,
obvious.
well, no, like I thought it was like, okay, there's a couple like murders, whatever, like fine. But then it's like, oh, there's like a secret, like, can you get to the attic? And you go to the attic, you pull the attic down, and then another body drops down. You're like, wait, what is going on? And it's like this guy's like torturing chicks up there. And like, this is like I had to stop after the first one because I'm like, this got like
What is
extremely like bad. And now like the saving grace is the guy that was doing that was one of the bodies that you cleaned up. So he's like, the bad guy got killed by a less bad guy that you're going to work for his dad. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
The only reason why that game isn't as good as Power Wash Simulator is there's actually like a story and he's talking to himself and there's like plot, which is not what I want for my Power Wash. Anyway,
You want to make your own plot.
yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, that was good. Yeah, so you stole mine, which is Balloon Tower Defense 6. Because we play it together, so that's probably why we're on the same wavelength. There's a specific moment of this year where I was like, yeah, this is why this is going to win. We were both having like a rough week at work, and I remember one of us texted each other. I
You
can't
texted
remember.
me, I'm
yeah,
sure.
I think I texted you, and I was like, we need a Balloon Tower Defense night, dude. Like, we just need that. And it was perfect.
Yep.
It's like exactly what we needed. The euphoria that you get from power washing, I get from popping balloons.
Yeah.
So with monkeys, with machine guns and stuff. So that is why I have that as my best ongoing game. Some honorable mentions. League always is there because it's just a game that I can always play with my friends or by myself, and it's just like that comfort food. And then a sneaky honorable mention, Ready or Not, is a game that I play with my cousin.
Yeah.
So that's a nice one to pick up, and we play that together because he doesn't play a lot of games anymore. So it's nice to have something that I can still play with him, and it's a lot of fun. And I was gonna ask if the cleaner game was more fucked up than the Ready or Not game.
It's the same.
That one.
It's
same
the same
level.
type. So it's funny you mentioned that because that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah. That one. It's like you're like a SWAT team or something.
I'm aware.
You play that? Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets really messed up, like to the point where like I don't really want to play some of the missions because it's that bad. So, but it's a good ongoing game.
I also want to call out Sea of Thieves. I forgot to say that.
Ooh.
Oh, did you play this year?
Yeah.
I thought.
At the very beginning of the year. I did.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Jeff.
I promise, listeners, pals, friends, I did everything in my power to mention this game as least as possible this year. My best ongoing game is no surprise World of Warcraft retail.
Oh, there it is.
I promise it just
Don't apologize.
this
They're listening. They came for this. This is not.
Yeah,
this is
what
not
they
on you.
want.
Yeah.
Blizzard released this year The War Within, which is the first expansion in a trilogy called the World Soul Saga that we, as the community and the developer Blizzard themselves, have hinted is going to cap off World of Warcraft. This is the beginning of hope again for whatever next MMO comes next. But what sets this expansion apart from previous is basically they made the content that I love to play, which is Mythic Dungeon, 5-man content, very easy to pick up and play with your friends. They made it extremely difficult. They made it more difficult than any other season. They are expecting their players to learn new mechanics, to learn new things that they're not expected to do. They basically say, if you're not using your entire toolkit, you're going to fail. And I really respect that. I've been playing WoW for over, I don't want to say over 20 years because this was their 20-year anniversary, but basically since the beginning. And the game has never asked so much of me in a way that I know has made me a better player. I've never played the Brewmaster Monk better than this expansion, and I respect the hell out of it. Them saying, you know what, we are going to make this harder, as even though like so many of our systems are geared toward the casual player, the person that doesn't have a ton of time, we're going to make sure that we are still challenging our player base and giving them content that they might not be ready to deal for. And I absolutely love it for that. So WoW has always been a part of my life. It continues to be a huge part of my life. It connects me to players and friends in other states, and I just love it.
Yeah, I always
can't argue with that.
No, I always love. I remember there are top 25
Yeah.
favorite games.
Yep.
And I love Jeff's monologue on why World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it
is
makes
so
me want to
special to him.
download it every time.
You should. Anyone who's listening, if you want to cry, tear up to the beauty of video games, you should listen to that episode with Jeff, because he came ready to go. And yeah, I mean, it's a special.
It is.
It's a special game for you. Ooh. So I don't think you should apologize. Don't apologize for that. That's awesome. That's amazing. That's what it's all about.
People are jealous that they don't have that good of experience. All right. What?
Are you talking about yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, that was a
people, totally not me.
Yeah.
All right. Next one is going to be best expansion / DLC / early access game.
Yes.
Essentially, hey, none of these really deserve to be game of the year, because they're not full-blown games. These are expansions.
We practice what we preach.
Stuff. Yes. So this is its own separate category. John, why don't you take this one?
All right. This ties to my first one here. So I played Control because it was in preparation for Alan Wake 2's 2 DLCs that came out this year.
Yeah.
Night Springs, and the other one was The Lake House. So Night Springs is a 3-episode short kind of thing where it's this meta narrative of Alan is writing these. So Night Springs is like a show in the background that's in the game, that it's kind of like the Twilight Zone pretty much. So it's the same premise where it's just like scenarios of like these crazy things that are happening. And it's kind of hinted that Alan's been writing these, trying to get out of the dark place. These are like some of his failed attempts. So it's 3 very different versions. Like one of them you play as the chick from the diner, and she has like an automatic shotgun or something. It's so
Which they
fun.
showed in the trailer, I think. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, that was
hilarious.
Yeah.
It is. I was laughing so hard. You play as Jesse in this like alternate reality where the cult is a bunch of coffee drinkers, and they're trying to start the percolation. And it is hilarious. They're so goofy and funny and still scary somehow. Like, I've never been more scared of coffee in my life. And the final one is the sheriff, who, and this was the most interesting one. So I don't want to spoil anything, but it gets really deep into potentially the future of where they're going, into Mr. Door and like what his potential motives and goals are. And it just gets super crazy and weird and so out there. And that's all I'll say on that. But it is so cool and makes me really excited for what comes next. And the other one, which I didn't like as much, but it's still very good, is the Lake House, where you play as one of the agents from the FBC.
Yeah.
And you kind of explore what was going on there, like the research and stuff that they were doing. So it was very interesting. So that's the the DLC, I should say, that I played this year. So it was very heavy.
Nice.
Alan Wake stuff that I was getting into. But it was really cool.
Cool.
I am so jealous that you and I both kind of struggle with horror games.
Yeah.
All three of us do.
You as well.
Oh, I hate them.
This is one, because of like the superimposed images, I just could not get through it. But I almost mourned that I couldn't get through it, because the lore that you talk about in the expansions and with Control, it is so up my alley, and I know I would love the game so much. And I tried so hard to get through it, I just couldn't. So I'm envious, definitely envious of.
I would encourage you to give it a shot, because it is so rewarding. It is like, if you like going down the rabbit hole, connecting the dots, finding the Easter eggs that, connect everything together. You are going to love this universe and these games specifically.
This is where I need like a partner, significant other.
I'll hold your hand
with
dude.
a little bit of like more. Yeah.
Yes.
Just, hey, like, here's the controller. I'm going to sit on the couch and kind of,
I would totally do that.
Kind of like cover, like, thank you.
100%. That would be a great time.
What do you got?
All right, so this is the first time I'm cheating. Like I think I cheat 3 times during these awards.
Let me just count how many we're on the 4th.
Yeah,
award.
yeah.
Cheating on the 4th one. Okay.
Yes, but I did cheat here only because I refuse to give accolades to Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. I refuse to give it accolades.
Oh, interesting.
And it's one of the only DLCs that I played this year. So
wait, so why are you refusing to give it? You can't just.
I'll get there later. I'll get there later.
Okay.
So just hear me out. Just come with an open mind as I speak.
I'm as open as possible.
Oh, I read this as best expansion, and I am nominating Final Fantasy Remake Part 1 as my best expansion to a series. I didn't get to Part 2, but I did play Final Fantasy Remake this year. I'm kind of cheating in 2 ways, because I'm picking a game from 3 years ago, and it's not technically expansion. But what I will say is, when I originally played Final Fantasy VII, I think I was in a space where a lot of gamers were. I was younger. I was probably in 7th or 8th grade. I didn't really understand the nuance of the story and what it was trying to tell. I certainly did not understand what Avalanche was and how they affected Midgar and the people around them. And I just saw that this is like good guys versus bad guys. Like, Sephiroth's a bad guy, Genova's a bad guy, Cloud's super cool. Like, that's how it was a really cool experience with like a really cool cast. But what Final Fantasy Remake did was definitely flesh out Avalanche, even the Turks, and all these people that I knew and I've seen before, but I never understood their motives. I never understood that like Avalanche might be hated. The good guys that we play might be hated by some of the citizens of Midgar.
Yeah.
There's a lot to the story, and especially the emotions that come with like Tifa and Barrett and Aerith. I just thought that this is one of the best remakes I've ever played in terms of pushing the story, recapturing an audience, telling a little bit of a more emotive story that I believe in the original. I could be wrong. Again, I haven't played the original since I was, 10, probably 11. But I love what they're doing with Final Fantasy Remake, and I'm sure John's going to tell us a little bit about Part 2 later on.
Yeah.
I just think this is such a special cast of characters, and I'm glad that it came back. I don't think this does not feel like a cash grab to me. This feels like this is a pinnacle of gaming, a pillar, and let's make sure that it's ready for the next generation.
We'll allow it.
You don't have to allow it. You can disregard it.
I didn't think. Did you play the actual expansion that's in that game?
Yeah,
the Yuffie DLC.
Integrate. Yeah. I actually thought the DLC of it was a little bit weak, but I did like Yuffie's story. I didn't know that's what. I did not know that is what Yuffie was.
I think with her specifically, they added a lot.
Yeah.
Of new, or fleshing it out, I should say. So, yeah. Because in the original, you just meet her in a forest. I don't know.
Right, and she's missable.
Yeah, and she's missable. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The only reason I picked her up in the original is because Kyle was like, "Oh, you want to go over here?"
I don't know how if Jeff's 11 years old, I don't know how you get that.
Yeah.
Because I had to farm for her for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, not to get on a 27-year-old game.
Okay, so as far as DLCs go, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred, it's good. Like it's a good story. I think it has some good fights, some good just kind of good in-game cinematic stuff. Somewhat interesting. I think that it gets a little overhyped whenever it's talking about the Loot 2.0 and all this extra stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that kind of was already they already did that and then kind of tried to say the Vessel of Hatred was all of it together. And it's no, all the really good quality of life stuff, that was the season prior. So that's why I kind of knocked that down a little bit. The thing that I wanted to do was I was going to play the Castlevania DLC for Vampire Survivors.
Ooh.
And on my way to do that, I crossed the Deep Rock Galactic Survivors, which is essentially like Vampire Survivors, but in the Deep Rock Galactic universe. And holy cow, do I love that game.
Yeah.
Honestly, kind of more so than Vampire Survivors. I think it's actually really interesting with what they're doing. And I think that studio is very good at just continually updating things and adding things and tweaking things and whatnot. But that runs so flippin' well. I mean, so does Vampire Survivors, but this game runs so well on Steam Deck, and the bullet heaven type things where you can just play with one hand is the pinnacle of video games when you're holding a child. So it's oh, okay, I'm watching Penny, no problem. She's taking a snooze, and I'm just rolling around with one joystick as I'm collecting experience and shooting bugs and different things like that. But I passed it by and it was overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam. And I'm oh, that jumped up. Because I want to say it launched mostly positive, or it was okay.
Yeah.
And I played it when it first launched. I'm this is cool, but it's kind of bare bones. And they added so much extra stuff and everyone's loving it. So very, very well done. And then just an honorable mention to the trading card simulator or trading card store simulator, whatever that, I forget what it's called.
I heard about that all that
it's
popped
cool.
off.
It's good, but eventually having worked in GameStop, it's so this is actually one game that I really enjoyed, but then I was compelled to write to the developers. So there's a thread of tell us what you want to see in the game, and I'm coming from a GameStop a system manager, here are the things you want to watch out for. It's shoplifting and see I want to put posters on the walls, or I want to do this, and it still has work to do, but it was again one of those kind of cool you could just let your shop run and you hire people and you just kind of watch it go and stuff, and it was neat. It was cool.
So that's an early access game.
It is early access. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that and Deep Rock Galactic Survivors are both early access. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Next one is OMG, That's Right Award, which is awarded to the game we totally forgot came out this year. Yeah.
Sure. My nomination is Power World.
Yeah,
this
that's a good one.
This game is what?
Yup.
It seems like no matter the month, no matter the part of the year, I'm reading so much about Power World, whether it's drama, updates, people love it, people hate it, this or that. It felt like a game that came out and has been out for many, many years. But this game is so interesting to me because I have a couple of friends who don't necessarily live in the console gaming space or the single player gaming space. It's very much let's hop in Discord, let's play League, let's play WoW, work's over, let's just get on with the friends, and they don't necessarily play some of the games that we're going to be talking about today. But I found it shocking that Power World found a way to pierce their veil. And out of nowhere, I hop into Discord. My two friends are playing Power World. I'm guys, how is this the game? Out of all the games you can play, how is this the one that resonated with you or captured your interest? And it's one that I still don't understand to this day. I even hopped in your guys' Discord, and some of your friends were playing Power World, and I still don't get it. But that's right. It came out this year and it was super duper successful to the point where the developer wasn't prepared to support as many players as it had. Like, this is still seems to be a ginormous game with updates rolling out. I think we had a couple of commercials for their update during the Game Awards, I believe.
Yep.
I mean, they're still in a lawsuit right now with Nintendo.
Nintendo's suing them. Like, this is great. Like,
Yeah.
this is juicy.
great.
This is what the world that I want to live in. And apparently, it's a Power World.
Dude, Power World is a very well made. I was actually shocked at how well everything felt that you did in that game. Like, no matter what it was, like it felt really good. It's just you have to be really dedicated to doing that. And like, there's the whole like John had a server going. It was just up the whole time. It was like a whole thing, but. That was mine as well.
Nice.
And I have one that's kind of like almost like an opposite, where I do want to give a shout out to Satisfactory that technically came out this year, like technically launched it 1.0 this year, even though it's been in. I played that like years ago. Like, it's been a long time. But holy cow, Satisfactory is.
You
fantastic.
didn't play it this year at all?
A little bit, yeah.
Oh,
So
okay,
whenever it came
gotcha.
out like 1.0, I'm like, oh, cool. Let me see what I'm doing, and like I go into my thing, and it's like all completely broken because they've redone the game 25 times since then. But I did that one, and I did Dyson Sphere, which I don't know if that came out. It might have even come out this year as well. But I played in early access, put 70, 80 hours into it, and then it's like, okay, like I don't know if I could start from scratch again, because
Right.
that's a very much like you put that much time into it. It's like, oh man, I don't want to do it. But yeah, that's one where, oh crap, that's not out yet. Like that was kind of my sentiment.
Yeah. The one I had came out, I think, in January, so that's probably why, but it was Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason, I feel like this came out like last year or the year before or something. I always forget about it. Not that it was a bad game or anything, but I think those early games sometimes can get lost in the sauce. And this was just one of them. So pretty straightforward pick here. Did it even? I think it got nominated for something, right?
Oh yeah.
At least one thing. I don't think a lot though.
Couple I think like either action adventure or action game or something like that.
Yeah, one of the
like
two that were is almost identical. Yeah, so I just totally forgot about it. As I was going through my list this year, I was like, oh yeah, Prince of Persia. I played that and it came out this year. So that was my pick.
Nice. Okay. All right. Next award is the Total Rockstars Award, which is the best studio or developer. I'll start off this one. I have Eric Barone, who did Stardew Valley. He came out with the 1.6 patch, which finally hit consoles. So everyone was like clamoring for that, and now it's out across the board. I'm reading Jason Schreier's book. I already forgot the name of it, but like Blood, Sweat, and Pixels, I think is what it's called. Where they go through different games and like kind of give the backstory or like what happened with one. And Stardew Valley was one of them. Of like, hey, this guy, like his girlfriend was like, okay, yeah, you don't have to work. I'll pay for everything. You do your dream, and he would just continuously like refine. Oh, it's not ready. It's not ready, and like finally came out and everything. And now they sold like 30 million units, and he made like $400 million. And it's just like, that's what I mean. He goes from like literally still driving like a piece of crap car, even though he's like a millionaire overnight. But his story is really, really cool, and good on him for like very much in the way of like a Sean Murray with No Man's Sky, where it's like, no, this is my game. Like, this is me, and I'm going to just keep tweaking and keep making things better and giving you more and more and more. And it's all free. And it's just like, no, oh, you want multiplayer? Sure, here you go. Oh, you want like a new area? Like, here you go. Okay, a new festival. So I know Chelsea was like asking like once a month, like, is it, when do I get a new update? I'm going to wait. I'm not going to start a new one. And like, she's been playing that like nonstop on her Switch. Like, since it came out, I want to say it was November, just a straight, like every day. It's just like, and like, I'll be like, oh, hey, do you want to go here? And she's like, okay, well, I just got to finish my day. And like, because that's how you save the game.
Yep.
But good on that guy for just, going nuts and keep putting out the good stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. You gotta love those stories.
That's what made it top of mind. Is like, I just read about his backstory too, and I'm just like, dang, all right,
puts
good
it
for
all
him.
in perspective. Sure. I went chalk on this one, and I went with Larian Studios because I think what they're doing with Baldur's Gate 3 is just, it's not possible to me. I don't understand how they're able to, so much content that they put out. Obviously, they're very good at fixing a lot of the bugs and stuff as well, but it's all free. And it's like they completely made a whole epilogue that people, were asking for, because they were like, amazing game, but wish there was a little bit more closure. They did that. They completely refined like the evil route and ending. So many more dialogue, so many more things. They're coming out with 12 subclasses. So a subclass for every class next year. It's all free. It's just incredible to me that they're able to do this. It's unbelievable. So I just have to give it to Larian. They're just always at the forefront of just being there for the community. An honorable mention, though, as Tyler mentioned earlier, is Ninja Kiwi for Balloon Tower Defense 6. The amount of content that they put out as well for free. Tyler and I have probably not even gotten through 1% of that game.
I worry about them, where it's like I want to give them credit, but also like who is forcing them, and like are they just like chained up in a basement somewhere? Like,
I don't know how they do
stuff.
it. Every time we log on to that game, it's like, here's a new tower, here's a new hero, here's the boss event, here's this thing. There's a war going on now between the monkeys.
Well, they're on like update 42 or something.
I don't even know, but we haven't even gotten to that stuff because we're still trying to 100% each map, and we're still on like the second chart.
It's not
second
great.
page out of like 50. So Ninja Kiwi is incredible. I don't know how they do it either. It's these studios that's like, everything's free and here you go. Like,
if there was one game that I wanted my cousin to play that I know that he would look at it and be like, ha, get out of here, it would probably be Balloons Tower Defense 6.
Justin,
if he's listening to this,
dude, I would love to play.
It
Balloons
is
with
$4 right now. It's 70% off on Steam.
Yeah, and the fact that it's literally you can get it for like $1 at some point, it's like insane.
Yeah,
that's my pick.
Cheers to Larian. I did not know this was happening. One time Nate popped into Discord and was telling me about how many updates were coming, and I was like, wait, what? Like, what? And he was telling me about, like, you mentioned the evil storyline, and he's like, I highly recommend you play the evil storyline. Yep. He's like, but wait, there's a huge update coming to it in September. I'm like, oh okay, I'm gonna stop my play. Cheers to Larian. I'm just throwing this out there. They are privately owned. They are not publicly traded. Yeah. So I'm not privy enough to say like this is the reason why they can make these decisions. I think it's a factor, but for sure. It is something that's interesting to think about. Like the companies that are have to answer to the investors and the ones that don't.
Yep.
My entry into this is a little scuffed. So every listener, please take my words here with a grain of salt. This is the only category I'll say that for. But I just struggled with this category for some reason this year. But my two nominations are Game Science, the Chinese developer who made Black Myth Wukong, and Shift Up, the Korean company who made my beloved Stellar Blade. And the reason I'm giving them a nod isn't necessarily because they did something super fantastic. I mean, they did. They launched a game that is super fantastic. But we here in the States have a really large influence over the market and what is purchased. We are the largest gaming market in the world. And both of these studios got a lot of flack from our journalist based on the content of their game. There's a lot of drama around it, a lot of drama about their characters, a lot of drama about the story that Black Myth Wukong was trying to tell and whether it was inclusive enough. Or I'm just really glad that both these games came out. The studios kind of basically stuck to their guns and released a phenomenal product that reflects their culture. And I just want us as the Western consumer to be a little bit more open to what these studios are bringing to the table. We should just be happy that at this point they are releasing games and we are getting different perspectives. So if you guys have if any of the listeners have a problem with these studios or they did something like bad, I'm sorry. I'm not privy to that. I'm not sure what they would have done, but these are the two studios that came to mind when I saw this award, and I'm super glad that both their games came out this year.
They removed some of the costumes, right, from Stellar Blade originally and then put them back in.
Yeah. They're like, nah. We're putting these back in.
So I read that and immediately downloaded the update. And again, this is right when Penny was born. So like it'd be like 2 a.m. and Chelsea come down for her shift. And I swear to God, every time she came down, I was wearing just less and less clothes, like in the game. And she was just like, "Oh, what is this outfit now?" It's like and she laughed and thought it was funny.
It's better stats. Like, it's better stats.
Yeah, it really wasn't.
Well, and just like I didn't know this prior to playing Stellar Blade. This is a little bit of an educational piece for me this year. Is I did not know that adult pornography is banned in Korea.
Yeah.
So when we see this type of content released, it is a little bit of a reflection of a piece of their culture that is missing. Like they don't have that to consume. They cannot. I'm not saying like this is them like leashing out like, look at this character.
Look, there's a valve. You need an outlet, and if it's a chick climbing up a ladder, so be it. You know?
I think that in my opinion, that is part of it, and it at least taught me that piece of South Korea. Like I didn't know that about them. I mean, and North Korea too.
I would like to pick the developer for Wukong and kind of pick his brain, but without the language barrier. Because he's coming under a lot of stuff where like what he was saying about the Game Awards are just like, I came out all the way here and we didn't win, and he's like, I don't even know what the criteria is. Like it didn't seem gracious and it did not seem great. But then it's like, okay, well, like how much of that was lost in translation, and like, are you kind of a jerk, or is it just like you're just disappointed? Like, it is what it is. Yeah. Like I forget what journalist was writing about. But it's like, hey, when you lose, you're supposed to put on a fake smile and pretend that you're as happy as a clam whenever the other guy gets up there and wins. That's just like, that's, again, the Western mentality. Yes. Like, good on him for speaking his mind, I guess. But like, I would like to know kind of like thoughts. Anyway. Yeah. All right. That was the Total Rockstars Award. Jeff, this one's just for you.
Sure.
WhatKilledJeff Award. So at WhatKilledJeff, twitch.tv. This is going to be the best game to stream.
Yes. Thank you for the plug. And John and I were actually talking a little bit about this prior to the start of the podcast. Unless you're in like that top 1% with a huge community of viewers, a lot of streamers fall into a place that I fall into where the best games to stream are the smaller games with a super passionate fan base. And one game that I streamed this year was FTL. And let me tell you, the FTL fan base comes out in droves and are quick to tell you like everything that you're doing wrong, and they're very supportive about it. But for those of you who don't know, FTL is Faster Than Light. It is a space strategy game where you're managing a ship, you're putting out fires, you're opening and closing airlocks, you kind of have crew members with different stats, you have to fire an all assortment of weaponry at your enemies, and you're managing like your ship's power output, the engines, you're managing all these things, and it's a really enjoyable game. It's a brutally difficult game. And you could go on Steam and you could see like, hey, like this person's posting that it took them, 200 hours to beat the game on easy mode. Like you this is a game where you start on easy mode and it is basically like nightmare mode on any other game. But FTL just, someone recommended it to me. I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. I started streaming and the people just came out of the woodwork and like, oh, Jeff, like, is this your first run? Is this your first go? I'm like, yeah. Am I doing it wrong? And they're like, yeah, you're awful.
You're real bad.
But those are like, it just like, I love a community that's willing to show up to, just any stream or any view, and just like they're just so passionate about the game. And this came out in 2012 and people are still posting about it. It is so cool what they do with all the different ships and things like that. I did get my first win a little bit earlier than 200 hours. Is probably around like the 25 to 30 hour mark that I got my first completion of easy mode on FTL. But if we're looking for a little bit of a different answer, or at least a game that came out this year, it would be Nine Souls, and this came out in May, and it is a Sekiro Metroidvania that I will be talking about later.
Ooh, foreshadowing. Very cool.
I will say I did start that, and I went on the easier mode, and I think that is just, it takes all of it out. So like I went on the easy mode, and it's like cool, but like not worth. Like the reason why you go there is like you need that difficulty. Mm-hmm. So like anyway, interesting. All right, so we're gonna do best narrative. John, I think you're up.
Okay. Yeah, this was interesting. I was looking at the games that I had this year. Again, a lot of JRPGs, which are traditionally known for pretty good narratives. They have a lot of time to really tell the story. So I could have went with Final Fantasy here, but as I was thinking about this more, I think Final Fantasy, while the narrative's good, and I really enjoy it, I don't think that's what makes that game special. I think it's the world and atmosphere and characters that really kind of puts that game elevates it and makes it one of my favorites. And I was telling these lads that I was up till 4 a.m. finishing Metaphor last night. And that is my winner for this one. I really enjoyed the story of Metaphor. Atlas always does a really great job, whether it's Persona or their other series, Shin Megami Tensei.
Yep.
They're always very creative about the narrative that they tell, right? And this one's no exception to that. It's obviously different where it's their own fantasy world, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, I liked this really semi-meta element of they're viewing our world, the real world, as this kind of utopia. That was a really cool through line throughout the plot, as well as what you're trying to accomplish. Like, essentially, there's this tournament to become king. If you know me, I love tournament arcs in any anime, so that was like right up my alley. It was just really interesting. I thought there were a lot of kind of twists and turns there, things that I didn't expect. And the characters were great, but yeah, I really like what they had to say, and it was a really great experience on the narrative front. I enjoyed the story they had to tell.
Nice.
Yeah, shout out to Metaphor. Metaphor was my runner-up. Like it's difficult to ignore such a unique story.
Yeah,
we're looking at something that you don't see in a lot of games as the front-facing, which essentially is an election. Metaphor is about an election process that's going on in the fantasy world, which I thought was super unique. But my award,
real quick. So I know you mentioned Final Fantasy, and then you said Metaphor was your runner-up. Yes. So for you guys who I would say you are a little bit more on the story-driven side than maybe I would be. Do you like the idea? Because I think Metaphor, the difference between the two is Metaphor always kept, at least, again, I did not play it all the way to the end, so the first, let's say, 15, 20 hours of the game, always kept the main story arc in the forefront. It just kept like, yeah, you could do this other thing, but hey, don't forget this. Like, you still have this thing. Hey, that you have to, here's your main goal. And with Final Fantasy, it was like I was just getting sidetracked every 5 seconds. And even when there was like a big thing that was like, oh, hey, what are those cloaked guys doing? It was like, I don't know, but we're going to go park scooters first before we can actually get down there to find out. Like, it was just like, it was a weird thing.
Yeah.
And I did feel like Metaphor was like a little bit more in earnest than, say, Final Fantasy. Both epic things. It may be Final Fantasy, it kind of like snowballs if it's anything like the original. But like, Metaphor, I feel like did that. Like, do you prefer having something that's always just hammering you with like, hey man, these are the stakes. Yeah, you could do this other thing, but like, don't forget, like, this is the main. Like, do you like that, or do you like the, hey, get lost in the world and like, yeah, I know that the world's gonna end if I don't do this thing, but I can go play, a card game for a little bit,
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think it really depends on how well it's executed. I like both styles, and I obviously enjoyed both games. I do like the narrative experience where the main story is in the focal point, because especially in Metaphor, where there's a political element to it as well. There's kind of like a couple teams that are vying for the throne, and they're formulating their plan. I really like that kind of thing, right? You see that in like Final Fantasy 16, for example, right? You have these different kingdoms that are there's a political intrigue to it, which is cool. But I think Final Fantasy's world is so interesting. And if you think back, as Jeff was mentioning, to the original game, it's weird because it's 3 games that's encapsulating one game. So if you're thinking about it from the original Final Fantasy, when you're at that section of the story, quote unquote, that's when you go out into the world and you're really exploring the world. So I think that this middle game is about understanding the world and really understanding our characters more, but we're going to see in the final game a really tightened up,
targeted thing,
more narrative element, because that's how the original game kind of goes. So to answer your question, which I didn't really answer, I do like both styles. It comes down to execution.
Fair. Fair.
Yeah, one thing that Jon said just a moment ago was what he thinks makes Final Fantasy VII special is the characters and the dialogue between them, how they grow, how they go along this journey together. And I actually agree 100%. I think if you look at the breakdown of what Final Fantasy 7 is story about the environment. It's there. It's serviceable. You have to remember this game came out in 1998.
Seven,
yep. Something like that. And I think it's very difficult to compare to Metaphor, which is probably one of the best written stories. And don't quote me because I know you guys love Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm not saying it's better than Baldur's Gate 3, but this is the upper echelon of story being told in gaming. It's very, very good. Yeah. So when you have a story like that you can put as the front runner, it's very exciting, and it's really great for the player. It drives the game forward. Now, if you put that same, if you put a lackluster story at the forefront, now you're stuck with a story that, or something that doesn't necessarily drive the player forward. They're having a bad player experience. So John said it depends on the execution. I agree. I tend to gravitate probably more towards the character relationship a little bit more, just because off the top of my head, I cannot think of that many games, especially RPGs, where the main story is such a driving force that it makes the game for me. Like outside of like Metaphor, maybe, even Persona 5, it was, in my opinion, more about the individual character story arcs.
Yep.
I'm thinking of games like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines had such a phenomenal main story that really pulled me through. That game has a phenomenal story. Maybe something along the lines of, man, like it's even hard for me to say which, what.
Even in Alan Wake, it's like I gravitate towards the story more than the characters.
Yeah,
I do like the characters, but the story's so intriguing to me, and how things
even
work.
God of War, and like your
it's tough. I think they're so combined though. When we talk about characters and story, like it's hard to have a good story without really good characters, and vice versa. So.
What do you think? What about you, Tyler?
Well, it's interesting because, like, I obviously I like a good character for sure.
Yeah.
But between Dragon Age and, not to jump ahead of you, but like between Dragon Age and even Metaphor, when I'm putting those stories against something like Infinite, like a Yakuza Infinite Wealth, or like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and even Final Fantasy VII, like I feel that having that focus, maybe it's just my attention span or whatever, but having that focus and having it be like, hey, here are the bad guys. This is what you want to do. Yeah, go explore if you want, but like you're always going to be reminded of like, here it is. And I felt that those did a good job of like really making you feel like there were stakes, because you can tell me the world's ending every time or there's someone hanging off a cliff every time. But if I can run over 200 yards away and loot a treasure chest and then come back, I don't really feel it. And these games made me feel it that way. So like I feel like I'm putting more emphasis on the story itself and then the characters, which is, I know, opposite of what you guys were just saying, but like that, I think that's what at least gets me hooked. And if that hooks me, then I'll spend the extra time with the characters, or then I'll spend the extra time like kind of unraveling other things or living in that world. But yeah, I don't know.
Shout out to Cyberpunk. I
was thinking of like BioShock. I think really compelling narratives, right?
Yeah.
And then you kind of, the world's very interesting too, though. So again, it's like very,
but BioShock still keeps you going for. It's like
there's so much intrigue, right? You're like, what is going on? It's just such a weird, situation that you're in. Yeah.
So. Well, Ty, why don't you talk about your best narrative? Is it?
So I keep coming back and forth. I'm gonna throw a curveball. I think Dragon Age is very good. I think it gets a lot of flack, where a lot of reviewers are like, "Oh, it's Elganon and Gillenane and the two gods, and oh no, and they just keep repeating the names."
Yeah.
On one hand, I get it. That's annoying. On the other hand, hey, I remembered the bad guys' names for once in a game, right? Where it's like, and that's just me, but like. They typically, fantasy games throw a million different names at you. You hear it one time, and then that's it. And then they expect you to like remember it. And for Dragon Age, I'm not saying it's the most elegant way of doing it, but like, boy, did they keep me focused on the threat and what the stakes were and everything else. So I liked that. And the same thing could be said for Metaphor, where I actually say Metaphor keeps the whole like, every race is against each other, and wouldn't it be better if everything was just like kumbaya and we're all equals and things like that. They say that 1,000 times more in metaphor than they name the guys in Dragon Age. So like, I feel like there's a double standard there. However, push both of those narratives aside, where I think it's between those for me. But I would like to talk about Lil Guardsman, where that, I don't know if everyone has played Papers, Please, but essentially you are this daughter of a guardsman, and you're kind of not the greatest, like you're a good dad because you're like keeping the roof over your daughter's head and everything like that, but you have a gambling problem and you kind of go off and do things where your daughter's just stuck manning the gate into the kingdom. And the whole game centers around just all these different people trying to get into the kingdom. And it's up to you to either let them in, jail them, deny them access, whatever. And in doing so, and as you go and talk to the different people and things like that, you learn about the kingdom and you learn about all the different people and like what they want for it and different things like that. But you literally shape the entire storyline based on who you let in, who you keep out, because there's like a wedding that's going to happen. So it's like, who do you want the princess to marry? And somehow that falls on your shoulders to figure it out. And like you plan her wedding at one point and stuff. And it's this ridiculous thing, but it's well voice acted. It's well written. I think all the characters are kind of funny. And there's just so many different ways to go about the dialogue and stuff. I think it's really well done. So from a narrative perspective, is it the most like intriguing aha thing? Like, no. But did it make me laugh? Did it kind of keep like interesting little tidbits and like, oh, I didn't think the story was going to go in that direction, or like, I'm going to push it to just see how far I can take it before they're like, no, you can't do that. I thought it was kind of cool. So that's going to be my little, like, I think Lil Guardsman's good. I also liked Unicorn Overlord. I want to throw that out there too. I think the storyline, it was very simplistic compared to Metaphor, but I think Unicorn Overlord did a very good job of like kind of one note, but like, I buy it. I'm with you guys. Yeah. So
really cool nods. Cool nods. My best narrative of 2024 comes from a game called Nine Souls by Red Candle Games, Metascore 83, which is extremely low in my opinion. But Nine Souls, if you don't know what it is, it's a little bit of a sleeper this year. It's an action platformer Metroidvania that's set in a quote Tao punk universe. So Taoism is kind of this religious spiritual structure that symbolizes like living in harmony with your environment and the organisms around you.
It's like an Eastern tradition. Okay.
This game tells the story of revenge, survival, the duality, which I love this. I was really proud of this. The duality of technological advancement and spirituality. Like, I'm going to say that again. The duality of technological advancement with spirituality. I played this game this year when I wasn't feeling well physically. Now, let me preface this. I'm completely fine. This is not a pity party. But as we get older, John, that you can't relate to this yet, but as I get older, it's really strange because you feel young, you feel youthful, but parts of your body like just stop working randomly. It's a really weird thing. And the doctors were telling me like, look, everything's fine. We just can't tell you what's wrong with you. And I'm like, well, I'm having a lot of pain constantly. And they're like, well, you're fine. I'm like, don't tell, like, you know what I mean? Like, don't tell me what I'm feeling. But it was just a little bit scary, because you don't know what's going on. You start going down that rabbit hole of like, oh my God, like what's wrong with me? What's wrong with my body? Am I going to be okay next year? It just gets a little bit scary. And this game, with its survival narrative, really helped me come to peace with my own physical like shortcomings that I was experiencing. It was like very strange. I cried a couple of times. Like it was awesome. But I think I can't, and the sad part is I can't talk about the story because this game opens with such a stellar narrative opening like that. I just can't say anything because it'll ruin the experience. But the way the narrative told is very interesting. You play as the main character, Yi, and he's on a revenge plot. He needs to defeat 9 souls, 9 Solarians. That's what their race is called. So he's basically going after 9 elders and he's trying to kill them all. And the story unfolds as you go through the chapters. When you complete like a chapter, there's a flashback that tells the story of Yi's relationship with this said elder and how it created the predicament that their race is in. Again, I can't speak to specifics about this narrative because almost anything I say will be a spoiler, but this narrative really slaps. If you are the type of gamer that can deal with heavy reading, this is for you. Not because there's like a lot of notes that you need to read in the environment or anything like that. It's just that this game is not voice acted. So if you are somebody that needs to hear the narrative, this is not for you. But if you are somebody that can get through a heavy written narrative that you must read, it is absolutely worth looking into. I think this is the best story of 2024.
Awesome.
That's awesome. That's what games are all about, dude. I love a good cry when I'm playing a game. And I'm a crier, so
Same.
it happens more than you might think.
Yeah, we're both criers.
We literally have a category for crying, so that's coming up.
That is coming up.
Technically, Jeff, it is still your turn. Do you want to do the What the F
Yeah,
award?
I can start with the what the
go
F
with that?
award. Do you want to introduce the or should I just?
So the WTF ? Award.
Ooh.
Most confusing scene or ending in a game.
Here we go.
I love this award.
Spoiler alert.
I don't have a spoiler.
Okay.
I'm keeping mine spoiler free as well.
Okay. Is naming the game a spoiler, or how do we feel about that?
What do you mean?
Oh, I see.
Like if you
saying.
name the game, then you're saying that this game has a confusing ending, or
Possibly. Okay, so like rough spoiler warning.
yeah, the game I'm naming has a confusing ending, so
Okay.
spoiler.
All right.
I guess
Fair enough.
if that's a spoiler for you,
Check the timestamps, everyone.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
So my nomination for this award goes to a game called Thank Goodness You're Here.
Oh my goodness.
Ugh.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
It's just by saying the name, it invokes like a feeling.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a confusion. This came out in August 2024 this year by Cool Supper. Has a meta score of 90, which is
it reviewed well.
yes.
Do you have a score in mind for it?
No,
Okay. Continue.
I don't.
That's fine.
And I beat it, and I have no clue.
Okay.
Thank for the listeners that have not heard of or have played this game. Thank Goodness You're Here is essentially a point and click adventure. It's about 5-6 hours long, where you take the role of an English salesman who walks around this town slapping things. The developer calls it a slapformer.
Yes.
Because the only button you have is to slap. So you walk around and you're slapping people to interact with them. You're slapping meat. You're slapping doors. You're slapping everything.
Trash cans.
Yeah, you're basically trying to slap.
It's like that one commercial. You ever see that commercial where that guy just slaps everyone? And then people start coming up to him and be like, you can't do it. And he just slaps them.
It's like an insurance company.
Something
Or
like
a
that,
insurance
yeah,
commercial,
something.
like car insurance.
If you saw it, I don't know. It's a really funny commercial.
So
Anyways,
this
sorry.
game just like I and kind of like this is part of my confusion that I mentioned at the start of the show is like the game this year just is a strange year and there's strange games and I love that they're strange, but there's a little bit of confusion. So I have a clip here. It's only about like 10 seconds long. And I'm sorry, listeners, I'll explain the clip. But I just want you guys to watch.
Are you going
this.
to talk about the clip or you want me
Yes.
to pause this? Okay, we'll
Yes.
talk about the clip.
This
All
is
right.
not a spoiler.
Okay.
I don't even know how you would spoil this.
Sure.
Game. But this is me playing the game.
All right.
Oh, what the heck? Sir.
Wait, what?
Right.
Did he say I'm looking for tits?
He said I'm looking for tits.
Teats, right?
Yes.
Which is a bird.
Which is bird. He's bird watching.
It
But-
is,
Oh,
but
I see, but it's
this game,
double entendre.
the amount of things that you
All over the
slap.
time.
Yes.
I see.
All over the place. Yeah, all the time.
This is a guy with, bird, we could say bird watching.
Yeah.
This guy's looking for titties.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have a
And-
mustache like that if you're.
And there are just moments in this game where you slap things and they say things. And I don't know if it's like the British English humor,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it is extreme. And I actually love it. Like I love the confusion that happened for me during this game. This entire game is basically the WTF award. So,
Interesting.
But, for the listeners in the clip, I slap somebody with binoculars I slap him to interact with him, and he just says, "I'm looking for teats." I don't know. It just caught me so off guard.
And they have that one's like, "Oh, don't tell us why." Like, there's all kinds of stuff like talking about like just real like. Sometimes it's blatant, sometimes not so much. Like there's one with like a hose. I forget. I don't even remember what the joke was, but it was just like, "Oh, like, get my hose up" or whatever. And it's just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like and he's like, looks like he's like jerking off in a corner, but he's like tying something or doing whatever. It's just like weird stuff.
Yeah.
So I gave it a 66 just for a quick. So you said it was like 90 critic. That's
it's one of the highest rated games this year.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that's one of those games I'm like, oh, this is right up my alley. And I'm like, this sucks. This game is
it was a strange experience.
Yeah. Like, I love, like, this style is the style. Like, okay, you did everything. I don't, like, they did what they wanted to do. So, like, to your point, Jeff, like, I'm happy it's a thing and out there and it spoke to people. Not for me. Like,
no,
I don't know.
And I said it was like 5-6 hours, and that might be even generous or not generous.
Yeah,
it was tough to get through.
Yeah.
Like it is an experience that I recommend, and I don't know why I recommend it, but if you're open to something new and quirky and just maybe some raunchy humor, this definitely delivers that. But it is just an awkward experience.
I'll leave it at that. I agree with that. Yeah. So my what the F is 1000 X Resist. Did you started that? Like
I did not start it, but I wanted to.
This game is I didn't know what to think of. Like I didn't. It's this weird like futuristic game that's like post pandemic, and you're effectively like learning what happened through. Like you're like a. I don't know, like a futuristic, like almost. It's I don't even know, like this is how WTF it is. Like I can't even describe it. Where I'm like, you're in the future, but you're going into the past, and you're flashing between like points in time, and it's all centered around this like scientist. But you're in high school with her, and then you're like kind of like following it throughout. Like it's bizarre, and the writing is like decent, but also. It's like somebody like us going into like a booth and just recording. So the voice acting is very like raw, I guess. Like it's good quality, but it's like, okay, here you have a take. Go ahead and read this line. And you read the line, and it's like it's very realistic, but in a weird, eerie way. And this is one game I'm like I can't. I did not finish it, but like I got probably about halfway with it, where like you're. Jumping around, there's like in the very beginning, there's like a giant pigeon that you talk to, and it's just like saying just weird stuff to you, and it's just like this really weird mind trip, and it's super interesting, but it's like between that and like you have to use a controller, like you can't use a mouse and keyboard because like the controls just don't work. It was bizarre, so I don't know. That was my big kind of like WTF thing where I'm like what am I even doing with my time? And this is another one that people loved. People reviewed this like super highly, and they think this is amazing. And I'm not saying it's not, but like it just didn't land for me. Where I'm like, I get what you're maybe trying to say, and like they're trying to say like like oh well, you started all of this, and like how does I think they're from Hong Kong, and it's like how they're treated when they come over to the Western thing. And like I'm sure I'm missing a lot of like the deeper things I didn't get to the end, but like I was very confused on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that sounds like an experience. You guys had some experiences this year.
I loved it. I kept it. Like it's cool. Like I want to finish it. It's just like
I like that people are pushing the boundaries of what gaming can be. Right? Like
it felt.
I think that's always interesting.
What was obviously not Stellar Blade. What was the one before that came out? I think they actually did a crossover with Stellar Blade.
Oh, Nier Automata.
Thank you. Yeah, it felt very Nier Automata.
People love that game,
right? But it's like it really put out those type of vibes where it's like you have like this mother and you have all these people, and like you're performing a specific role, and then this other girl goes on a train. She's gone forever, but then she kind of like comes back and says like everything a lie. It's like the Matrix type of thing. Like it's like. A lot of these layers going through, it's really cool, but also I'm like, dude, I'm really trying here, but also I'm going off of like 4 hours of sleep, and like I can't I can't
Definitely
follow
factors
this.
in. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
100%. Definitely.
And there's not like there's the gameplay mechanic is like hit the shoulder buttons and flip between different timelines to like, oh, there's a door blocked. It kind of like the almost like Titanfall-esque thing of like, go back in time, go through the door, then go forward in time. Now you're through the door type of thing.
Sure.
And like, okay, cool. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know if that's what I want to do for
I just want to open
8
the
hours.
door.
Yeah, just let me kick out. It's like boxes. Like, let me move the box. Like,
Yeah.
But the voice acting is interesting. I think it was nominated for something, or people were talking about how it's like the best voice acted game ever. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but it is the most realistically voice acted game, I think, because it does feel like just
that
a group of friends.
Crudeness that you're talking about kind of like intrigues me.
It's a style.
Because I can kind of hear it.
Yeah.
The way you described it. It's pretty cool.
It's literally like we're talking now.
Yeah.
Like they're not
Like people will trip
stuttering
over their
for-
words and
sometimes,
yeah.
but it's
well, no, that's how normal people talk, right?
Yeah.
We're not when you're a voice actor, you do takes until it's like people don't talk like that, right?
if
It's
Troy,
clear, it's articulated.
if Troy
perfectly.
Baker like went in there, he would be the one that sounds out of place. It'd be like, oh, why are you
Right,
being like
exactly.
overly dramatic or
Yeah.
something? Like,
Yeah,
it's weird.
It's like if we were hanging out as friends, but then someone was acting,
Yes. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's so interesting. Okay. Mine's a little different. You guys have like indie games. Honorable mention to Yakuza. These games are so weird at times, dude. Like I was talking about this in my review, but there's a whole sub game in that game that's Pokemon, where you're battling homeless people against each other, and they each have different types, and it's so weird, dude. And the people you catch, quote unquote, are just like, some of them are like almost naked. They're just in their underwear. It's weird. Some of them are like, there's like this one type that's who's the cocoon from Pokemon that just hardens?
Metapod.
Metapod.
yeah.
There's a Metapod where it's a guy in a sleeping bag. It's just a homeless guy in a sleeping bag, and all he does is like harden. And it's an experience. Anyways, and there's a lot of wacky side quests, so that's definitely one. But my pick is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So if you played the first one, which Jeff did, you know that they're not just following the story. There's extra elements involved, and I'll kind of just leave it there. That continues into this game where I'm like going on YouTube at 3 a.m. trying to figure out what the fuck's going on,
Yeah.
right? And like looking at time travel and multiverse theories and quantum mechanics. It's
Yep.
like really out there.
Charlie Day yarn on the board.
So that is my pick, and I'll leave it at that. So to avoid spoilers, but I was confused in the best way possible. But I was confused at the end of that game, man.
I had to do that for the first part.
Yes. This one's even more confusing
Wow.
because I had my theory in the first one. This one, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that in the first one, you kind of go online. You're like, can I confirm my
piece
own
things
thoughts?
together, yes,
Yeah, that
yes.
might be right. That's
This
interesting.
one
that
is
this
like,
one's
oh, I'm
wild.
starting to piece it together. Oh, this conflicts with that. Oh, I'm starting to go down this route, and that conflicts with that. I like that stuff.
Sure.
Like, obviously, I've been talking about like Alan Wake. It's like, this is right up my alley. I love being able to go online and talk to the community about like what we each think, and oh wow, that's a really cool theory this guy has, and like, you know, you share your own and stuff. So that's up my alley. But that is the game that gets the award for me. It's
Nice.
really confusing.
Love it.
Yep.
Next one, we have best character dialogue. So I actually requested putting this one in outside of narrative. So narrative is like, hey, here's your best story overall, kind of like the written kind of overarching plot.
Mm-hmm.
There was a game that I played, which I've talked about before, Tactical Breach Wizards, that I think has some of the best writing in a video game that I have ever. And I struggle saying that because I don't want people to like go play it and then be like, you're stupid, this is dumb, or whatever. And like they have like some high thing. I think everyone's taste is different, right? Like obviously people liked thank goodness you're here. Not for me. This is another one where the writing is so sarcastic and every character is so sharp-witted that they're constantly jabbing at each other like throughout the entire game. while you're doing like these like very specific, like, hey, you're breaching into a room where like somebody can kill you, and before every breach, like you have this little like kind of duel of words with your mate.
Yeah.
And I brought up an image because like I was like, I just need to read something or whatever. But so like in the very beginning, you run into like this like pyromaniac and everything, and you're telling your partner about this of like, oh, there's a guy on fire or whatever, and you finally get to the point where you're gonna go get him, and you're talking to each other, and this guy's like talking about like the smell or something, and you're like, yeah, that's the fire guy I was telling you about, and he's like, oh right, I do remember him now. And she's like, so when I said fire guy earlier, you didn't think of the guy, you know, who's permanently on fire. But it's like this back and forth.
Yeah.
And that might be hilarious right now, but like in the context, and you have options, like dialogue options. And the crazy thing is like every dialogue option is funny. So it's like you can really put your personal snark and sarcasm on it. And if you want to play the straight person, you can, where a lot of the time, if you just want to like skip the back and forth, you're like, we're done. And then they just breach and you go in. So it gives you as much or as little as you want, which is awesome. And I have yet to see a poorly written character, even down to like some random guard, and you're like talking about him and stuff, and it's like, oh, I hate this guy or whatever behind the door. And then, which I think I mentioned, the guy in the door's like, hey, because like he can hear you. Like the people in the room can hear you. They're just waiting for you to breach.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I wasn't talking about you. You know, it's just like, I wanted this category specifically for that game because I have yet to play another game that just smile on my face the entire time, where I'm actually not fast forwarding any dialogue. I'm reading every line, and every line hits.
Yeah.
So Tactical
Nice.
Breach Wizard, that's mine.
No, that's a great choice there. It makes me want to play it too, because that seems right up my alley. Where
It's very fun, and the whole point is it's modern day. It's just they're wizards, so it's just like there's a taxi service and they have powers, and it's like, oh, and the whole point is like, oh, what triggered your awakening, so to speak, where like, oh, I do have powers type of thing. So there is some kind of like background and lore that you eventually establish, and it's like you're staying with this guy's like mom is like a hideout or whatever, and you're making like your board as you're trying to like piece together stuff, and they're like, okay, I need to get yarn and pictures and a board, and he's like, oh yeah, my mom has all that here. Like, and she comes and starts berating it about her husband and just keeps like jabbing at him. It's every character's very good. Anyway, that's
awesome.
Very cool. I made a note here.
Yeah, it's very good.
Okay, so I have an honorable mention, which is Final Fantasy. I think, as we spoke about before, the characters are so great, and I get giddy every time Tifa's sitting by herself and I get to go talk to her, because I love those interactions. Or you're like, you know, get to talk to Aerith or whatever, or, you know, there's so many great lines with Barrett and Red 13, and the characters are so great that I think the dialogue is fantastic in that game. But, you know, it's kind of like dramatic and over the top in a JRPG way. And so my pick was actually Like a Dragon, because I was expecting that, you know, kind of Japanese over the top, especially with, you know, what I've heard of Yakuza, where it's wacky and silly. But it gets really down to earth and grounded in these moments. Like, it's very much more humanized, I guess, less dramatic, more realistic, I guess, is the way to think about it. And I loved the characters and interactions you had with them, because it's in the real world, right? You're talking about like real problems, things that you can like sympathize, you know, with someone else. Like someone's pouring their heart out to someone and they got like rejected, and it's like he's at the bar with his mates talking about it. I was like everyone like experiences that, and I just thought it really kind of impacted me that way. I liked how all the characters were written. They're very human and down to earth, and kind of I could relate to a lot of them. So that was my pick. I thought it was really well done with that series. It's amazing how they strike that balance. Like 1 minute there's like some mascot walking around, you gotta like do this stupid thing or whatever, or some like naked guy, and then the next minute it's like the most like heartfelt like, you know, experience that you're talking about with someone. So that was my pick, is Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth.
Like a Dragon was definitely a thought for my the game I missed this year. Like that is a series that I definitely want to get into at some point.
I cannot wait for the pirate one. If I'm going to do like a long game, like my one of my resolutions for next year is like just know going into it that's going to be the one that you sink the time into to try to get through it.
Yep.
We'll see.
My best character dialogue this year goes to a game called Wild Bastards. By developer Blue Manchu. Came out this September. This is not a very popular or known game, but the premise of Wild Bastards is you are a group of cowboys, but you are astrological cowboys, like alien cowboys, like you're traveling the galaxy.
Science fiction-y.
Yes, yeah, thank you. You're traveling the galaxy in your ship, and you have this wild assortment of cowboy characters and bandits that you're trying to assemble. You're trying to rescue them from jail. You're trying to whatever. You're trying to get the team together. The narrative is very loose. But a lot of the charm of this game comes from this insane cast of bandits that you play. And this is a first-person shooter, but there's kind of a strategic element. So as you go throughout the universe, you kind of play a board-like game. You kind of move these pieces, these bandits, across a board, and you interact with resources and mods and enemies. And whenever you interact with an enemy, it's very much like, okay, now we flip to first person. You're in this map, this arena. You need to defeat the other bandits, and then you move further through the board. But the party of these cowboys that you put together, they range from this demolitionist ghost who gets up to enemies and basically like sticks TNT in their pocket and it explodes and he doesn't take any damage because he's a ghost. and then you have like I have here Billy the Squid. He's like a humanoid squid with like dual revolvers. You have Casino, who's a robot slot machine with a shotgun. Yeah, the cast is wild. And part of what brings these characters to life is their dialogue. And it is hilarious. It is charming. It is sweet. And one of my favorite pieces of dialogue comes from, I'm like almost nervous to say this, but this guy, his name is Smokey. And he's kind of like, is it Living Torch from the Fantastic Four? Is that character's name?
Human Torch?
Human Torch, the guy.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He's basically the Human Torch, but he's on oxygen. Like he like smoked too much and he's like on oxygen. He has the mask and he like sounds really raspy. But after every round win, there's like this like, we all won. And they'll be like, this calls for a celebration. And Smokey is also the ship's cook. So every time you have Smokey in the party, he goes, well, you know what this calls for? Yep, it's beans. And he goes and makes his beans. And it's another example is like the enemy AI will talk to each other while you're trying to fight them, and they'll try to call out to each other, do you see the enemy? And the way they say it is like, does anybody witness the hideous foe? And they'll be like, nay. Yeah. And it's just like really charming dialogue. And it's one of those games where every time the character says their little bit, you say it after, like right after, because it's so fun to say.
Yeah.
So Wild Bastards gets my pick for best dialogue.
It's funny too, because like you can kind of influence like their bonds and like how they like each other and different things like that, which I think
so they feud with each other on the ship, and the way that if they're feuding, they can't go on a map together. You cannot assemble them on the same team, but you cure the feud by sharing beans. Like that's literally,
I love that.
Like the beans is the resource. You try to collect it.
Beans.
And then like whenever you share beans, they become friends, and you get certain like attack boosts when they're friends. Like it's a whole thing.
Yeah, it's so funny.
All right, next up, what are we looking on tonight? Okay, we're not doing too bad. Is the White Hat Award, which is awarded to the best protagonist.
Am I up?
Yup.
All right, here we go. So,
tell me about Cloud's.
No. Cloud is not the winner. I could have went with Cloud.
Sure.
I will defend Cloud. Cloud is an excellent character. Again, I think it's a disservice because we're not seeing the full picture yet, right? We're in the middle of a game. Right, so we haven't seen Cloud's full arc, so we can't really judge Cloud yet until we see it come full circle. But Cloud, I believe, is one of the best written characters of all time. His story is amazing. What he goes through, it's incredible. Anyways, so couldn't win a Cloud. I do like Cloud, and I think Cloud's really cool. So because I'm just like perpetually like a 13-year-old boy,
sure,
and I just think the edgelords are cool. There were a lot of directions I could go. I actually really liked the main character in Metaphor, and I typically don't like Persona main characters because they're just vanilla toast. But I think because he's much more voice acted in this game, I connected with him more. And I thought his voice actor did a really good job where I kind of got a personality from him more than your typical Persona game. I could have went with Goku because Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Sparking Zero came out, and I love Goku. That wouldn't have been a bad pick, but I went with Kazuma Kiryu from Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. So Kazuma is from the original Yakuza games, okay, and they brought him back for this one. So I don't believe he was in the last Like a Dragon, but they brought him in for this one, and it's kind of dual main characters.
Interesting.
So you have the new guy, and then you have him as well. This guy is the coolest motherfucker I have ever seen in a game, dude. Like, you know, a game is really good when you start feeling the nostalgia and you've never played any of the other ones. Like, there's a point in the game, and in this, I guess, is a minor spoiler, but you're going to the last like tower, like the last mission, and he puts on his like old, style, like his suit and stuff, and slicks back his hair and like his original design.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, this is awesome, man. He's just super cool, super chill. Like, sometimes you have a main character who tries to be cool, and it's like, all right, you're just trying to be cool. You're the main character. He's actually cool. He's calm as a cucumber. He's the guy you want as like in your corner, dude. Like,
yeah.
He's the chillest guy, and he's super badass. So that is my pick. I love this dude, and I totally get why people love this series, and especially like he's at the forefront of it. He's so well voice acted. I don't know who does it. I'd have to look up who does it, but he does an incredible job on the performance on this one too. So that's awesome. My pick. Yeah. Nice. So cool.
Awesome pick. Mine is for best protagonist of 2024. I'm going with a character named Krill, and this is the main protagonist from a game called Another Crab's Treasure, which came out this April from Studio Aggro Crab. So Krill is a hermit crab, and Krill simply just wants to exist in his little tide and just live in his shell, and he doesn't have a lot of friends. He's a solo hermit crab. He loves life, but he's just a solo guy. One day, a tax shark, a loan shark, basically shows up at his front door, and
it's actually a shark.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And this loan shark shows up and says, "Hey, buddy, you haven't paid your taxes ever in life. I'm taking your shell." And his shell, he's a hermit crab. That's all he has. That's his only possession, but he needs it to survive. And he's like, "Well, what do you mean? Like, oh, shucks, what do I do?" And the loan shark's like, "I don't know what to tell you, bud, but you need to go see the ruler of this town to get your, to pay your taxes." And Krill's like, "I don't have any money, man. Like, I'm just a crab." And so basically the entire game of Another Crab's Treasure is Krill attempting to get his shell back, because it is his house. It is his only possession, and it's all he wants in life is his shell. And you feel so bad for him the entire game, because he is verbally saying, "Why am I here, guys? I'm just what am I doing? Why are you guys so mean?" And he has to go through these devilishly evil politicians, these mayors, and they're all messing with his shell. At some point, his shell gets sold to a pawn shop, and these are not spoilers for the narrative, but it's just this shell goes everywhere, and all Krill wants is his shell back. And I just love this protagonist. You feel for him. He's caught it. His entire life is dismantled, and you feel bad for him. He has to go to extreme lengths to get back his shell, and I think Krill is just just
I think
the
that's on
bee's
Game
knees.
Pass. I think I might need to play that.
You won't like
You
it.
don't think?
No.
That sounds real good.
That's a
I
great-
loved it.
yeah, that's a
I
great,
loved it, but this
Why wouldn't I like it?
this is a Souls-like.
Oh, okay, yeah, I won't like it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With a
Never mind.
crab?
It is
mind.
awesome. Like it is.
What if this is the one Souls like I like?
If there is a Souls like that you would
might
like,
be
this
this
sounds
one, yeah.
like it's silly enough to get there.
It is. It looks like an N64 game, and that's not. I'm not trying to knock it. It is a smaller team that made this this game. I absolutely adored it. You can kind of. This is very tropey. You can kind of pick between like a warrior, a rogue, and a mage. I picked a mage crab, so my krill was like this hermit crab that cast like bubbles and other crustacean spells. Like it was a really fun time. But it is a Souls like. You will die a lot. I thought it was definitely worth the journey. The game gets easier as you go, so it actually starts off the hardest, and as you level up, it becomes kind of trivial. So there is that if you want to give it a try. But yeah, man, I just felt for Krill the entire way. So he's my guy.
Okay.
Krill the crab.
All right.
Incredible.
So my runner-up is Lil from Lil Guardsman. She's
Hey,
a little
nice.
kid. Like she's
Yeah.
just. I was thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? She literally makes the game, and it's
Yeah.
it's really cool. So
Carries
shout
it.
out to her. All right. Protagonist wise, Rook from Dragon Age.
why?
Whoa,
This is interesting.
Two things. Well,
Okay.
this is kind of like I kept going back and forth. Mm-hmm. He's not my pick, but I want to call out. He's pretty good. Well voice acted. I think he was thrust into the role of like group leader. He somehow managed to keep everyone kind of contained and together and stuff like that. Like I think overall, he does a real good job at like stopping the end of the world. Spoilers, stopping the end of the world type of thing. So shout out to him. I love my character that I made. Like I think he is great. He looks like the dude from Jedi Survivor because I have like a mullet with a little Jedi braid and like this weird like mutton chop beard. And I think he's like, I was like, man, this guy looks like a tool. But then he opens his mouth and he's super like lovable. I'm like, man, shout out to Rook. Anyway, your mileage may vary there. However, K-Vest from Star Wars Outlaws is, I was really looking at like the list of games that we played, and it's kind of this weird thing where you guys played these RPGs, and I agree with you. I think the protagonist, who I named Will from Metaphor, well done, well voice acted. Do I think that he was super great in the time that I played with it? Like, he was okay. Whenever he said like till the end or whatever in the beginning, where he's like, oh, we're brothers till the end or something like that, I'm like, hey man, it's a little early to be saying that, but I like your like he said it in a really convincing way.
Yeah,
like,
I
it's
think he
pretty
does a good job. I'm just saying that compared to what I'm used to with
Yes.
Persona characters,
Yeah.
where they're literally just toast.
Yeah.
it was a nice change. Yeah.
But K-Vest, I think, and I am not saying she's Han Solo.
Oh no.
So I just want to
That's
I want
a
to
good thing
level
to
set
preface.
that.
Sure.
It's very easy to have a Star Wars character that's like, oh, she's so cool like Han Solo, and she's a smuggler, she does this, or she's kind of like, in the underbelly or whatever. But she plays this character very, she's sarcastic, but like in a kind of like fun-loving, like, like young Han Solo-esque way, but from the movie Solo, right? So like before he's seen some stuff, so like still kind of naive, still kind of getting her teeth cut on the underworld and stuff. And I think she is very lovable, and you can get behind her as far as like, okay, like, sure, I'll spend 40 hours in this game world with you, just kind of like running around and like figuring life out as a underworld criminal. Very well voice acted, very well done. So from a protagonist standpoint, even though she's still kind of like a quote unquote villain-ish person,
Antihero,
like, yeah, kind of like
neutral?
she's a criminal. Like, what are you gonna say?
Oh, okay.
But like, she murders a lot of people.
Well, that's a lot of games. So
Yeah, but I think she was the one that stuck out to me as like just very well. Like I thought it was going to be like she's going to really, because like you literally can get like, you can, if you pre-order the game or if you get the Ubisoft thing, it's like, cool, here's Han Solo's vest, here's Lando's blue thing, and I'm like, okay. And it was interesting because I put that on and I'm like, oh, I look like Han Solo, that's cool. And I'm like, you know what, like, she's enough of her own character. And I literally switched back to her main outfit where I'm like, she is her character. Like, yes, there are definitely comparisons and things like that, but it's like she's her own person, and I like that. So I think she was very well done.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
On the flip side,
Oh,
Black Hat Award.
yes.
Jeff, you want to? I think it's Jeff's turn. Start out.
Yeah, best antagonist.
Best antagonist.
Sure.
Give us a villain. Worst of the worst.
Doesn't have to be a villain.
Okay, give us the one that is
my
maybe a villain,
best
kind of like
antagonist was a
Who
villain.
stops the protagonist?
I chose Louise from Metaphor Refantasio. Atlas, I think this is Atlas's most compelling, just sheer villain that they put at the forefront of the game. I love that he's so gray, and without giving anything away, he is. Let me just be straight. He's a bad guy. He's not a great guy. But what I love about it is throughout the game you have the Louise supporters, and they're not like these crazy cultists. They're just real people who believe that his ideology is the best way to have a more safe world. And he's not like this just like, I mean, he is power hungry and there's all those like JRPG tropes. But I do think that he feels grounded. And when he comes on the screen, I'm always like a little bit on edge, a little bit curious, a little bit like, oh, like he commands the screen when he's in a scene. And I love that from a villain. The other thing I love about Louise is that you get a lot of time with him. And that's again, for keeping this spoiler free, you understand this character more than most villains in video games. He's just very present in the game, and having that perspective really heightened him for me. I loved seeing him. I was actually always excited to get to the next Louise part of the game. The main turning points of the story. I just thought he was fantastic. Well voice acted, well designed, a gorgeous character model. Louise really hit the spot for me.
It's awesome.
That's a good pick.
I think if we're going like just villain, like bad guy, like I think I'm with you there. From the very little time I spent in Metaphor. I'm putting down Solus from Dragon Age, who is on your team in
Spoilers?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're playing Dragon Age, like you
Inquisition, I guess.
Inquisition
is
the thing. Yeah,
I never finished Inquisition, so I don't know.
So yeah, I guess technically spoilers for Inquisition.
Yeah.
But that is a character that like I was very much like Rook, the protagonist, of like, I don't really trust you, man, but I'm gonna. Oh, you screwed me here in the beginning. Okay, but I'll still kind of trust you. Like, you never know which way he's gonna go. He's very like kind of like Catwoman of like he's in it for himself. He has a plan, and throughout the entire game, it's like, is he helping you? Is he against you? Like, what's going on here? How's this playing out? And they're very kind of shadowy about it. And just throughout the whole thing, it's like several times I thought it was going to go one way. I went the other way. It was a really well done character of like, it made me want to kind of go back in the beginning and like rewatch things. It made me want to go back and like rewatch sections of Inquisition to see kind of like what his story arc is and stuff. And I think any good character like that's from another game or continuation, especially if you haven't played the other ones, it's like, I need to see what this guy's all about. Like, it's not enough that I just see this part. I need to see like the full breadth. And I think that he hit that for me. And then I just want to do an honorable mention. There's a big rubber duck in Cat Quest 3. So in Cat Quest 3, as you're running around in the ships and things like that.
Heard about this.
When you go to the pub, there's a bunch of different wanted posters and stuff. In the very, 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 very end, there's this giant duck that just like throughout the game, you kind of just see it on the horizon just going. And that thing is like the boss fight. And then, well, technically there's one after that, but like once you defeat all of them, there's another one. But like Duck was the one that like gave me the hardest time. You have to like spec against and you have to like really get ready for. No dialogue, no nothing. It's just like
just a big duck,
real big rubber ducky that just beats the crap out of you in a naval battle. And he's an antagonist for sure.
Weird note about Solus. Did you like secretly want his approval? Did you like want him to think you were like intelligent?
There are several times where like my thing is like, yes, I just don't want to, like, I feel like if I say more, I'm going to like spoil certain things.
Sure.
So like, yes, I think that when you're having your conversations with him or when you're having dialogue options and things like that, I will say that like he was one that I actually like thought about my choice on how I'm talking to him, because like while you're talking to your party and it's obviously a BioWare game, so you're picking your dialogue options and things like that, I'm typically the happy-go-lucky, like always nice, sarcastic guy that's just loving on everybody. But when I talk to him, it's like, okay, well, do I want to be sarcastic here? Do you want to do this? Or like, if I say this, do you like exactly that? Like, is he going to like think less of me, or do I have to like project a thing of strength here if I'm doing like, so like, yeah, I think so. Like Solus
I loved Solus.
Yeah.
And this is coming from somebody that I went into Dragon Age with almost zero zero lore info. Like I was so lost when that game started. The only Dragon Age I played was Dragon Age Origin, but Solus was such a character that I grabbed onto and kind of even just set the foundation for what was happening in the world. And my interactions with him, the dialogue choices, like you said, were so interesting, and I tried to think strategically about them. A great character, fantastic. I didn't understand why people were so like. A lot of the dialogue I heard about Dragon Age was Solus this, Solus that. Like, we love him from the previous games. This fantastic character. Awesome.
Yep. Again, so are you going to play Dragon Age? That's still something that you're
I'm
going
going
to
try
to do?
I think I owe that to you at least.
Yeah,
Let's give it a shot before I poo-poo it.
So then there might be some moments later on that I'll say, hey, maybe don't listen, but I want to talk to you about, or I just mix them. But go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't want you to have to do that. All right, so we're doing best antagonist. I think Luis is a great pick. I also liked Luis. He was very interesting. I think you described it perfectly, right? Where it's like, you're a bad person, but I see where you're coming from, man. You know what I mean? So especially the further you get, right? And I don't know. I mean, there's a couple other picks I could have had. Part of me wanted to do like Frieza or something from Dragon Ball, but it's probably disingenuous just because of the history I have with him. Also, Goku Black and Zamasu. I don't know if you've watched Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah, I know Goku Black.
Excellent villains. Maybe the best arc of the new Dragon Ball stuff. Although I really like the Tournament of Power.
I really liked the sorcerer. Who's the sorcerer that comes after Goku Black in Super?
Zamasu, the green guy.
Oh yes,
yeah. They're kind of a package.
I liked him a lot.
He's fantastic. Those two are the best villains of the new stuff. So I was like, do I go there? But it's kind of outside just the game, so not very true to what we're trying to do here. I went Chalk. Sephiroth is one of the best villains of all time. Anytime this guy's on screen, you're filled with dread. All it takes is his theme song, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He descends from the heavens, and you're like, what is this guy up to? He's just constantly messing with Cloud the whole time. And you don't know what he's truthful about, what he's lying about. He's cryptic about all these certain things. You're like on a beach with Tifa and Aerith, and things are amazing. And then this guy's just popping into your head. It's like, oh no, that's right. Like the world's going to end. So Sephiroth's a great villain, and especially with the remake trilogy here, I am just so curious what this guy is up to. It is fascinating to me, so I think it kind of even enhances his character a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's just even. I think about sometimes that we're playing like D&D, and I'm just like Sephiroth.
Yeah,
and I didn't even play. I didn't even play part 2 this year.
I think
it's just like that character is so ingrained with
in
like,
pop culture.
Yes,
yeah,
crazy.
Like his sword, his wing. I think he has the best villain theme song maybe of all time. Like, you know, you obviously have Star Wars is very good too, but
yeah,
nothing fills you with dread like hearing One Winged Angel. Man, it is in a league of its own.
All right. So we're going to do Engine Calibrator Award. This is a shout out to Garrus from Mass Effect. But essentially, this is going to be the award for the best side character. Yeah. So party member, NPC, what have you, anyone that's not a protagonist, best side character. Doesn't have to be even a good guy. I guess it could be best bad guy.
Yeah.
You know,
this is very open.
Is this me? I started this one? Okay. Yeah. Let me tell you. So this is, and I apologize because we're going to start seeing me gush about Dragon Age the more we get down here.
I love it.
But there is a necromancer named Emmerich who you get into your party.
It's real quick. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So I've been watching some clips of Dragon Age and stuff. I was watching Jeff play a little bit.
Be careful because you might get stuff spoiled depending on what you're doing. But go ahead.
I'm not super worried about that, but
okay.
Which one is Emmerich?
Emmerich is the tall, older guy that has like his staff with like a green glowing thing. Okay. I mean, he's necromancer. The guy that looks like a necromancer.
The guy that looks like an necromancer. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
This guy is, so I didn't use him early on, and I was like, okay, I used him whenever we were getting him. I'm like, he's cool, like British accent guy, just like blah blah blah. He has a manservant named Manfred, who is just an animated skeleton.
Yeah,
that just serves tea the whole game. Coolest guy ever. Whole story arc with him and just like you go on his side missions and things like that. And a lot of these character party member side missions, you're going on like, oh, let's go fight a dragon for so-and-so, or let's go do this or whatever. And Emmerich, you meet him in this kind of like crypt where he lives and is like just talking nonchalantly about like, oh, like just matter of fact, life and death and things like this. And throughout this, you're just helping him like gather flowers and lighting candles at graves. And it seems boring and really kind of on the over, like, you know, from bird's eye view, it kind of is because like, okay, I enjoy fighting in Dragon Age. But like when you actually start listening to this guy and he's like terrified of dying and really just like, my goal is to become a lich and just live forever and be part of the people, you know, and just when you understand his like story arc and kind of what he wants in life and everything, he is like the most lovable guy, no matter what decisions you make about him and what he wants to do. And like, again, like, I don't want to get into like spoiler territory, but like, he's just so cool and so like not what you would think. Like you would think like, oh, necromancer, like super, like it'd be really easy to be like super goth, like whatever. And this guy is like super nice. Like I don't like, he's just like, he's really nice. He's really just matter of fact, like really takes the like the party's thoughts and feelings into consideration, because he's like, hey, I really want to be like here, but if that's gonna be like a problem, I'll back up. Like I don't want to like scare anybody. I don't want to like, you know, like it, just the way he's written, the way he's voice acting and stuff. Like, man, I was like, to the point of like, I might like him better than like a lot of characters in Mass Effect. So like all your party members and stuff, like soft spot in all my like in my heart for a lot of them. And maybe it is a little bit recency bias. I have to let kind of like time go, but like he is easily in my top echelon of like memorable, likable characters that like I'll remember for a long time.
As soon as Emmerich was able to join my party, he was permanently in my party, and I had to redo everything to make him fit. Like I had to redo my own player build, I had to redo my side character, but I ensured that Emmerich was in my party, and that's all that mattered to me. That guy ruled.
The moment we went to his like home and started doing those missions and just listening to him talk and different things like that, it very quickly went from, no, I have my set party that I'm just going to take throughout the game, to like exactly that. Oh, see you, Nev. Emmerich's coming in. It was literally Emmerich and Harding like the entire way. But like he's written in such a way too that like I kept Balar in the beginning, and she was very much like gushing over him because like, oh, like fangirling like super hard. And it's like, it's really a tough thing because I think a lot of the way that the characters interact with each other, I think is actually better than how, granted it's years in the making, but like better than how Mass Effect did it, where depending on your pair ups, like they have these relationships, they have how they're talking to each other. There are unique dialogue options based within, oh, this is your life experience and mine, and like this is how we gel. some of it doesn't work well, but that also is like, oh, these characters just aren't maybe that compatible. But when you put Balara and Emmer together, they just wouldn't shut up. It'd be like, oh, I can't believe you did this, or oh, this is really cool. Oh, I never thought about it this way. And it's just like really, really neat. So yeah, he's so good. He's very good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
This is a tough one. There's so many great characters. I'm a character guy. Everyone knows that. I love characters. Probably my favorite part of any medium, really. I think it's tough to have a good product without good characters, because that's, obviously people are what make things happen. So there's a million different directions I could go with this, right? Persona has amazing characters. I love the team in that. The Seas team. Metaphor, again, your party's great. Shout out to Stroll. He's probably my favorite guy in that. I loved his kind of social link you go through. I felt pretty like connected with what he was struggling with and kind of the arc that he went on. He also hits like a truck, which is just incredible. This guy does so much fucking damage, dude.
Let me just cleave the entire screen down.
And they're gone. Goodbye. Yeah, he's incredible. And Yakuza too. Like I was mentioning before, so many characters I could pick from that. But I went Chalk again. Tifa is one of the best people ever, dude. She is so supportive, so kind, and yet badass. Like, she could snap you in half, but she's like the kindest soul. She's always there for you. The fact that she's able to put up with Cloud's bullshit is like the greatest test of patience maybe ever. And like I mentioned, a little bit earlier, anytime I have the opportunity to talk to her, like the exclamation point goes over her head or whatever it was, I was like, yes, this is the best. All the things at the amusement park or whatever, which you'll get to in this game, is incredible. I just really like her overall aura and the journey that she's going on. So like Jeff mentioned, this is a critical part in the original Final Fantasy VII where you start really learning more about the characters and they start getting tested in a lot of different ways. You start diving into their backstories more. Hers is great. It's just, I really just love this character, and a lot of people do. Again, it's not the most unique pick.
Hey, whatever
there's a reason she's
counts.
so popular, dude. She is great.
Yeah.
So that's my pick.
My entry for best side character is Hulkenberg from Metaphor Fantasio.
I was not expecting that.
And that's why I paused, because this was one of the more difficult categories for me to flesh out, not because there weren't great characters, just because it was difficult picking one. But kind of the thing that you talked about with Tifa and like the relatability and just the cheerleader, I think Hulkenberg's like the complete opposite.
Yeah,
and I
100%.
love that.
Yeah.
So for the listeners that don't know or haven't played Metaphor, you very early on in the game get a party member named Hulkenberg, and she is a knight of the Royal Guards family, and she very much represents like your tank of the party, the person with the great sword. We know this trope, but throughout the game, Hulkenberg goes through a lot of shame and guilt and goes through like this really strange kind of emotional reliance on the party that I think out of all the characters, she needs your main character the most. She needs Stroll. She needs this journey probably more so than any of the other characters. Sure, everyone's benefiting from this, but for some reason, Hulkenberg almost transitioned in my mind to the main character in a sort of sense of the game, just because I thought that her journey was the most unique and reliant of the game itself. And she's super fucking cool. Like, she's super goofy at times. She has this whole like eating thing where she just eats like these disgusting foods and loves them, and everyone, like, she's super embarrassing in public. Like, that's the girl I want. The embarrassing, like, if I find a partner someday, I hope she's just a super embarrassing in public person. Like, Hulkenberg embodies that, and she's like this super like attractive, but this like tomboy knight. Like, she's not I almost said sexified. She's not like oh god, what's the word?
Objectified?
Yeah, she's not like she's not objectified.
Like,
she's
for her looks, you're
right.
saying. Like,
She's not like
She's wearing actual like armor.
Pants.
like
and
say
all,
like
yeah.
a stellar blade or something
Well,
like that.
Well,
she just
some more.
feels so genuine and so endearing and in some ways innocent. Like, she's on this journey and she's just here for she needs to be here. I love that she's there. She reminds me of a lot of like kind of Steiner from Final Fantasy IX, a little bit of Onion Knight from Dark Souls. She's goofy. She's deeply sad. And you root for her, and I really loved Hulkenberg.
It's awesome. Good pick.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good characters from that game.
Yes.
It was tough to pick.
the fact that none of them were nominated for best voice actor is insane. What
Yeah, that's another really
yeah.
good point. Yep.
All right, next one is everyone good? Bathroom break. We set.
Cooking.
All right, I'm gonna need to pee here in a little bit.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
fine.
let me
We'll
know
get through
when.
a few more.
Let me know when.
I was counting. We're a third of the way through, so I might talk faster.
I'll go when you go.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll take turns. All right. Next one is Can I Pet That Dog Award from the meme. Can I Pet That Dog? Anyway, most huggable character that is not Tifa. All right. John, go ahead and go first.
All right, I'm going to have to make a quick substitution. No, I'm just kidding. So I went very literal on this one. Wasn't really sure where to go. I went with Koromaru from Persona 3 Reload. He's a dog, and he's not just a dog. I think it's the most in-depth petting you can do of a dog maybe in video game history, because you have a whole social link with him where you take him on walks, and you actually get like his whole backstory about like how his owner died and stuff. It's really sad. And how like he brightens, like it's really unique how they do it, because like you'll go on his walk and then you'll see the other characters that are in the game, and like just seeing him brighten their day, and you kind of learn a little bit more about them. And then it was a really cool like social link for a Persona game. And then he can be part of your team, like he fights with you, which is so dope. So I went with Koromaru, the bestest boy in all the Persona games, probably. He's super dope and pretty strong and fluffy.
All right.
Awesome.
What do you got?
For my most huggable character, I went with Hang, and this is a character from Nine Souls. So in Nine Souls, earlier I talked about the duality of technological advancement and spirituality and how those maybe coexist together. In this game, your main character, the character that you play, his name is Yi, like Master Yi from League of Legends. And Yi very much represents very progressive and rapid technological advancement. Basically, the ends justify the means. This is the type of guy that would maybe like use like AI ChatGPT to create art, like that guy. Like, he's all for it. And his sister Hang represents tradition and spirituality, and the way that they interact is so unique. They kind of butt heads, but they kind of don't. Hang is actually Yi's cheerleader for the majority of the game, and she just is so loving of everything that Yi does, as in their brother and sister, and they have that whole dynamic, but they have conflicting ideologies, but she's always there for him. And it just really represented like the family member that you may not you might not agree with. You know, you guys might be on different sides of the same coin, but you're still there for each other at the end of the day. So Hang is definitely my most huggable character.
Nice. So I just want to give an honorable mention out to Manfred, because I would love to hug him, but he's also a skeleton, so I feel like that wouldn't be a good hug. But Nyx from Star Wars Outlaws, which is
nice.
K-Vass's little guy, Again, honorable mention. He's one of those characters. It's like, okay, of course, it's a little, BD from Jedi Survivor, BB-8 or whatever. It's like, yeah, okay, but he like really like maybe after like the dozen or so stormtroopers that he pickpockets like a grenade out of, he's pretty lovable, and they do him really well. They animate him really well done. However, there is this character Asan in Dragon Age, who is a Griffin, and he's like the last of the Griffins, kind of ish is his shtick or whatever. Young Griffin still doesn't like know what it means to be a Griffin. He's like learning and stuff like that. But this guy is the cutest, dopiest thing that can just murder the hell out of you. But like he always has like one ear standing upright and one like down, kind of like a dog or whatever. And literally you can like just go up and like hug him whenever you want. But you give him this like massive hug and stuff, and like he just kind of like, he is super adorable. Doesn't say anything, but like is so emotive and expressive and things like that it's just like, I really liked him to the point of like I wasn't really jiving. I'm like, okay, I'm about this like character, like the partner Davrin that you have, but like Davrin's a package deal with this on, so I'm like, well, I'll do his stuff with this on. And then became like one of my favorite story arcs and quest lines and different things like that, just because it's such a well crafted character. So that's
nice.
Mine. All right, this is going to be John. Maybe we're actually going to start with you if you don't mind, because you're big on the world building lore thing. I feel like this is almost your category.
Yeah, this was.
I don't know who was next. I'm sorry if I skipped you.
I think it was Jeff.
I'm fine.
Yeah,
but this was clear for me. This was one of the more clear awards that I went with. Final Fantasy VII's world is maybe the best part of the game, especially this entry where we're at. Because we finally get out of Midgar, we get to explore the world, right? The towns that they craft, maybe the best I've ever been a part of. I just found myself getting lost, walking around the towns, watching people just go throughout their day. They're talking about, so like Tyler mentioned where like in a metaphor, they're talking about the plot. Oh, I can't believe this happened. There's still that, obviously, but there's like just a million other things going on, like people playing cards or like a field trip for like a school going on in the background or something, or some people going on a date. And I'm just like, I want to be in this world. It's so cool. It's so detailed. There's so many people just walking around and doing things, and just nuggets and corners of just things happening. It felt so alive, so intriguing to me, so interesting. I just felt myself, specifically the towns. The world itself, a little bit less so, because it's more kind of, what would you say, like Ubisoft inspired,
like open world, like
towers and stuff, which I didn't mind. I did like that part as well, like checking off the boxes and stuff. And I did explore the entire. I finished the whole map, but the actual cities and towns and stuff were incredible. And even like some of the quest lines you do that give you like history of specific sections of the world, I never read those in games, and I found myself reading all of them. I thought it was so interesting how they expanded the world from the original. I think one of the best parts of this new trilogy is that they have the technology and resources to really create the vision I think they always had in their head. Everything's expanded. Everything is more in depth, and I just fell in love with this world so much. I mean, there's obviously a reason people love this world in particular out of all the Final Fantasies. But this just really highlights it in the best way possible. And I felt myself just getting lost in it, which was a lot of fun.
Cheers.
Yeah, it was great. I just can't gush.
I think about the first part, and this is not a spoiler for those of you at home. We're keeping this spoiler free. One quest in the original that's a side quest where you are simply going with Jessie to visit her parents.
Yep.
Did so much to like bring Midgar to life and explain, the different classes of citizen within Midgar, and it made it so believable. So I can only imagine what this next part brings.
Be incredible.
Is this me?
It's you.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm gonna not look at Tyler as I tell this entry.
Here we go. Let's see it. Is it what I think it is?
I want you. I promise I thought about this a lot. I promise you, I thought about this a lot.
Here we go. League of Legends.
My best
gonna be
world
Stellar
building lore nomination is Thank Goodness You're Here.
Whoa!
Okay, well, not what I thought.
The first huge plot twist of the day.
Thanks for coming. I really.
Please see yourself
Hopefully
out.
the roads are okay.
Wow. Okay, let's hear it. I'm
I-
keeping an open mind on it. I haven't played it, so I don't know.
I can't. I can see. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And this is not to discredit the game. And I'm going to say this. This game did not make my top 10. Okay.
Okay, welcome back. Here,
Yeah.
do you need a refill? You're good. Everything's fine.
I really thought about the universes that games created, like what they were all about, and not that these wonderful games came out this year, these wonderful universes. I love them so much, but for some reason I kept thinking about the town of Barnsworth, and I kept comparing it to the town of South Park, and how the town of South Park facilitates so much fun and facilitates so much humor and activities for, you know, the kids and their parents. And when I played this game, I got, again, very strange game. I can't really recommend it, but for some reason I'm talking about it here on a podcast. The characters make this town so weird and interesting, and you want to slap them and see what they do, and you want to talk to the bartender, you want to talk to the meat vendor, you want to talk to, you know, this guy who wants to ask this girl out on a date. And what is awesome about the world of Barnsworth is that it's very malleable, and it's very Ren and Stimpy. They mess with perspective. There's a fishmonger who's selling fish, but when you slap the fish, a pack of cigarettes comes out of their mouth. Like, it's very weird and obtuse in some ways, which I think makes it a super flexible world where maybe you have a horror game placed in the town of Barnsworth or in this same atmosphere, or maybe you have a turn-based strategy game or a shooter. You know, it seriously, in my head, Barnsworth could be a big thing. And I don't know. It just worked for me. That's my entry. I'm done.
That's a really cool comparison, though, to South Park. I think that's a really interesting way to frame it. Not that I've even played the game, but I could totally see that. It's like the foundation of what makes it quirky and unique, right?
And again, I do want to emphasize like kind of the Ren and Stimpy humor of it, where there is kind of like this weird body humor that the game shows, but you don't always know what's going on. Like, you shrink down, you become big. Like, at some point, it's just a strange game, but there's a lot of creative liberties you could take with the town of Barnsworth that I think is really exciting.
Yeah. Nice. Top that, Tyler.
I probably can't. When it comes to getting lost in the world, Final Fantasy VII. When it comes to being immersed, I think Star Wars Outlaws does a really good job. When it comes to shaping the world, Little Guardsman still, it's a small world, but you shape it. However, as far as the best world building and lore, I'm actually going to go with Metaphor Refantasio. Ooh. And the reason being is because it takes kind of common things. So like you have like your cat people and your elves and your different things like that. Mm-hmm. And it gives weird names to them, which I honestly couldn't even tell you what the names are at this point. But like the different races and stuff, it's not like, oh, the elves are doing this thing or whatever. It's like, no, the
Clamar.
Schwarzgars. Yeah, the Clamar.
Ujif, yeah.
But the reason why I liked Metaphor specifically, I'm not saying necessarily it's more robust, because like honestly, even Dragon Age has like a ton of lore. It's just you got to go search for it and find all the different things. And I think a lot of that stuff is there. The reason why Metaphor stuck out to me is because it forced me to actually sit up, pay attention, throw away kind of my preconceived notions on a lot of that stuff, where it's like, oh, this is the race that is like the most prevalent and this one isn't. And like you have to like keep remembering that kind of stuff. And then the fact that like magic, oh, you have to have a focus. And like it's not like necessarily unique, but the way that's like, oh, these people sell this, so like everyone can use magic on this thing. And like I really appreciate when a world just kind of talks like you already know what they're talking about. And to be fair, Final Fantasy does a good job of this, especially in 13 was the one that really stuck out to me, where like 13 just talked like you knew what the heck they were talking about, and go to the compendium and start reading and trying to figure that kind of stuff out. But Metaphor really made me take notice, and for whatever reason, that just stuck out to me, where like, because I was invested in really trying to take a lot of that stuff to heart, it made it where it's like, oh, I remember that name. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, I remember the city that you already did. And like, it felt more natural to navigate, where things like Final Fantasy and different things like that, and they do a good job, but it's like, they throw so much at you, then I get kind of mixed up on like where to go or what I'm doing and different things. So for whatever reason, Metaphor really hit it for me this year.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right, the next one. Tell you what, do we mind? I got to pee real quick because we're about to get into a good one here. So we're gonna pause real fast, take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. I'll probably put some music there. Maybe not. Whatever. All right. This is one of my favorite ones. This is the Everyone is High Award. Which,
this is a great category.
This goes to the game the critics loved but just didn't land with us. Or they hated and we thought it was the bee's knees.
Why don't you kick us off, Ty, since this is
I got some thoughts. I got two of them.
Here we go.
Are you doing the one that I think we're doing? Or do you have like a different...
I'm doing chalk.
I don't want to... Okay.
I'm doing the one
All
you
right.
think I'm doing.
I've never heard I'm doing chalk before, and I've heard it like 12 times this
chalk
podcast.
For the audience means you're doing the thing that's popular or that you're expecting to do.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
when I'm doing Final Fantasy, it's chalk. It's one of the biggest games this year.
Is that like a billiards term? Like, what is that?
It is... I'm familiar with it with gambling, like sports betting and stuff. Where it comes from initially, I don't know. Maybe it is billiards. That'd be cool. I had an idea for a website that is where things come from, but Tyler said that was dumb. Like you can just search it.
I think it's awesome. Let's add it to the we'll talk about it on Monday. We're doing
what if there was an app where it was like you could either look up like a phrase and it'll tell you the origin and stuff, or you could just go random, like have a phrase of the day that's like, oh, I've never even heard this phrase before, and then like look up like what it means and where it came from.
I told him it was a great idea. I even was like cold shoulder.
If we started a research department, dude, I would tell them to go back and look for it because you did not. You didn't like that idea.
Never get it. All right. None of this is for this category. All right. Everyone is High Award. I am going to definitely put Dragon Age up there. So actually, this will be good. Let me pull Open Critic up, and this will help us with our
I can do that. I can do that. You have enough going on over there.
I have it up here. We're good.
Okay.
Dragon Age. Here we go.
Very well.
Oh, no. We got to do Veilguard. Veilguard. Okay. There we go.
Sitting at like an 80, I think.
Dragon Age, the Veilguard is sitting at an 80.
Yeah.
I think that is silly goose.
Silly goose.
Silly geese.
Not even just silly?
All the people that are doing a silly geese, except of course IGN, which gave it a 9. But IGN's giving everything a 9, so I don't know. We'll see. Mainly PC Gamer, I think, is the one. But here's the thing. I understand if you are a fan of the Dragon Age series, and this is what I'm expecting a lot of people to be doing, is like, okay, I'm coming in this for an RPG. I want these characters and everything that I love from Inquisition. I just want more Inquisition, please. And this is decidedly not that. If this was more Inquisition, then I probably would not be as high on the game as I am. But when you have this game, which I actually do not call an RPG, I think this is an action-adventure game, I think that the combat is some of the most dynamic, fun, just... Like, I don't think I've had this much fun with combat since God of War and Horizon Zero Dawn. And I actually like this more than Spider-Man. I know that's crazy, but as far as combat goes, I actually enjoy the variety and what you can do with it more. I like the fact that I take the environment into consideration. I like the fact that I actually like go search for fights. I like that they can be as challenging or as easy as you want. There's a lot to love about it. So I think that's the thing that kept me coming back to that game, but I think the story is good. I think that they keep the overarching plot line good. I think that a lot of the characters are lovable. I think their side quests are good. I really don't understand the 80 when everything is very competent, well done, ran like a dream. I had no stuttering, no nothing. Like everything was like very pretty. I think the environments in this game are like jaw-dropping and very varied. Like I was never bored with the locale, and even when you went back to a location, you're going into a different part with a different setting or a different theme, or something happened, so now the entire place has changed. So I think this game offers a ton of stuff that I think people, whether they're trashing it for the wokeness that is, which we talked about, is handled, I would call it inelegantly, but not to some kind of crazy amount that like people being, people on the internet, it did not deserve that. And while I understand that it's calling itself Dragon Age and people have a certain expectation from that in BioWare, and maybe this didn't hit their expectation, when you're looking at what the game is as a game, I think it's better than an 80. That's me. Now, granted, let me go back and make sure that because I forget what I already gave it to. We gave it an 88 total on here, which did we? I thought we had a whole. Oh wait, no, you didn't play it. I was thinking about a different game.
Yeah,
so we gave it an 88. Okay, so I gave it an 88.
88.
For whatever reason, I thought I gave it up to the 90. So maybe I'm not as crazy, but. I think 88 is more solid. I think it's closer to 90 than 80 in my mind. But yeah, that's for me.
After playing a decent bit of Dragon Age, I cannot believe how snubbed this game was by the major outlets from what it delivers on what they usually like. Like, this feels like the AAA experience that the IGNs, the GameSpots, the Game Awards would eat up. And I guess us doing this podcast, we are a part of the internet, but I am shocked that the internet reacted this way. The scores, I agree with you. I can't believe it's as low as it is. And if we're just talking BioShock and the pedigree that BioWare has, I thought this was a great return to form following
Anthem
and Mass Effect in Andromeda.
Yeah.
I'm really liking what I'm playing so far of Dragon Age.
Yeah. I can't think of something that's like, hey, this is bad. Right? Like, there are some things that it tries, then like, you could probably cut this, you could have done this, whatever. But like, everything that made like Mass Effect 2 that we talk about of like, oh, I really liked how they did this, or I like the readiness thing, or like, oh, you're really feeling like everything's coming together, is there. And again, on the suicide, which we'll talk about towards the end, but like on the suicide mission, or here's the ending, which you didn't finish yet, right, Jeff? No. So I'm not going to spoil anything, but like, so then I definitely won't spoil on the other thing. But the ending is like, it nails it. So like, even where like Mass Effect, which everyone was like, oh, Mass Effect's so great and everything, the ending is just bad. Like, this does the ending the way that we wanted to in Mass Effect, where it's like, hey, all your different choices and stuff. Now, it's not over the course of 3 games, so it's a little bit more subdued, but all the choices and everyone that you decide to help, are they there at the end? Are they not? Like, you better go do those side quests, because they do come back at the end, and they do kind of help and bolster and make these things, which just like, I don't know why everyone's so high. They are smoking something if they don't think that this is a AAA experience that like, and I told my cousin this too, where it's like, it is a traditional maybe RPG, like his cup of tea, maybe not, but like from a graphic standpoint, like it's pretty, it runs really well, and the combat is good enough. And I'm so happy, Jeff, that you're playing Warrior, because then like we can talk about how cool it is to just freaking drive kick people off cliffs and things like that, or just ground pound, and it feels good every time. And like, I don't have to rehash everything, but it's just like, it's such a good game that like, for people to be so low on it is insane to me. And then for people to be like, oh, the wokeness and the like the character creation is so woke and things like it. Like this is the best character creator that anyone's ever put out, with the exception of maybe like Black Desert Online, if you want to get super finicky with that. And like Dragon's Dogma had a decent one, but like the graphics on this is way better than that. The hair physics is incredible. Like this game has a lot going for it that I am shocked that it's that low.
And I know that neither one of us like want to have this conversation, but I went into this game relatively blind, other than like the legit number of the score that people gave it. I didn't even I just went into it. I didn't even understand the wokeness thing. Like I just played the game and it felt like an RPG. And this is maybe my own like naiveness. I don't know. Maybe I don't even know what woke is, but the only thing that ever irked me about it was the amount of like, hey, are you okay? Are you like, there is a lot of like, and it's like kind of noticeable, like how often you're asking the characters, like, you're just checking in, like, are you mentally okay? Like,
yeah,
that's the only, and it just threw me off, like in a RPG of like, you're a Grey Warden or like you're this background and you're like dealing with hardened wars. And it didn't bother me, but it just was noticeable. Like, I don't even know what the woke argument is, but this just felt like like you said, the character creator was awesome. I think it's a gorgeous looking game. It's okay if you don't like the style. Like, I understand the people that say like, you know what, this is just style. Like Nate mentioned, like
Pixar or whatever.
Pixar-ish, or like the technology magic didn't really resonate with him. I can actually see that side of it. It's okay to say that, but it is a gorgeous looking game.
Like specifically in the environments. Every time it's like the crypts look so much different than like the mountains, and then you go into like lava and you have the woods, and it's just like you're always, and you're leapfrogging around. It does such a good job driving you to these places. Again, in the review, like sometimes to its detriment, where it's like, hey, well, okay, you're putting me to like a million different places. Like, let me get my bearings first. But once that clicks, and once you go, oh, I can just go to the map here and pick where I'm going and things like that. And once you get the gameplay loop down, dude, it's fantastic. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I do want to play it because I know you're very high on it, and I want to be able to discuss that.
If you go at it as an action adventure game, then
I don't have that history with Dragon Age either, so I don't think that'll be a problem. And the only thing I'm worried about is sometimes, since I've seen all the negativity around it, that seeps into my brain, in my subconscious.
I mean, mine too. But like, when you're playing,
am I missing something? Or I don't know.
If you take it for what it is, and you just go in as like, here's a standalone game,
mm-hmm.
like, and I think somebody did write that it's like, this is trying to tie up a previous game while also like resetting.
Yeah.
And and that's always a tough thing because you're trying to like skate this line, but man, it's good. I think every character is well voice acted and acted and believable, and you're there. So
yep. The one I have, which is the one I think we both have in our mind, Dragon's Dogma 2 is not a good game.
Not what I thought you were going to say.
What? What do you think I was going to say?
Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom sucks. It's a bad video game.
I'd rather play that game 100 times than Dragon's Dogma 2.
We just had to get that on the air.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. This game looks like it came out 10 years ago. Plays like it came out 10 years ago. Everyone's telling me like, it's kind of niche, so like they're being upfront about that, where it's like, not everyone's gonna love this, but it's the combat, dude. It's the customization. You can do whatever you want. You can get any follower you want. Blah blah blah. I'm like, all right, that sounds cool. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm playing it, and maybe I'm playing the wrong build. I don't even know what I'm doing wrong, dude. I'm playing an archer. The controls are wonky. I'm like going all over the place. I can't hit the broadside of a barn. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the point of anything is. And I think it looks terrible. Like, I am seriously thinking it's a prank. That this game has an 87, a mighty guy with a cape on OpenCritic. It is insane to me. I don't understand all the love for it. Is it nostalgia for the first one? Is it the freedom or like the old school, I guess, kind of... They don't hold your hand at all, and there's no quest markers or like anything. Like, you have to like literally like find the stuff within the world without any assistance, I guess. I don't know what it is, but I did not vibe with it, and I don't understand why it was so critically acclaimed. I really don't get it at all.
I don't think you're taking crazy pills at all.
Yeah.
But if you are, I am as well, because I unfortunately finished this game and I hated it.
That's crazy. You finished it.
It
Wow.
was awful.
All right.
It was like 70 hours of torture.
Holy crap.
Yes, this game is not good.
So it never gets better.
No.
Yeah. Like the story is like I didn't know what was going on with the story.
And this is one that kind of pisses me off, is that there is like a complete secret ending that is very difficult to achieve. That, and then there's no way you would find it without a guide. And that is supposed to offer some pretty big clarity, but it doesn't fix all the things that you just said. I completely agree with. It has probably some of the worst narrative pacing I've ever played. And even just going through the main story was a slog. And you never, this isn't spoilers, like I talk about how Louise was such a great villain because you got to interact with him, you get to see him, you got to understand him. You never see the main villain really in this game, and I don't even know what they look like. Trying to think back, I don't understand the praise either on this game. I thought it was completely misguided, and I did get a couple of joyous moments. I think the open world has a lot of emergent gameplay that I've never seen before, and it creates these moments of distress and panic with the monsters. The gameplay, I played a sorcerer, and it had a little bit of an easier time because you couldn't like lock on to parts, and the spells just basically hit. But with that being said, I remember fighting the golem for like 15 minutes because you had to hit the bottom of his foot with something, and my sorcerer couldn't hit the bottom of his foot. So I'm sitting there waiting for my rooks to kill this thing, and I'm just I'm spamming my spells, and it's doing 0 damage because I can't hit the bottom of his foot. I couldn't agree with you more. I even listening to the journalists talk about Dragon's Dogma, I don't understand what's special about it outside of like the first couple of times you experience that randomness of the open world. You're fighting the same 5 or 6 enemies the entire game.
Yeah.
And
they're
constant.
The whole rook system too. It's like I was like, oh, there's going to be all this variety and things like this. They have the same dialogue.
It's bad.
That it's every 3 seconds, dude. I was going insane listening to this shit. I was like, shut up, man. Like, I don't care.
Let it all out.
Yeah, it's so bad. It's like, oh, we have a lot of thieves in our party. Maybe we should consider a wizard. And it's like, I heard that 100 times.
Here's the thing. Dragon Age also does that, where it's the same voice line. Like, hey, maybe I don't want to stand there. Like, constantly. But at least it's helpful, where, like, if you're in the middle of fighting and stuff, and then all of a sudden, like, one of your party members, like, dude, freaking move, or you're going to get nuked. It's like, oh, cool, thanks, Emmerich. I'll move out of the way. Like, it does get old, but like just around the world, if they're saying this, oh, there's a ladder over there, it's like, oh my gosh,
no,
like,
it is.
Yeah, like, okay, I get
it's
it.
horrific, and there's no attachment to like your rooks either, because it's like
you're supposed to throw them
constantly
away.
just throwing them away. So I thought in my head it was gonna be like, oh, I'll have all these like cool stories of like, oh, I found this super rare rook that I brought with me through the whole game, and I saw him level up with me. He's like my best friend. We've been through it all together. Like, no, they're just trash.
I kept naming my my rook.
Yeah.
I kept naming him Gligus, which is my friend from New York. Like, that's his World of Warcraft name. I kept naming them Gligus, so I had some kind of emotional tie to like drag me through this game. Like, Gligus is the only one that got me through. Dragon's Dogma.
God, dude! But it's a different Gligus every time.
It doesn't. I just needed a name. I needed something to hold on
Yeah.
to.
What about you, Jeff?
All right.
What's your...
All right, guys and listeners. This is kind of like where we get to vent. That's why this category is so.
This is our only
fun
negative
for
one,
us,
right?
Yes.
There's one more.
Is there?
And
yeah.
And Tyler, great job going the opposite way of saying, like, lifting this game up. Great on you. I'm not that guy today. I got 2. I'm only going to talk about one in length. My first mention, an honorable mention, is Shadow of the Erdtree, Elden Ring's DLC. I also feel like I'm taking crazy pills because this is some of From Software's worst material and worst DLC they have ever put out. and I cannot believe the praise it got. I cannot believe it got perfect 10s. I can't believe the lack of proper criticism towards this DLC. That is not going to be my nomination. I just wanted to mention it.
That's a surprise to me.
Do better, FromSoft. Do better. And if anyone, just DM me. I'd love to have this conversation if anyone wants to like flame me or they love it. But
hop on a stream at WhatKilledJeff.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can hash it out. My main...
I'd love to see Zach debate him on that or something.
Be a good one.
That'd
Yeah.
be fantastic.
Zach, I don't know you. I'd love to talk to you about it. You sound like a stand-up guy. My main nomination for this category, for this award, is Metaphor ReFantazio.
Whoa.
I just got done praising its narrative.
Yeah.
I just got done praising its characters.
Yeah.
That is the only thing this game brings to the table. This is a graphic novel disguised as a intricate, gigantic RPG. IGN just gave Metaphor ReFantazio its Game of the Year award yesterday.
Interesting.
That is
It's
surprising.
holding a 92 right now on on OpenCritic. Just for
You know what?
context.
I do agree with Jeff on that front. That's a little too high.
This
And I will let you finish, but I do
Yes.
disagree with that. It's only a narrative. I really enjoyed the combat of the game. I thought it was an interesting mix up.
I knew you were going to like the gameplay,
Yeah.
and I just have a couple of counterpoints.
All right, yeah, I love it. Let's go.
I'll go over these as quickly as possible. The graphics. This is by far the ugliest game I've ever witnessed.
That's true.
minus anything else on.
It looks
on
like a
Switch.
PlayStation 3 game.
I brought images. This is Metaphor ReFantazio.
Yes,
This is a beach world.
this plays really well on the
I know.
No, it's
I'll,
okay.
I'll go quickly over this.
Yeah. This
I want
is
you to
the-
look at Kingdom Hearts 1.
Oh my god. That's
For-
like
for the-
2005.
On the PlayStation 2.
Yeah,
It's not that far off.
yeah.
Flip back.
Is that the? To be fair though, is that the remastered?
Ooh,
that looks
good,
pretty.
point. Good point.
That looks sharp for.
It does look sharp.
Yeah,
It might have been.
yeah. Okay,
But that's pretty much what he's saying here.
Yeah.
This is a remastered game from 20 years ago.
sure.
This game is so hideous. It won Best Art Direction. I think Nate might have mentioned during stream. During the Game Awards, I said if Metaphor wins this, I'm getting up and walking away, and sure enough, it won. And
He did tell us about that moment, yeah.
So
The
real quick, because it pertains to this, if you can play on my $5,000 machine and play on Steam Deck and have virtually no visual difference short of a little bit of aliasing, then you know it's not a good
Yes.
which it runs really well on Steam Deck. But yeah, continue.
This is probably the first time I ever felt ripped off from a $70 price tag. And I'm a strong, you guys know, I'm a strong defender of the price hike. I like the price hike. I'm supportive of the price hike. This is probably the first game I've ever been like, I feel duped a little bit. The best way I can describe the graphics and the visual presentation of Metaphor Fantasio is it looks like I'm looking at a Photoshop project where if you ever worked with Photoshop, imagine it's layers layered on top of each other. So layer one is by far the ugliest, worst fidelity, uninspiring environments you'll ever see. That's the base layer of Metaphor ReFantazio. On top of that, there's this really strange, like fuzzy snow or leaves that are always dropping in the foreground. It's like this constant while you're playing the game. And I don't know why it's there. I think it's, in my opinion, there to mask how ugly the game looks. And then on top of that, you have these very stylized menus and hand-drawn character portraits that, in my opinion, a lot of people that they use to deter people from seeing just how ugly this game really is. I can't.
To be fair, the hand-drawn stuff, it looks
Beautiful.
awesome.
It's
Like it's
beautiful.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, that's where this comes back to. I just believe this game is a graphic novel. Story is completely worth it. You know, the characters are freaking awesome. But outside of that, visually, wow, is it ugly.
So real quick, let me ask you this: like, how is this different from Persona 5? Because this is exactly how I thought about Persona 5.
I'm glad you asked. I think
yeah.
that the Persona Tokyo vibe and atmosphere, the simplicity of a cityscape, lends itself much more to that simplistic, hey, I can fill in this skyscraper with gray and dark blacks and kind of play off the minimalist of it.
Gotcha.
Kind of similar
Okay.
to how you redid those covers of the books.
Yeah.
And I think that because of that, Persona 5 was able to get away with it. Whereas these grand fantasy environments of dungeons and forests and it just doesn't lend itself to that simplistic, or they just did a poor job creating it. That could also be it.
Gotcha.
When we talk about gameplay, in a world where we have Bravely Default, Worldless, Chained Echo, Sea of Stars, Darkest Dungeon, you cannot say that this turn-based combat is anything more than a job system traditional RPG. And it's okay if you like that, but we cannot pretend that it's doing anything above that. The only element here that adds to that is when you hit a enemy's weakness, it takes away a turn from the enemy. That is the only additional factor. The archetype system, you can pretend that it's deep and fun. I'm sorry, it's not. It's not that it's bad, but it is very aligned with here's your warrior type, here's your mage type, and I've leveled up like all of them. There's not really any depth there, especially when you go into some of the more specialized debuffers and like the debuffs like don't hit, or if you try to use this ability and for some reason the afflictions like just never hit. It's okay if you like, John, like I'm going to defend you here. It's okay if you like the combat and you get through it, but we cannot say that this is like this stellar, fantastic gameplay. It's very traditional, normal combat.
Again, I'm being maybe devil's advocate, or I'm just
Go ahead.
purely curious, because if this is like poor compared to Persona, right? Like, is Persona combat that much more?
No.
So Persona. Okay, so it's the same thing there then too.
I think what really, if you're going to look at Persona, I actually think there's more strategy in Persona because of the lack of customizability with the characters.
Yeah. Okay.
Here, you can put any spell on anyone, and basically what you do is you just put heal on somebody and you never die.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to. Even with some of the harder fights, you have heal on your wizard character who can deal out just as much damage as some of the other ones, and you just don't die. And at least in Persona, in my opinion, you have the limits of what each character can do. They're stuck in like, here's my fire damage dealer, here's my ice damage dealer, and you actually have to strategically use the characters because of how like limitless the customization in here in Metaphor is. I think it's completely. I just think it does a disservice even to a turn-based combat system. But again, I'm just going to say it's okay if you like it. Where it's not okay is that they completely got rid of all their gameplay in the game. Go ahead, ask me. What do you think the fishing minigame in Metaphor is? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just ask me.
I don't know. Tell me.
What do you think it is? If you're
Wait,
playing
I think it
RPG,
I didn't fish at all.
if you're
you
playing
would-
in JRPG, what do you expect the fishing
You would
game to be?
fish,
Like a
you
timing
You would
mechanic,
wait. Yeah,
right?
you'd wait for your line to hit,
Oh,
and you
yeah,
have
or
like a little
mash,
exclamation mark.
Yeah.
You
and
think
hit
you
the-
would
hit
get
the
at
button.
least that.
Yeah,
In
mash
Metaphor
or
Re
whatever.
Fantasio, guess what you get to do? You get to choose your bait and you wait for a black screen. The black screen goes away and the fish you obtain just shows up in your inventory.
That has to be like we ran out of time, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
On top of that,
You would think.
Do I hate this game now?
in Persona,
I used to like it.
Yeah,
but yeah.
it's again, I liked it too.
Yeah.
It's in my top 10. Hear me out.
It's overrated, though. I see you.
In Persona, and even in the remix, you get to travel to these different environments. You get to explore. You might meet a new character here. You might get to work with the NPCs. You might get to go play darts. God forbid you get to play darts. You know, in Metaphor, when you visit other areas, they are literally just a conceptual art piece, like wallpaper. Again, I'm going back to the visual novel element where your character portrait pops up. You have some dialogue in this new cool area that I would love to explore, but it's literally just a desktop wallpaper. You go through dialogue and then you leave. It was so disappointing.
Like all the different campgrounds.
Like the
It
villages.
was
Sure,
so
sure.
disappointing. There was
Yeah.
a super cool
That is-
crystal area, this super cool tree area. I was like, oh, this is gonna be dope. And guess what? It's literally just like a concept art wallpaper. Dialogue happens and you're out of there. And I was so bummed out. Not to mention how archaic the dungeon design is. It was laughable dungeon design. Nobody can argue that. I don't care who you are. You're not. I don't care what journalist you are. Jason Schreier, Axe of the Blood God podcast, laughable dungeon design. And I swear I'm almost done. I just want you guys to take a look at an image.
Oh, here we go. He came with receipts.
I was gonna say
it is. I don't think he's wrong on a lot of it.
The
personally,
two games that I want to play.
Yep.
Persona 5.
Okay.
And
good
you
one.
guys,
and Three Houses.
Go ahead. You guys tell me what this is.
Okay.
All right. Oh wait, I gotta. All right.
Oh shit.
Looks like some ears getting.
Do you recognize this?
Stabbed. Yeah.
These are
That's one of the bosses. It's like your first
humans
boss
from
This is literally the first boss of Metaphor Refantasio.
Yeah.
which one?
The egg.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Literally the first boss.
Yes.
Who do you think made this art?
I don't know.
Oh,
okay.
is this I don't know. Da Vinci?
When he was high on.
When he is high.
This is Hieronymus Broche, a artist from the late 1400s.
Yep.
And this is his artwork.
Sure.
And this is not the only character strictly taken from his paintings. I'm not discrediting Metaphor for doing this. I actually thought it was super cool for me to be able to look at this in-game boss and go back and be like, oh, okay, this is this historical figure, this painter, who does really cool religious artwork for the time. But again, this is a game that won Best Art in the Game Awards.
Right.
Yeah.
We need to take into consideration how much the liberties that they took with the source material. This is not like, I just respect the hell out of the source material. Let's, use it as inspiration. This is they literally took the art from the late 1400s and put it in the game. This is just a picture of the triptych of the total piece, and it's called what do I have it here? The Gardens of Earthly Delight. So if any of our listeners want to look at what the very first boss of Metaphor is pulled from, it is Hieronymus Bosch, The Gardens of Earthly Delights.
It is interesting too that and I haven't played Persona in a while, but Persona, when you're talking art direction or style or things like that, it's weaved throughout, where I agree with you that the style of Metaphor is purely the UI. And that's it. It's not actually in the game. It's not actually weaved in there. And it's like with Persona, you do have that throughout everything, within the world, with it. It all kind of fits together. Where this, it's you just have your kind of Nintendo Switch style game. And then you just kind of slap on the Persona-esque UI on top of it. I know we're being reductive here, but that's I get that.
And I'm sorry for the listeners that I went long on this one, but this is one of my most passionate categories. Just because, again, this game still made my top 10 just based off of how good the characters are, how good the story is. There is phenomenal stuff here, but I was shocked at the journalists' ability to not talk about, avoid, write off some of these glaring, we'll say mediocre to sometimes lacking qualities of a game. So
what's your score on it? So it's at 92 right now. What would you kind of put it at?
I think if I am objectively scoring this game, it'd probably be around a 78.
Whew. Okay.
If you are somebody, and this is why I'm going to follow up with it, if you're somebody that does enjoy a very... I'm sorry, John. I'm not dogging on you.
He might be dogging on me.
I'm not trying. I'm really not trying to.
When someone says they're not dogging on me, it makes me think they might be dogging on me.
I feel like I'm going to say something that you're going to get insulted by. And I don't mean it. But if you're somebody that's just simply
small-brained,
oh, okay, yeah.
If you're somebody that enjoys simplistic, very traditional, some kind of like Dragon Quest gameplay that, in my opinion, lacks depth in the modern era, but can still be enjoyable from that grind, mindset.
RPGs for babies. Continue.
Yeah, and and you're, in my opinion, you're okay playing a game for the story. That score can get bumped up to, like an 85, 86, 87. But if you're going to review this game and disregard a lot of these shortcomings, especially the graphics, especially the lack of dungeons, the lack of side game, like the lack of dungeons, to me, this felt like Atlas's and their partner. Like, this was not just Atlas; it was an additional, smaller studio of theirs working on this game too. I felt like this was a game that they were trying to get out while developing Persona 6 for the Xbox exclusivity, where the Xbox exclusivity fell through. And what I think we got is a fantastic new world with a fantastic story, but half-baked elements.
So you would like to see another
Absolutely.
game within the world just do better?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Give it the attention it deserves. And my last note on it is, my God, the vehicles are the most hideous thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can surf your sword.
That was so dumb.
It was very
That was so dumb. That was one of the dumbest things of the game.
But the animation for it actually was that's probably the best
Sure.
animation in the game.
Sure. Yeah.
you
which
hopping
is
off
funny.
and like pulling
Truth.
it.
Yeah, which is funny.
All right. Do we all go? Is that
We did. That was a heavy one.
I'm sorry.
We'll go
all
light.
good.
So we plan this out. We'll go light-hearted
Yes.
now.
This was your idea too.
This is my idea.
All right.
I guess I'll announce this one.
Go for it.
It's the Lick Your Lips Award.
Yeah. Again, Tifa is disqualified. Continue.
Tifa is disqualified, which is very, difficult for me. But she would have won every single award
I know.
here.
I know.
But,
I know. We have big asterisk.
Awarded to the game that made us most hungry. And I think the other two maybe struggled with this, so I apologize. But there's a game, and I'll just start. I'll just kick it off real quick. There's a game that made me so hungry every time I booted it up. It was insane. I gave so much business to Sushi Tomo because of this fucking game, man. It is like a dragon, infinite wealth. First of all, the way that they do food in this game, how it not only heals you, but it also gives you a buff. So how it works is you go into a restaurant, they have a whole menu, and then they have combinations on the bottom right hand corner, and they give you like a little hint in the title, like seafood special or like heart attack, and it's like you have to like try to figure out on the menu like what would make that, or like I don't know, like super calcium or something, and it's just a bunch of like milk stuff. Like whatever. So that's really cool. And then it gives your party a bonus, like, oh, increase health or increase item drop rate or whatever. And then, so you're doing that piece of it. And then you also have super like tasty looking pictures of the items. And then just like these really, some of them are like high scale restaurants. Some of them are like vendors, like carts on the street. And you get Japan, which is like all this stuff. And they have like a little description of what it is. And I'm like, that looks delicious. I've never been to Japan. It's like authentic cuisine. It's like super awesome. And then you also have the Hawaii section of it where it's like you're at a pancake house or a steak house or whatever. And I'm like, I am so hungry every freaking time I play that game, because it's like you're actually going there to make the combinations to eat the food, like because it gives you a benefit. It's like clever how they do it. And it makes me really hungry every time I play the game. So that I'll end there. But
that's awesome. It's funny that you said Tifa, because I joking, like my actual answer on this award was I just put Stellar Blade, and I was going to leave it at that. It was like a joke. But I'll try to pull something out and go a little interpretive here. In World of Warcraft, I mentioned I like to push high keys, and it's like you're popping all your consumables, you're spending gold just to prepare. There's a risotto that I have to cook every time before pushing a high key, and it's like very expensive. It's like intense. It's time consuming just to go out and get the reagents to craft the risotto. So every time I sit down and eat that risotto, I know it's game time and I can't screw up. So that is my
I love risotto.
I love risotto.
Risotto is great.
For mine, it's Star Wars Outlaws.
Nice.
As you're going around the seedy underbelly, and there's like just a bunch of like vendors and things like that. You come up on different food stalls, and they literally have a mini game where you sit down with your little pet Nix, and there's just like a little mini game that you like eat your food and watch him like devour these things and things like that. And then it's just a cute kind of like bonding experience. And once you do that, you get a food dish, then you can put out for him, and it gives him like extra abilities and things like that. And you can kind of pick and choose it whenever you're back at your ship. But I thought they did a really good job. Making alien food look very like, I'm like, man, I could go for some whatever that meat is.
Sure.
And just watching Nyx like eat too much and then get like this big bloated belly and just be like walking around like meat sweats is like really, really funny and cute. So that's mine.
Nice.
Very good.
Best art direction. A lot of games can go in here. We do have best style coming up, so I do want to kind of put the difference between art direction and style. From an art direction standpoint, I'm going to put Neva up because I think that game, it's very easy to look at it as like an art piece and kind of dismiss it. But the way that they use this watercolor artistic style, not just to like kind of be like, oh, take a screenshot at any point in the game and it looks gorgeous, but to visually show where to go, what to do, what's important, what's not, what's interactable, what's not. Enemies are always kind of like just solid blacks. You know exactly like, you know, where things are and whatnot. And to get you used to a certain environment and then to drop you into like effectively like quote unquote like hell, and then suddenly your entire screen at night on an OLED is just bright red. It's bathing the entire room in this like glow, and you're just feeling this dread. Like they use a very minimalist style, but when you compare this, and I actually went back to Gris because I'm like, I liked Gris more, and I went back to it and I'm like, maybe I didn't, because like Neva is like it's Gris but more elegant. It's Gris but like they figured everything out in terms of exactly what they want to do. So from an art direction standpoint, I think everything is so intentional and not only gorgeous, but it's very specific on what it tries to achieve on every kind of section of the screen. I think it's a masterclass in being artistic for artistic's sake while still not sacrificing game direction and gameplay and things like that. So very, very well done for them.
I'm sad I didn't get to Neva, but it's
awesome. It's very good. Again, another perfect Steam Deck game.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm not as good at these categories as you two guys are, because you're more in that art world. But what jumped out to me was Astrobot. So that's the first one it's going to win, and it deserves a lot of awards. Astrobot's an incredible game. There's something about the unique worlds that they have. They're all unique. They all have their own personality to them. The designs of the bots themselves and the trees and the bushes and like everything's smiling at me. It's like such a vibe game. Like you're so happy playing this game. It invokes this just feeling of joy and this feeling of like, it's just, I say this sometimes, but it's a video game, right? It's just like, to me, what the purpose of video games were. Just sit down, have a great time. And I think the art is a huge aspect of that. It's a really bright game. It's so joyful and just fun. You just can't help but have a smile on your face the whole time while you're playing this. So to me, I think it's I don't know if we're going more technology wise on this as well, but it's a great looking game as well, just from a technical standpoint, right? So I know art, that's maybe not exactly what we're going for with the art direction, but I think
can be, yeah.
Everything that they try to do in this game, it just hits for me. Every world looked great. There wasn't a single world where I was like, this is a miss. It's like they have their own flavor. And they just nail those different aspects. Even the dark, like spooky worlds or whatever, right? It's just amazing balance of, it's a scary world, but it's still lighthearted and fun and just a great time. So that was my pick for best art direction.
Even how like each enemy dies or croaks.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Like,
exactly.
Little emotive details as they pop into whatever.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny.
Great
like
pick.
You flip them, like all the bots are sitting in your control, and you can flip them, and they're all, the emotive expressions on their face. I don't know.
Yep.
It was very good.
My entry into best art direction is Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah.
So Black Myth Wukong, phenomenal game coming out from China. kind of centered around Eastern Buddhist mythology. I could talk about the armor. I could talk about the character design. I could talk about the animations, like the insane boss fight, domain expansion-esque effects. Like I could talk about all that. But instead, I just want to talk about a little piece of storytelling that Black Myth Wukong tells through art. So at the end of each chapter, you get 2 bits of information. You get a mural, an interactive mural that you can kind of scroll over and tell what it kind of summarizes the chapter, and you can kind of hover over these different elements, these different characters of this on this mural, and it not only tells you about the chapter, but it also tells you about these characters and these mythological beings that I've never heard about before. And I thought that was such a unique way to tell a story. I don't think Black Myth Wukong hits on all the notes, but I did really enjoy this use of art in tandem with a narrative element. On top of the mural, at the end of each chapter, you get a cinematic, and it felt very much back when I was a kid, and you would finish like disc 1 of Final Fantasy VIII, and you would get this awesome like reward of a CG cinematic, and you get to, oh my gosh, that's actually what Squall looks like. Oh my, like holy crap, he's using the gunblade. You get that. You get that at the end of each chapter in Black Myth Wukong, and the style of each cinemagic. Whoa, what did I just say? Cinemagic?
It might be cinemagic. I like that
works,
new term.
Style of each cinematic changes drastically. So at the end of chapter 1, you get a very classic Disney animation style cutscene. Think like the original like 1960s Cinderella and Snow White, where it's like very realistic drawing and animation. At the end of chapter 2, you get this awesome stop motion doll like CG story. At the end of chapter 3, you get this modern watercolor animation. At the end of chapter 4, you get this Studio Ghibli animation. At the end of chapter 5, you get a full-on like anime-esque, Japanese-ass like battle cinematic that just rolls. Like even if you haven't played Black Myth Wukong, there's a good chance you've seen this cinematic if you're like in the anime space. It's so badass. And then this actually pissed me off while doing research for this. I learned that there's a secret cinematic that I didn't unlock.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, I got to go back and get it. I just thought that Black Myth Wukong did a lot of things very interestingly in terms of using art to tell its story.
It's awesome.
That's a beautiful
It's awesome.
mural. Would you call that a mural?
I didn't know what else to call it. This would probably be like a what's the paintings on plaster that are really
Graffiti.
no.
I will say with Wukong too, like just the fidelity to, like, I mean, you were talking like, oh, it's just a good looking game too, and like graphically.
Yeah.
And like Wukong, it's one of those things like if you're gonna go realism, like Wukong does it right. They have like the lighting in it, everything is like very, very well done too. So,
Probably might be the best looking game
I think so.
of the year.
Yeah, I think.
Although I do think Astrobot looks so incredible.
It does.
For the art
Astrobot
style
looks
they're
great,
going for,
yeah.
it's like everything's so sharp and runs great.
Yep.
Yeah.
So these are like, I would call these like fresco paintings. Like,
Oh,
think of
okay.
like
Sure,
the
sure.
Sistine Chapel and things like that.
Yeah.
These large format paintings that
It's beautiful.
tell a very grand story
Yeah.
in one go.
I'm gonna call an audible.
Yep.
Do we want to just do best style real quick since we're kind of in the art mood?
Sure.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Do you want to keep going?
You wanna kick us off? Or
Yeah, I can do
we'll just
that.
keep going in the circle.
Yeah.
here?
So as far as style,
Yep.
the way that I interpreted style is like the overall look and feel of the game and like kind of the theme and visual that it's going for.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, Neva could count in that as well. There is very specific style.
Mm-hmm.
But I have two. I have Little Guardsman, which I know I've talked about before, but that is like a Saturday morning cartoon. Like it is very fully in on that, from the menus to everything. It is completely from start to finish, like within a very specific cartoonish art style, like big, thick black lines and like cell shaded and everything. And it's very, very well done.
I can't wait to see where that game lands on your list.
I have to think hard about it. Like,
Yeah.
it's very good. I'd probably say like lower half, probably in my top 10. Like, it's good. I don't know if it's like my favorite of all
It's
time.
won
now.
quite a few.
I know.
A little dark
I know.
horse here.
But I do want to call out Yulk Hero along Tamago. So, you know Tamagotchis? This is a long Tamago.
Is that the pet you have to take care of?
It's the pet you have to take care of. In
Gotcha.
this case, it's an egg that transforms into like a warrior princess type thing.
As they do.
I did not really care for this game. However, from a stylistic perspective of invoking that kind of old Tamagotchi feel with like the art style and the way that everything goes, very stylistically appropriate to the fact of like you can like literally pick like the color of like almost like how you could pick your color on like Game Boy Color. Like what do you want to view it as? In this is very like they had a very limited kind of like 8-bit vibe they're going with, and they stuck to it. And I think they do an extremely good job with the style there.
Yeah, very good. Get it going into the bag for that one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Style, this is a tough one. And I could easily put Metaphor here. I think Metaphor, like you mentioned, the menus specifically, when they do the drawing, anytime they do a drawing, it's beautiful. The style just oozes out. Any of those Atlas games, right? Persona is the same kind of way. They have like the best menus in the game. And this one's more of a, what would you call it? Like Renaissance inspired Da Vinci. Like I really like when you go into a character, it has that kind of design. If you look at it, you'll know what I'm talking about, but I think that's really cool.
In the art world, we would like kind of call it like it's like a draftsman approach, or an illustrator, or a more of a mathematical drawing style, or even there's actually this new art style coming out. It's like architectural drawing, and it's like where you take these. I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's a little bit more rigid and like design-esque rather than maybe just art, but I think it was really cool and it matched what they were going for the tone of the game, right? So it was really cool in that aspect. But I think what I'm going to give it to, this is a little bit of a surprise, Balatro just hits in terms of every little piece of what it does, from the CRTV kind of what would you call, like wavy aspect of it,
like the overscan type of thing,
to the way the screen bounces when you're hitting your cards, to the sound effects, which I know isn't really maybe the style, but to the little flames you get when you crush a score, and everything in between, to the even the little art on the individual jokers, which is its own weird style that is pop culture, but they're jokers. That game's just, I don't know. There's something about when I boot that game up and I see that Balatro screen come up, and it's weird and cool, and I think it's super stylish, and it just hits for me in all the right ways.
Especially when it's made by a guy.
Yeah.
So it's like you just have to like know exactly like
I think
what
it's just
you
so
want
unique
for
though. I don't
everything.
it's hard for me to like put my finger on what it is, and I love that about it, where
Yeah.
it's just so cool. I think it really adds to the experience for me. I know that you like turned like the CRTV thing off, and you turned it down. I love it. I think it adds to the game. I think it's super cool. And
Well, specifically, I turn it off on the phone. So I think
gotcha.
that small size, I don't think it scales well and gets very alias, and there's some weird stuff. But like, I think it's very, very, very well done. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe that's a weird pick, but
No,
it just
I think
spoke to me in terms of like this. It just oozes style, in my opinion.
It's cohesive, I think is the word that I was trying to find before, is like the game is completely cohesive on the style of what it's going for. And I like, it's not like, again, with the Metaphor, it's like, yeah, cool, the menus look really, really cool, and the portraits look really, really cool, and the rest looks like crap.
Yeah.
It's not integrated at all. Balatro is just straight up.
The moment you boot it up to
Yeah.
when you're in the
Yep.
game to when you're in the menus. That was my pick.
Awesome pick. I love it. My best style is, I'm not memeing here, Stellar Blade. I can hear the whispers.
Wait, so Tifa's banned and Stellar Blade's not from this category?
Gotta keep him coming back. You're stuck here.
Yeah,
I can hear the little judgmental whispers as soon as I can hear them in all the corners of the globe. And I'm not even talking about Eve at all here. I'm talking about
Her
some
sister.
of the
Continue. Sorry.
Taki. No.
Yeah.
We're talking about style. We're talking about vibe. We're talking about things that pull us in or catch our eye. No.
This is gonna be a tough one to navigate.
This is.
So I kind of talked about it when I originally came on this podcast to talk about Stellar Blade, but the amount of references and visual references in this game don't always hit, but when they do hit, they really hit for me. There's a lot of Gundam Wing Endless Waltz in this. There's a lot of angelic vibes. There's a lot of Devil May Cry like styled things in here, from the refrigerator and lawn chair save points to the neon signs in the cities. And even if you want to like laugh at me, the warrior vibe of these angelic women coming down in these suits, like if you don't change their outfit, it is kind of, it almost has like a Sailor Moon kind of style to it. And it just kind of captured me. I loved Taki. I thought Taki was so badass. I loved Raven. I loved a lot of the characters' designs in this game. And I'm not here to defend it again. Like if Stellar Blade did not appeal to you, this is not a defendable game. Okay, like if this didn't hit for you, it's not going to hit for you. But it just so happened to hit for me. The style hit for me. I just love the Korean take, the Korean style, and we talked about Nier Automata earlier. It has a lot of that culture in it. You know, we're talking about Nier and the android you play in that game with her short skirt that you almost always see at a Comic-Con.
Yep.
I think Stellar Blade does that with a lot of their characters, and I just enjoyed a little bit of a different take.
I like that.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have the good old. Oh no, I'm sorry. This Guy Gets It award, which is the best respect for a source material.
Was it me?
It's you.
I could have went with Dragon Ball again here, where I mean I guess it's kind of hard to get Dragon Ball wrong, but because it's been done so many times. But I think they did a great job with Sparking Zero. Just getting that nostalgic feeling of playing with these characters again and going through the story we've seen a million times. But I went with Warhammer 40K. And I used to play Warhammer 40K. And I never got like super into the world. I think it's super awesome. I think everyone should take a look if you like kind of like gothic sci-fi-esque, which is kind of a weird mix, kind of religious overtones, like overly religious. That's a very cool world. I think it's like really complicated. So like it was tough for my small brain, as Jeff mentioned, where I like the simple right down the middle.
Yeah.
But it is a super cool world. It is super cool lore, and I think they respect it very well. There's a lot of Easter eggs in it. There's a lot of references to the overall canon. And then everything down to the look and style of it, which we just talked about, the enemy types, the dialogue itself, right? I mean, Tyler hated the dialogue. It was probably his least favorite, but that is so 40K. Everyone's a brother. It's so serious all the time. There's not a joke in that game. Everything's the end of the world. Everything's super gruesome. That's just like what it is. And I think they absolutely nailed it. So I think they did an amazing job respecting the property and just doing it justice. I think it was really like down to the last detail. I was like, yeah, this is a 40K game.
Have you watched Amazon's Secret Level series yet?
No.
Do you know what that is?
I don't know what that is.
So Amazon released a TV series called Secret Level, and it's from the guy that did Death, Love, and Robots. I don't know if you heard of that either, but it's like this anthology series. And what they did was they took like these well-known video game and pop culture IPs, and they had people just make short episodes. They're like 4-minute episodes of each one. There's a 40K one.
Oh, wow.
as an outsider to the 40K universe, this thing slapped. This episode was sick.
Yeah.
I didn't understand why Ultramarines were cool and badass and revered in the community. These things are awesome.
Yeah.
I really want you to watch this and get your take on it, or anyone that loves 40K, because I think it looked awesome, and I don't know if the fans think that it was like blasphemy, but this thing was sick. So
I would love to watch that. Yeah, it's a super cool world.
It's like the one with like Pac-Man and like Concord was in that, right?
Yes.
Like different episodes.
Yes.
Yeah. I need to watch that.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. But that's my pick.
What do you got, Jeff?
Oh, we're on the. I'm sorry.
This guy gets it.
This guy gets it.
Yeah.
Yes, this guy gets it for respect to source material. I'm going to do a game called Conscript, and this game came out in June. For those of you, I didn't know what conscript meant, but the word conscript refers to the draft of somebody into a military service. So Conscript is a very classic looking survival horror game, very Resident Evil 1 and 2 on the original PlayStation. But you play the role of a French soldier in World War I. And the French know this as, or France knows this as the Great War. And it respects the source material, the historical artifacts of World War I so well. It's doing trench warfare. It's talking about disease. If you kill an enemy, there's a repercussion to killing a soldier, because when you come back, rats will be on that body and then they can spread disease to you. So you have to think about whether or not you want to kill an enemy, because the disease is going to spread within the trenches. There's awesome propaganda art in like all of the areas that is actual propaganda art from World War I in France. So like this is an example of one of them. For the listeners, it says, "They shall not pass. Beware of the Bach hypocrisy." And this is, from my understanding, I could be very wrong on this. This is where Tolkien got "you shall not pass," the famous Gandalf phrase.
Interesting.
From the Great War propaganda poster. I could be completely wrong on that, but a viewer told me that. I think that Conscript does a lot of really interesting educational explanation of a war that I knew very little about, just through its authenticity. So my award goes to Conscript.
Nice. I would be quick. Mine's Star Wars Outlaws. It's Star Wars.
Star Wars.
It's like 1-to-1 though. Like it's really accurate.
It's beyond that, in that like it makes you think about things of like, okay, if you're not just following a Jedi around, like this is how the other half lives, type of thing. And it's very, very well done. And I think it makes every little thing interesting, where, you know, you are just going to like walk down an alleyway and be like, oh, I'll stop and get some food. And you don't think anything of it until the first time, and then you do the mini game. Or, oh, what's in this back room? Oh, there's a like back alley sabacc game going on, where it's like, okay, let's sit down and play that. And that,
which is like a gambling game, right?
Yeah. So it's like, it's really, really well done. I think it's excellent. Cool. All right. Next, we have the Good Old Days Award, which is a nostalgic game moment that makes you feel like a kid again.
Who's it? Me?
Jeff, you haven't gotten it.
Yeah,
here we go.
I mean, this is a real easy one for me. I'm going to be talking about Retail WoW, War Within.
There he is.
I had a very special moment with my friend Dwayne and Jabbo. I really did. I really did have a special moment this expansion. It was my friend Dwayne, Jabbo, and Gligus. We were all partied up. And for those of you who haven't played WoW or the old WoW, what raid progression felt like was a lot of trial and error, trying to figure out bosses together, wiping dozens of times, and eventually getting it. And because of the change of Retail WoW to a more casual audience, that has kind of gone away a little bit. Dwayne, Javo, and Gligus and I went into this dungeon super early on. It was a very difficult dungeon. It was our first 10, and we were really nervous about it because completing this dungeon meant we were going to get an awesome reward in our vault. I know that it's not really important. What was important was we were lacking our fifth. Our fifth was not present. And what that meant was we had to rely on a pickup group member, to stick this out with us. And we were like, all these people were applying to our group, and we're like, oh, God, like, which one do we take? We end up taking this mage. And this guy was an absolute soldier. I mean, he wanted it just as bad as we did. We were going through this dungeon. It must have taken us like an hour and 45 minutes. It was like 2:30 in the morning. Dwayne had work the next day. Java had work the next day. And this mage just stuck it out with us. We wiped so many times, but we eventually got it. And at the end, he was like, guys, that was so much fun. And we were all just like, that was awesome, man. Thanks for like, it was an authentic WoW experience that is few and far between in retail WoW, and it just brought me back to why I love the game.
That's awesome.
Love it.
All right, my runner-up is just all of Astrobot.
Yeah.
Because boy, does that make me remind, like, that just reminds me of Spyro, and like just hunting for secrets and just doing that is great. I know I've talked about this before, but the thing that made me feel most like a kid is playing Tekken 8, which is, I think, is the first time we mentioned it on this episode so far.
Yeah.
Which playing Tekken 8, playing through the campaign, it's 27 years in the making since Tekken 3, where Jin is finally fighting his dad, Kazuya, and Jin's doing this kind of like fight, and he's doing like his normal karate, whatever. And it's this kind of reckoning of like, oh, I don't have to push out my father's influence. I don't have to do this. I can just accept who I am. And he, man, I'm like tearing up because I'm just like, oh, this is so good. But he takes his glove and adjusts it exactly how it was in Tekken 3, which was my kind of first real Tekken. His old school Tekken 3 music comes on. He goes into his old school Tekken 3 stance, and I'm like, fuck. Like, that literally, I was just like, that is it. Like, that is, I have never, even now, it's like hairs on end. I'm just like, this is, and I just went, and it was so good. That's
really cool.
Spoiler, that's a really good moment too for me, for the best moments, but like that one is solid. I love that game.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite categories because I think it's kind of could be a favorite moment as well. I have an honorable mention, then I have my regular one. So an honorable mention is Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero, is a spiritual successor to the Budokai Tenkaichi games, which I loved as a kid and poured so many hours into, and really like culminated, or is a big part of the reason why I love Dragon Ball so much. Not just the show. I mean, obviously the show sparked it, but I think the games really enhanced that experience and just made us fall in love with the characters and the world and everything like that. There's one thing specifically that they do in these games. There's like a character section where they have like all of the descriptions of the character and histories. And in these games in particular, there's a million different characters because you have like Goku early, Goku mid, Goku late, and then like every character you can think of is there. The way they do it is really cool though, because like in the third one, which was the one I played the most as a kid, it was it was Chi-Chi, who would talk about these characters. So she would actually have like, it's from her perspective. So it's so funny to listen. Like, she's like, my husband's the biggest dumbass in the world, blah, blah, blah. She just rips. She's like, I hate Super Saiyan. So it's like Super Saiyan 3. She's like, I don't even know what's happening anymore. It's so funny how they did it and creative and awesome. I think Balma was in the second one, but in this new one, they have Chi-Chi, Balma, and Videl. And they all do it, and they did the same exact thing. It was like such a love letter to the original ones, and I just spent like probably an hour, because there's so many characters, just going through every single one, listening to the whole thing. I had a smile on my face the whole time. It was super awesome. That was my honorable mention. The real award for this one, Backyard Baseball, 1997. I was 0 when this game came out.
Tekken 3 just launched.
And it's one of my earliest gaming memories playing this game, and they just remaster it, quote unquote, because literally all they did was emulate it and put it on Steam. So it's
maybe
like
upscale it to
if that. It's so funny. I played this game again, and it was like I was a kid. It was the most incredible. It was the most incredible weekend because it was this and Dragon Ball at the same time. So I was literally just like in a different time period. I had this unbelievable run. I played through an entire season. We were in the playoffs. Pablo Sanchez is the greatest athlete in the entire universe, any multiverse. He is the most unbelievable. It was game 5. We were down by 1. We were about to lose this game. It was my last at bat. Pablo Sanchez up to the plate. This is the guy you want. There's a runner on second, and it is a 3-2 count. And I swear to God, this guy, it goes off his bat. I know it's gone. As soon as I just hear it, and it's gone. I was screaming bloody murder in my house. It was like I was 7 again, dude. Yeah. It was the most hype experience I've had in such a long time. Like, my mom came in, she's like, what is going on? I was like, Pablo Sanchez, dude. She's like, say less. So it was...
He's wearing like cargo shorts, like Converse.
He wears a backwards cap and then a shirt that's too small for him, so his pot belly sticks out. He's this little... You think he's like a little Spanish kid, but the Easter egg is if you press shift and click on his portrait, he's like... I just learned Spanish in school, and I just like speak it. It's the funniest shit. Yeah, backyard baseball is the best, dude. I don't know. That was a great moment for me.
Awesome.
So hyped just thinking about it.
Say less.
Yeah, I know. It's just like you're an idiot.
Do you wanna keep it going? Like, so that we start John's little stint of categories here, but we're doing best music.
Yeah. Whew. Video games have gotten so incredible, the quality of music that they produce these days. Like, this could go to a bunch of different games, honestly, and I wouldn't fault anyone for that. I want to shout out Balatro for having one of the most like earworm themes like you could possibly have, and the way that they shift the sound based on like your opening packs and things like that, and they're removing like some things, turning some other things up. It's really clever how they do that. So it feels like a different theme the whole time, but it's just the same thing over and over. It's really, really good. There's something to be said about a theme that's super catchy that you never get tired of listening to. That's definitely an art form. So that one's really cool. And there's a lot of really awesome covers on YouTube. Like, there's a funk cover that's super dope that I recommend everyone listen to.
Well, we talked about it too, where it's like at the Game Awards, where every... like the best apples to apples of that stuff is like, okay, here's the symphony. They're playing all the games back to back, and I like that's truly like my favorite part of the entire like award show, because it's like it's so you just have a smile on your face. You're just like, look at it, like who won, who lost, whatever. Like, but it's like, look at how awesome these games are and how they just like kind of like blends together and stuff. In Balatro, like you were saying, is like you said that was your favorite one.
That was my favorite one. Yeah, I didn't know how they were going to do it. I was like, this is so different.
Yeah, but it's like,
but they did an awesome. Yeah. I was smiling the whole time.
But continue, sorry.
My winner is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yep. It's one of the greatest scores of all time. Like, the original obviously is some of the most beloved music. I don't think there's a game that has better themes than this game. Whether it's a town, whether it's a character, you hear the theme and it just fits them so aptly. The melodies that it invokes, it's just incredible music. And I was listening to it again because I wanted to like really make sure that this was my pick. And I was like, the whole Junon section where they're playing that march the entire time, and the variations that they have on it now. Again, this game expands everything, and the music is no exception to that. I had a smile on my face ear to ear the whole fucking time I was in that section. I swear to God, it just is so awesome and joyous and sweet. The boss music's incredible. The Easter eggs that they're able to tell with the music, like, this might be spoilers, but there's like Advent children themes throughout the games. And it's like, what is happening, dude? It is so crazy how they do that and fit that in. It is incredible. And I wanted to say something specifically with this. So throughout this game, the trumpet is in the forefront of a lot of the themes, and I think that was on purpose. In classical music, the trumpet represents fate and destiny in a lot of symphonies and pieces of music, and I think that's no exception for this game as well. I thought that was really clever how they did that. I think half the storytelling comes from the music in this game, and it's just really cool. So that's my pick. A little long-winded, but
that's really stinking cool. I wish I could pull like that in. You know what I mean? Like pull that.
There's a scene, which I won't get into spoilers, but it made me think of Tchaikovsky's Fourth Symphony. and his theme in that, played by the trumpets, is about fate. It's the fate theme. And I was like, I don't know if it was a nod to that or not on purpose, but I was like, this is super
Just
cool.
connects
Like,
when
it's this repeated theme. It's the same note. It's this feel. It invokes this feeling of nothing you can do will stop what's coming, right? And it's like perfect in that game. So a little nerdy, but it is super cool.
I love hearing about it. I wish music resonated with me like that. I don't have that bone in my body. I'm really envious of you being able to pick out all that stuff. But my entry into best music, nod to metaphor. I don't even know how to describe it. That almost like tribal choir, like I'm not going to do that.
Wow.
Okay. It is really cool.
It has like a very deep resonance. Even the battle music in
Did
metaphor
that
is awesome.
get so? I was thinking about that, where it's like the first time you hear it, it's like, oh, this is sick.
Yeah.
But then by like the 50th battle, I'm like, I'm good. Like I got sick of that battle music specifically, where especially in like dungeons and things like, where I methodically clear out the lame dungeons. But with Final Fantasy, it's the same battle music all the time, and it's just like I don't get.
But there's so many variations.
Yeah,
like the chocobos. There's a different chocobo theme for every biome.
Yeah.
If you're in the mountains, it's like this more hardcore, harsh. Then sorry, I'm stepping on your section here, but I think it might be the best soundtrack ever written. I think it's in the conversation for sure.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, the scope of what they did with this game.
I'm sorry.
So
continue.
but please, Jeff.
I don't mind.
Sorry.
This is like I said, this is not a me category. I struggle with music. I struggle with sound. I don't really know why. I have my whole life, but my award goes to Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is just a game that resonated with me. I'm using the word resonate a lot, but the only way I can describe it, could be completely wrong, is like a techno Korean orchestral soundtrack. And the composers of Nier Automata worked on the bulk of Stellar Blade's original soundtrack. And one of my favorite parts about Stellar Blade was the boss fights. I thought the boss fights and the gameplay just clicked with me 110%. And a lot of the bosses have such a different vibe. There's like a jazz boss, there's a heavy metal boss, there's a Korean pop boss, and then there's like this grand theme. Like the music did a lot for me in this game, much more than I notice other games doing, even though I guarantee you the music is just as respectable, just as impactful. But for some reason, the soundtrack just stuck out to me here. It felt like it added so much to the game, and maybe that's because the game's shallow. I don't know, but I loved it. I love the soundtrack, and that's my award.
Nice.
Jeff did send me some of his favorite ones because I wanted to sample them, and I really enjoyed them. Actually, it's very. I think you have really good taste in music. Actually, like the Liza P. Amazing.
Oh, that record went on sale at I Am 8-Bit. If you're into I ordered it immediately.
Cool. Yeah, like I guess it's like the end of chapter.
Yeah, the
music.
The big standout was I think it was called Lies. No, that's the game. Liza P. No, oh my gosh. Close your... I can't remember what the standout single is for Liza P, but basically in Liza P there's a record player, and you can like when you go to your home hub, you can put on whatever music you want that you found in the world. And well, thank you for the compliment.
No.
This is a guy who thought that
I don't think you should be in your head about it. I think you have really great
bro.
taste in
I
music.
thought it was Baker's gonna bake.
Well, okay. However,
here we go.
If it was up to me,
it is up to you. This is your
in that case, Astrobot.
Yeah.
Astrobot, like nothing made me smile more than every award that they got, and you should be like Astrobot, and like in the little like, and it's like that like the people that are up for it, right? Like so, like no offense to the Wukong developers there came all the way to China, up for game of the year, and then he has to hear this Astrobot theme song just
every 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's just like man. That gets stuck in your head. Like if there's a song that I'm humming to myself constantly, it is that theme song. And then you know how I was enamored with the underground.
I love that. That's
like
my favorite theme. Oh yeah. Minus the final battle, which was super sick.
Sure.
But yeah.
Anyway,
so cool.
Astrobot is very, very good. What about the sound?
Sound design. You want to start?
Yeah, this is where I fall apart even more. This is kind of a nomination that it's the only thing I could really latch onto, and I'm nominating Astrobot for best sound design. There were a lot of creatures and environmental things that you can interact with in Astrobot that emoted so well. Like they had this great animation, they were like cartoony and fun and lovable, and it just brought you into the world. But there was also like these pops and these clicks and these like tangible sounds that kind of stuck out to me. And it might be a throwaway nomination, but I don't know, like Astrobot just felt very well produced in the whole package of that fun little, like you're talking about, like Astro, like it just something about it, man. That whole game is very special. I don't think I was actually talking to Dwayne about it, and he was like, everyone's loving Astrobot. I don't think that's not my type of game. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Astrobot is everyone's type of game. It doesn't matter who you are, what you think about games. You might hate video games, you'll love Astrobot.
I completely agree. And Astrobot's on mine as well, where it's like every little, like you don't do a step in Astrobot without having some sort of feedback and just like, nope, you did the right thing, or oh, you're falling through this glass, or there's so many cues. And the beauty is it's coming from your TV, your headset, as well as your controller. And they do such a good job of pulling the different sounds out when you need to, and like mixing that with the vibrations. I know it were sound, but it's like everything is just perfectly polished. So it's definitely mine too.
It's a sweep. I had Astrobot as well.
Our first sweep.
The only thing I'll add is the power-ups, how it messes with the sound as well, whether you're slowing down time, whether you're shrinking really small. That was one of my favorite parts, is when you're shrinking and the whole music changes and it makes you feel like you're small, right? The way they do that, perfectly executed. You feel it's a game that has no dialogue. Like you're kind of against the wall, and how expressive and emotive that is. I think it's a huge part of it is the sound.
And maybe it's all in my head, and maybe I'm way off, but like even pulling sound and definitely the music, which I should have talked about earlier, but like definitely the sound too, where it's like you're in the God of War level and you're getting the sound cues of when you throw that axe and when you freeze something. And it's just like, maybe just freezing ice is freezing ice, but like for whatever reason, it really felt like you were in God of War for a second. And it's just like everything is so perfect. So good.
100%. Yep.
Sweet.
All
right. The next one, you had me at Hello Award, which is the best voice acting or performance in a game.
I think you're up, Chief.
I'm up. All right. I keep going back and forth.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear both.
Okay. Honorable mention. Is it pronounced Stoll, right? From
Stroll.
Yeah. Stroll.
Mm-hmm.
Stuart Clark did a very good job as your buddy, old pal, best friend on Metaphor. I would say that generally speaking, I hate the runner-up protagonists in games. Like it's just like I always find them annoying and like, okay, you're trying too hard type of thing.
Yeah.
I really like him. I liked his character. I liked his performance. He was always like super like, I am going to be very noble and blah, 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 blah. But like, I believed him every time. It's like, dude, you're an idiot. And I'm like, I'm right behind you. Like, that's fine. So I really like him. Talked about Emmerich. I think Emmerich is extremely believable. And especially in the quiet moments when he's like really like opening up to you and talking about like his thoughts and feelings about death and life and just generally speaking, like I was just hanging on every word he said. And I think he's amazing. Who I would like to give it to, and this is just, you're probably thinking of memeing, but it deserves a recognition. Eugene McQuacklin, who is voiced by Sean Chiplock from Duck Detective, The Secret Salami. He single-handedly, so here's the thing. Duck Detective, Secret Salami, point and click adventure, you're finding out who stole the salami. It's a whole thing. He single-handedly makes that game go from maybe when it goes on sale, to, oh, I didn't realize that this whole game is voiced, and to that level of like holy crap. Like I'm gonna riff real quick just so I can bring it up because I really got it. So I'm gonna pause this. So everyone listening, I'm very, very sorry. Everyone at home, go look up the Duck Detective Secret Salami trailer. All right. But anyway, I played it for everyone. It's very, very good.
This duck is awesome.
He's
That is a cool duck, man.
but like I think Emmerich should win my personal thing. It's very good. He has a longer thing, but I'm playing this and it's just like that's the reason I'm still playing. Is because I just want to hear his next line with the gravitas and the just like, man, okay, this is a
That's a great pick.
That voice carries.
Yeah,
Like,
he's very, very good.
slaps.
Anyway, that's mine.
Oh, I mean, similar to music, I think voice acting as well. Wow. I mean, so many incredible voice actors these days. Everything is so well voiced. This could go to so many people. Everyone in Final Fantasy is perfect. It's like exactly how we talk about like fitting the voice to the character. I think like perfect casting across the board. Like it could go to any of them. I think we mentioned Metaphor is great. The Persona Reload, they got all new voice actors for that game, and they're all incredible as well. It could go to so many different games. This is a little bit of a left field pick. I have Sean Schemmel, the voice of Goku, as the performance of the year. This guy has done these lines for 20, 30 years now, and the vigor and excellence he continues to do this role in. Every scream, every monologue about breaking limits and getting to the next step, dude, it to this day makes me hype. And I just think he deserves an award for he never phones it in. He is always, and he's like maybe the most iconic voice actor ever. One of. He's the best, dude. I love his work. Goku's the man.
It's funny too because I'm sure that if they really wanted to, you could get someone that sounds like him. Or if they really wanted to, there's enough episodes out there. You could AI that in.
100%.
But it's
and he
just
makes
like,
that joke
no,
all the
I'll
time where
make
he's
it.
like, do we have this scream? It's like,
Yeah,
nah,
like,
we need a new one. It's like, all right. He's a trooper, dude.
that's
I don't know. It just puts a smile on my face every time I hear
Good for him.
that lovable character, man. It's so good.
Pour one out for Goku.
I know.
All right. Love it.
Is he dead again?
Oh,
He's not dead.
Oh, okay.
no.
All right.
I think the Japanese voice
I think
actress.
I meant
I think the
character.
Japanese one was
Yikes.
played by a female, I believe.
It is.
And
Well, Akira Toriyama
Vegeta's still alive.
is dead.
the American Vegeta voice actor is still alive.
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm thinking of.
I don't know what you're well, the creator of Dragon Ball is
I'm sorry,
is
I
passed
mean,
away
Akira
this year.
Toriyama died.
You
this
said
year.
Which
pour one
pour
out.
one
I
out
didn't
for
mean-
him.
yeah,
Yeah,
R.I.P.
he's a legend.
I wish
so.
Sandland would have reviewed better because that was on my radar, but
Yeah, mine too.
I missed it.
It didn't
just-
do very well.
no.
Yeah, but anyways.
You had me at Hello Award. What'd you call this? Is chalking? I'm chalking.
Chalk. Yeah, going with Chalk.
Yeah, I'm going with chalk here.
It's a Chalk.
I think this guy
Chalk.
won numerous awards. I'm going with Metaphor Refantasio's Heisme Felipe Spall.
Ooh.
So Heisme is a character you get probably about mid-game, and he acts as the kind of the elder for the party, kind of like the voice of reason, sometimes the voice of wisdom. He's much older than the other party members, and he just so happens to be an anthropomorphic bat person. And
Not a Detective Duck.
yeah, not as good as a Detective Duck, but if I hope it's Felipe and not Philip, but Felipe, man, he has this like just a little bit of grit in his voice, a little bit of deepness, and I think he's won this award numerous times this year. But his Heisme is sick.
Nice.
Yeah. Great character.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Next one up is best gameplay loop.
This is me. I'll go. This one was actually a very clear winner for me. This one was pretty easy. I'm going with Wild Bastards for the best gameplay loop. This was one of the only roguelikes.
Light.
Well, there's two phrases, so I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah,
which
lights is because even when you die in that game, you only get back to the beginning of that section. So
correct.
Yeah.
The gameplay loop of this game, as I just briefly mentioned, is you are an outlaw on an intergalactic spaceship, and you go from spot to spot trying to rescue certain outlaws and figures, and you have to move around this board. And the board is really what makes it interesting. The board is randomly generated for each spot you land at, and basically you have a finite amount of time on the board because in like 2 or 3 or 4 turns, this giant bad boss will come down and pursue you on this board. So you kind of have to rescue the person, get to a beacon, and like teleport yourself back to the ship before these big bads hunt you down. So there's kind of like this cat and mouse element on the board, but it's just so addicting. I found myself playing this game before stream, even if I wasn't streaming it. Like I'd be loading up not Black Myth Wukong, but I don't even remember what I played at the end of this year, but I was like trying to fit in rounds of Wild Bastards before going live with some other game. Like I was addicted to it for a while, and you're collecting resources. Tyler, you mentioned you kind of like have this relationship dynamic with your different outlaws. You have to keep them friendly or they might be fighting, so that changes who you can even beam down to these boards. And there's just a lot of different power-ups and things you use. It was just an addicting gameplay loop that I haven't really quite experienced, going from strategic to arena first-person shooter, and then back to like game board, back to first-person arena shooter with these Overwatch-esque hero characters. It was really pleasant for me.
Which is cool too, because you can like swap between them. Like you're not picking one character, like you can actually swap, which is neat too. So it adds a little.
Yeah, when you're down in the arena and you're doing the first person mode, you can switch, but you take 2 people into combat and you can just instantly flop between them. It's really cool.
Yeah. Okay, so honorable mention to Shogun Showdown, because I actually really I love that game. I really, really do. There's a review up on the site. You can always listen to us do that. That I keep going back to. I still have that installed. But I do want to give some love to Rogue Waters. I know I mentioned it. I think this is a very kind of like B-tier game. It's very well done for what it is. I think there is some story there. I actually think some of the voice acting is pretty good too. But the gameplay loop, because it is a roguelite, you basically build up your pirate base because you were betrayed by your captain, and now your whole goal is to like take his treasure and just like nuke it. Like you just want to make him hurt. So you're going through this game, and the entire gameplay loop, very similar actually to Void or Wild Bastards, is you're kind of picking your path through the open waters, and you get to like, okay, do you want to like go and check out this weird mermaid statue, or do you want to go and buy some things at the local shop or whatever? And then the next one is like, okay, there are 3 ships coming at you. Which one do you want to fight? And once you pick all of that, and it's like, okay, I'm going to fight a ship. The next phase is ship-to-ship combat, where you have 3 turns, and you have to pick, like, do I want to go after the crew and try to, like, thin out the crew as much as I can before I board them? Or do I want to, like, blow up the different, like, masthead, which gives them, like, extra armor? Or do I want to blow up their, like, gunpowder supply so they can't shoot me as many times? Whatever. And then after 3 turns of that, then you swing over, pick your crew, and they jump on the deck, and then it's like this turn-based thing where it's like you're attacking them, but this every time you attack them, you like push them into like hazards on the ship, or like throw them in an oil thing, and you could throw a light on them, or you could do the things kind of like Baldur's Gate, maybe not as like open. It's a little bit more contained, but it does a very good job with it, and all of your characters have different aspects to them and stuff, but it's a very good just kind of gameplay loop where you try to get to the end, you fight the captain, you do the thing, you get sent back to your pirate base, and then you kind of do it again. You try to build up enough power to eventually overthrow them. It's very, very good. So I enjoy that as well. I just think that Shogun Showdown also is more pick up and play, but both are awesome.
Very good. I went with Balatro.
Yeah.
This game is so freaking addicting, man. For anyone who hasn't played it, it's a roguelike, because you start at the beginning. It's based...
Yeah, actually. Well, so yes, but then you also unlock things. So I think the official thing is like light lets you carry things over each
Oh,
game.
gotcha.
Like you get better each
Rogue
time.
Light. Anyway, so it's based on a 52 card standard deck. You make poker hands that gives you your score. You have to beat a certain threshold. Every third stage is a boss, so it has a twist to it that makes it more difficult. And then the real thing that spices it up is you get these jokers that have specific criteria on them that gives you more score and things like that. Kind of simple on the front of it, but it's super addicting. There's so many variations to it. I always get excited about the next run. What am I going to find? How can it, like, what are good combinations together? I feel like I'm always getting better at the game. Just trying to unlock that next deck, that next card, whatever. That game's so addicting. It's so much fun. I just love booting it up, and like I can just play it whenever. It's a great game to come back to as well.
All right. Next up is Well, That's Just Cool Award. Did you go last?
I did.
Okay.
So that's you, Ty.
I am going to. So this is the best mechanic in a game. I am going to say it is the driving kick of the warrior of Dragon Age.
Oh my god!
Because I just love it so much. That game is literally like you look for a cliff, you press the button, and you run over, and you kick the person. And the coolest thing about it is it's very generous on the area of effect that you do. So as long as there's like a guy within a couple feet of your actual feet, they're getting yeeted off the cliff. So it becomes this kind of like mini game in itself to like try to like fight, and you're like parrying and doing all these things, but you're kind of herding people into a cliff where then you just run and jump and kick them off. And I was telling you, Jeff, like it doesn't become like not a thing. Like even like these big nothing's cooler than you're fighting through everything, and like one of the bigger bosses, not bosses, but like bigger dudes come up that's like, oh, this is a tough guy that always is tough to take down, and he's just right on the edge, and you're just like, yay, and boot him off. And it's amazing every time.
That's very Baldur's Gate.
A close second is like you're just holding like your two-handed weapon, and you just like spin around, and then eventually you just like whack people off. Well, okay.
Whoa.
Okay. Yeah.
Clip that.
Yeah. But you knock them off. But it's the same thing, and it's this gameplay of just get them near an edge.
Yep.
And you're throwing them off the thing.
Yeah.
I know it's a dumb gameplay. It's not as cool as like a grappling hook or something like that.
Sure.
But I had so much fun doing that from start. Like I played 40 to 60 hours in that game. I forget how long it took me to knock that game out. And boy, I freaking loved it every time. It was so good.
The sheer force of my dwarf's thighs, these hockey thighs. Yeah. And for the viewer or the listeners, this is a drop kick. Like you are.
Oh, you go all in.
You are leaving
Double
the
kick.
ground. Both legs leave the ground.
You like run. So it's homing.
Yes.
Continue. I'm sorry.
And you're sideways. You're completely like sideways, parallel to the ground. Your body is a table, and you fly through the air and just drop kick the shit out of whatever's in front of you.
Yeah.
And like you said, it does have an area effect. So I'm always like, okay, am I getting a 2-for? Am I getting a 3-for? Am I hitting all these people? And to make it even better, this kick can detonate your other character's abilities. So this kick, I think, detonates either weakened or I think it's, I don't know, it might be weakened. So one of my mages, if I cast a spell on my drop kick target and then drop kick them, they explode in a fiery ball of like lava. It's
But
amazing.
they also go. So if somebody's here, you hit them with a thing, you drop kick them into another group, and then they just detonate.
Oh, wow.
It's so...
I think that's a great award.
One of the best moments in that game, which it's not in my top moments, but like there's a part towards the end where you're just on like this narrow bridge, and it's like the husks from Mass Effect. There's like all these little zombie guys running, like little like fodder, and I was just laughing like a giddy schoolboy. Where I'm just like, I take my spin. I don't know if you have like the spin.
I do, but I don't
attack.
use it.
For whatever reason, I had it on because I kind of went away from it as well. But I was just like, this is like Christmas, where it's just this steady stream of enemies, this long bridge, and I'm just spinning like a pinwheel as these guys are just flying off. It was the most satisfying. Oh, it's so good.
The crunch of these abilities.
Buddy,
The
it's
crunch.
So good.
It is
Ground pounding. like maybe the mechanic I'll just put like warrior, because there isn't a ability from the shield throw to the parry to the like everything about the warrior I loved. Like every single move is awesome.
And it's so, in my opinion, it is so like WWE, like wrestling. So my dwarf is literally just like dropping elbows and like drop kicking people constantly. And it is rewarding every time.
Like the ultimate is literally like pound the ground again, double pound the ground, and then it's not enough. You just drop the elbow on it. It's just,
you just go airborne and drop the bow, man.
And they fly. And it's just like, that's another move to take them off over the edge. Oh, it's so good. Anyway,
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Right.
I wonder if warrior's the way to go, or can you still have a lot of fun with like a wizard?
I don't know. I played all three in the beginning. Warrior was the one that clicked, and I did not regret it.
Yeah.
I was, I opened up more and more stuff. It was like I have never been more solidified in my choice, which is going to be literally a category coming up. So that's a spoiler already.
That's how I felt playing. This is a small detour. Star Wars, the MMO. If I was in the Star Wars universe, that is the exact character I want.
Yeah.
Double lightsaber, Sith, warrior, perfect. It was like down to the last detail it clicked. So I understand that feeling well. It's an amazing feeling. Couple honorable mentions. I love team up attacks. So the team up attacks in Final Fantasy are super sick. They're some of them are hilarious too. Like Aerith and Barrett's is so funny. And also in Metaphor, I love the team up attacks because there's like, I love that strategic element where it's like, if I have an army of mages, I can cast the strongest lightning bolt of all time. So I like that as well. What I went with, totally different. It is from Tekken 8. The low parry. There is nothing, and I mean nothing in this world that makes you feel like a god gamer than low parrying someone's shit into a combo and just wiping the floor with them.
Just
I was gonna say, is this you?
Stupid ass little ground swish dragon move and just dumping that fucking guy on his ass and just carrying him across the stage. The low parry. I am not good at fighting games, but it makes me feel like a professional player when I low parry people. Even online, I'm just like, bang, I saw it. And it's just like the greatest feeling. I don't know if that counts as a game mechanic, but that is
1,000%.
Oh, that is my favorite this year. It was so good. It's not a new one either, but it just feels great.
I don't know about you guys, but I love that this category for some reason is just like hitting right now.
It's
like
hype.
I feel like really hyped up right now. My entry into this is another crab's treasure. We talked about Krill, the hermit crab. Sure. He loses his shell. It's the driving force of the game. It's the narrative. It's also the gameplay mechanic. So because you don't have a shell, you need to use other assortment of objects as your shell throughout the game. And each shell you pick up has a different ability tied to it, a different armor, a different thing. So my Krill, as I stated, was a mage user. So I had to navigate this world trying to find different shells that also accompanied a mage ability that scaled off of my ability power. And so you're collecting things like a Rubik's Cube, a shuttlecock, a shotgun shell. We have like a sink squeegee that you wash the dishes with, a roll of toilet paper that you put on your shell, and you're walking around the underground world with all these basically pollution on your back, and they all tie into different abilities. I thought it was a very unique way of forcing the player to have to adapt to different abilities because your shell breaks after so many uses. It's gone and you have to pick up a new one. So you can't just like mainline the entire game with the same shell. That kind of little bit changes the later you get. You kind of save your default shells and ones that really work with your build. But at the early game, the mid game, you're like scrounging around, and it also forces you to experience what the game has to offer. So I just thought that was a really unique twist on the Souls formula.
You really make me want to play that game. I understand I'll hate it. I understand I'll hate it. I think it's on Game Pass. If it's on Game Pass, I'm just going to download it and just try it for like 5 minutes.
Like I said, just keep in mind, it does look like a Nintendo 64 game.
Yeah,
so
I'm cool with that.
But I really enjoyed another Crab's Treasure.
I mean, I played Metaphor, so. All right. Downtime Award. So best mini game or side activity.
Okay, so shout out to Yakuza, maybe the king of mini games. I can play darts. I can play poker. I learned how to play shogi for some reason.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm not good at it. It's very difficult, but I kind of know the basics of the game, which is really weird. Didn't think I was going to learn a new skill playing that. The Pokemon game, like I said, there's so many you could have a top 10 just from that game. Same goes for Final Fantasy. This is just so many freaking mini games. Queen's Blood is incredible. The card game that they made for that. Every town has a mini game. Say what you will. You turn into frogs. The dolphin thing is completely expanded from the original. There's a million different things. My favorite comes from Final Fantasy. It's the piano. I had such a good time finding these songs. Like every time I found a piece of music, I was so freaking excited. I 100%ed almost all of them. The last one you get is fucking Through the Fire and Flames, but I 100%ed all the other ones and past the last one. I spent so much time on the piano, dude. It was so fun. Also figuring out like what songs I can, because they let you just free form or whatever.
Yeah.
Figuring out what I could play just based on the sticks. I was like, I was just jamming, dude. It was such a.
I think I messaged you. I'm like, dude, I'm having way too much fun. Like I should be playing this game, but I'm between Queen's Blood and the piano. I'm like, I'm good.
You get a piano like very early on, like in the first chapter,
which I didn't get.
In Tifa's house.
Yeah, I never did that.
Oh really?
I don't think I did it.
Oh wow, I thought that's what you were sending me a picture of.
No, I was in the hotel at the beach.
Costa del Sol. Yeah. No, it's so fun. It's so fun. Yeah. I had a blast.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It was like Guitar Hero or something. I was like having just an amazing time.
My downtime award goes to. Listen, I would love to give this to like Metaphor. If you had a mini game, you don't. Sorry.
Metaphor's still catching strays.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this opportunity to dog you as much as I can. I mean, damn, dude, how do you not have a mini game? I'm giving this to Stellar Blade Fishing. It's a really, really good fishing mini game in my opinion. It's not crazy, innovative. I was trying to say it like the cool way, like innovative.
Innovative.
Yeah.
It's like not cool. Crazy, but it's very engaging. It's very fun. It's actually difficult. Like, so the higher in size you go of fish, the more difficult it becomes. So you kind of start with the small fish, then you move to the medium fish.
What fishing game?
What's that?
What fishing game?
You get the fishing mini game in the desert. You go talk to the guy, he gives you a fishing rod, and you can fish in all the
Don't
pools
look
of
at
water.
me, dude. I can't help you.
Yeah, it's sick.
Literally beat the game. I don't think I've fished in that game.
No, you should try it. It's actually sick.
I didn't fish in Metaphor once, so when he was talking about that, I was like, what are you talking about?
It's really cool. It kind of has this, you need to turn the controller this way and the joystick this way, and then rapid tap the certain buttons. It's very rhythmic, very typical of a fishing minigame. It just kind of hits you. There's like a collection aspect. You get a trophy if you catch every fish. Very standard stuff, but I was similar to you, John. I was very excited when I caught the bluefin tuna, similar to hitting that home run. When I caught the bluefin tuna, it felt like, maybe I'm the only one that watches like the Japanese fish market bluefin tuna videos where
those things are crazy.
Yeah, where they're like slicing it up or like taking a core sample of the bluefin tuna. That's what I felt. And yeah,
you should watch that. It's sure. It looks so tasty too.
Yeah, my award goes to Stellar Blade Fishing.
All right,
there we go.
How are we on time? I know you had a Christmas party to get to. I want to make sure we're good. Okay,
we're getting there, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
We're getting there. We're getting it's just like okay. Mine is Sabak from Star Wars Outlaws. It's very good. Yeah. I was shocked at how simplistic. So Sabak is not as simplistic as they make it. Like this is back at like way my nerdy Star Wars days. So I forget what they call it, but it's like Southern Sabak or like they have some like simplistic version of it, but it's very easy to learn, easy pick up. You bluff, you get like some like kind of like almost like jokers where you can kind of like adjust things and kind of screw other people and whatnot. And my favorite mechanic of the entire thing is you can send your little pal Nix to like scurry behind people, and then there's like a little mini game to make like he can like cheat for you. So like you see his eyes and he like squints and then he like, if you hit it correctly, he'll tell you what their cards are, so you can kind of know like what they're doing. But if you screw up, like they'll catch them and like they'll like kick you out of the table and stuff, and you can't go back. It's very good.
That's so
This is the card game that like Lando's always playing.
Yeah, well, that's the whole. So I found that like you're playing this, it's a whole side quest, and like all the different areas have like these like underground sabacc things. And I didn't even get to the end, but like they keep like, oh, there's a really high rolling dealer, and like it's gonna be Lando, right? Like you're gonna eventually play Lando, so like that's the final like boss, so to speak, of the game. And then obviously I like Queen's Blood, but like for whatever reason, Queen's Blood can really piss me off at times. Where like because I have to win, I have to do all this stuff, so like picking your deck and stuff, I never really liked that for like Hearthstone and things like that. But like sabacc is like very just like, here's your deck, here's your thing, like good luck. And a lot of the time it's like stacked against you because you're literally playing with criminals, so like they're like cheating all the time, or it's like, I'm going first this time. It's very fun. All right, best indie game. Is it me? I think it's me.
Okay.
I think Balatro is the best indie game this year.
Hell yeah.
Special shout outs. I think Animal Well is good. I think Showdown's very good. I could name like a dozen other ones because I love indie games. Balatro is the best.
I have the same thing. I don't even know if there's much to say about it.
I mean, you said
it's so fun, dude. That game's so fun.
Yeah, you know me, guys. I'm a rules guy.
Okay.
I'm a gameplay guy.
Yes.
Nine Souls takes this for me. This I don't think there is a better, refined, perfected gameplay that came out this year.
Wow. I gotta look. I don't know if I've seen that one.
Yeah,
it's on Game Pass.
I love.
Oh, really?
Once
I see the art style, I think I'd recognize it. Maybe.
Yeah, we can talk about gameplay later, but there's a lot of games that do it well. I think Dragon Age combat is superb. I think Stellar Blade combat really, ticked a lot of boxes for me. But Nine Souls does the boss fight dance so perfectly and so tightly. One of the things that a lot of people like about From Software games is you never feel cheated. You never feel like the reason you died is because the game messed up or like you couldn't see something. It feels very fair, and if you die, it's your fault. This is exactly what Nine Souls does in its combat. It is never the game's fault if you screw up. There's a perfectionist aspect to the parry system. There's 3 different type of parries, a dodge, and an alternative dodge, and you have to use the appropriate one for every attack, and it just flows so well. So
nice.
That's my winner.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna do the Please Stop Award, a trend or feature we hope to never see again.
I'm first.
Yep.
Call of Duty has to stop with these fucking multiple launchers, dude.
Yes.
If I want to play the campaign for Call of Duty and I boot up the game, why do I have to reboot up the game again to get into the campaign? And then it tells me I need to do an update.
Yep.
So I got to boot it up like 4 more times.
Yes.
It's the most infuriating thing I think I have done this entire year. I just want to play the game.
Yes.
Okay? So it's 2024. Why do I have to boot it up more than once? That's an insane prospect. So they need to fix how they I don't even know how they package their game. I don't know all the technological bullshit that goes into it, but it is insane to me that I have to jump through so many hoops just to play the game.
Agreed.
And I end there. That is.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like grenade launchers. Like,
no,
you're talking about just to
I'm
boot up the
talking
game.
launching the fucking game. I want to play your product.
Dang, you launch and it's like here.
Have
are
you
all
played
the Call of
Duty?
Duties.
No. I launched the game and it's like, here's the interactive cutscene that you can't really skip, and then it hits you with, hey, buy all this shit from us. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. You're marketing, whatever. And I get through all that bullshit. And it's like, what would you like to play? Campaign, multiplayer, or zombies? And I click on campaign. And it's like, please relaunch the game. Shuts down. Opens back up. Bullshit comes up again. Activision, blah, 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 blah.
Here's now the campaign
Please
screen.
Update your game before you shuts down again. Launch it. maybe not want to play it
while you have like shader compilations going each time and stuff.
Yeah,
so, like,
and there's loading.
Yep. And whenever I crashed, that was enough for me to be like, all right, I guess I'm taking a break because like I didn't want to go through all of that.
It's literally 5 minutes maybe of your time.
It's insane.
On a yeah. Please
Wow.
stop. Please stop. Please stop. You have the money. You have the money not to do that. I swear to God.
This one was really easy for me. I think it's an awesome award. These RPGs got to figure out this like name your character bullshit that's going on. Metaphor. If the main character's name is Will, put it in there when you're naming the character so I don't have to Google it.
Oh, you mean
that?
or did you hear me say that?
No,
that's what I did too. Yeah.
So
I don't want to name the character Jeff, who's next to a Hulkenberg, a Heisme, and a Stroll. I don't want Jeff there.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want my in-game MMO avatar Rudy or like. Just tell me what the main protagonist's name is off the rip. And they used to do this. When did they stop doing this? This is crazy. And if I'm going to dog Dragon Age a little bit, you gave me the chance to recreate my dwarf from EverQuest named Gilroy Stronghold, and it's never in the game. It's not in the text. It's not in the subtitles. You never see your name. I was so pumped to make my character Gilroy Stronghold, who I have a very strong emotional tie to, and the only time I see it in the game is when I open up my character stats. Like, it just really bummed me out. So you guys making these RPGs, figure out the name shit. And the only other one I have is never map X, which is jump to loot as well. I'm trying to loot things in Dragon Age. I'm jumping all around it. I'm trying to just loot it. And I'm jumping.
Hilarious.
And guess what? Just because my dwarf can like drop kick people like as strong as like One Punch Man, my dwarf also has incredible jumps. He jumps super high. So I spend a lot of time in the air when I'm trying to loot a chest.
How cool is the traversal there? Like
It's sick. It's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. So my team, if this was a perfect world, stop doing season passes. I know that's how you monetize. I know that's how you keep things going. I understand that. If I want to be more specific, stop doing season passes and stop monetizing games that have been purchased. Now, these are not free-to-play games. Stop monetizing games that people paid $40, $60, $70 for as if they were free-to-play games. They're never going to stop that, but that's what I would say. Is like, not every game has to have dailies and weeklies and season passes and things like that. Especially, I love Tekken 8. If your season pass is just dog crap, maybe you don't need it. Just say it.
Who are the main culprits of this? Is this like Tekken and COD?
Tekken, I think
COD's
COD is probably the worst. I think what was the
You have to look at a billboard every time you play the game, every menu you go to. It's like,
but they sell skins at like $20 a pop or whatever. Helldivers just did their Killzone crossover.
I know what game you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But Helldivers is another one where I feel like Helldivers is apologizing literally every other week, like on some, we're still learning, that's on us. Tekken is a big one where it's like, the first time that they put out a new stage, it came bundled with the character, and then the second time that they did that, no, we thought you knew that the stage was actually extra money. It wasn't bundled with Heihachi.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of scummy. And then, of course, we always talk about the famous, like, hey, I can't get on your game. Why is the servers are just down? I'm sorry. It's really bad. But don't worry, because the shop, you hit that button and that thing is crisp. That is instant. There's no loading. There's no shader compilations. That thing is just ready to go the moment you tap on it, and like Diablo and stuff like that. So please stop being greedy, which is silly.
Yeah.
That's never going to happen. And then just my own pet peeve. Not every menu and cursor has to be Destiny. That was cool whenever Destiny was like, look, it's you use a joystick, but it's like you using the mouse. Now everyone does it. Just let me use the directional pad and have a normal menu like a normal console game. You don't need it takes me 5 minutes just to have the cursor move, and there's no acceleration, or if the acceleration is there, it's god awful. So it's poorly designed.
Yep.
Okay, that's the last negative thing
I think that's the last negative one. Yeah.
Okay. Game Pusher Award is the best innovation or creation of a genre. for me, it's kind of like the Vampire Survivors kind of sparked that bullet heaven type thing. That's where that's at. Is this me? Yeah, I think this is me because I just ended. Anyway, genre pusher award. I give this to Prince of Persia. So I know that Prince of Persia: Lost Crown. It was fine. I'm not a big Metroidvania guy, mainly because whenever I do Metroidvania stuff, it's so big and it's all this stuff everywhere, and I forget where I'm supposed to go, and it's not super readily available, or I'm like, oh, I want to go up here, and I spend all my time getting to there, and I'm like, oh, wait, that's right, this is blocked off, and I actually can't do anything. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown does this really nice thing where you could just take a picture and it automatically gets pinned on the map. And then if you're like, oh, don't want to go over here, and you go over there and you hover over it and it gives you a little screenshot and it reminds you, oh, wait, I don't have double jump yet. I probably can't get there. And you don't waste your time and you can kind of keep going and doing your stuff. I think that's dope.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Honorable mention I have for this is Astrobot. There's a particular mechanic that I really like when we talk about platformers and going back into levels and finding secrets, the little bird that you can buy. And it doesn't tell you exactly where it is, but it gives you a good idea. So it's this perfect balance of like, well, I don't want to use a guide, but I don't want to bang my head against the wall for like a million hours. So again, it's kind of respecting your time and a cool, fun way to put it into the game. So I thought that was cool. But I have Balatro for this. I think it's just really creative on how it combines the roguelite genre with the more real life card poker aspect. I think that's really creative, and I think there's an opportunity in the future for more people to do that, to draw from real life and put it into a specific genre game. I think roguelites are perfect for that, for those kind of board games or card games or whatever the case may be. So I thought that was really cool and innovative.
Right?
Innovative. I don't know. Innovative. The lame way to say it.
Awesome pick. I wish I played Balatro. Maybe someday I'll get around to it. I just, cards and me don't mix. My award goes to a 20-year-old game that I believe is still pushing the genre forward in World of Warcraft. And oh god, I'm gonna catch so much flack. World of Warcraft this year has followed up with a game mode called Season of Discovery. And basically what this is a restart to the classic servers with a twist. They add a lot of environmental incentives to be out and exploring the world. But the main pull here is that they cap the levels super early. So, for instance, when Season of Discovery launched, the max level was 25. And they kept that as max level for like 3 months. And it was so awesome because you spent so much more time in these zones that normally in an MMO, you just breeze past the starting zones. You breeze past the level 10s, the 15s, the 20s. You're on your way to max level, baby. You got more important things to do. Not in Season of Discovery. In Season of Discovery, it made you stop and notice these zones that have long been forgotten. I played this game for 20 years. I had no clue that Edwin Van Cleef was a stonemason. And if you're not well versed in WoW, Edwin Van Cleef is the main boss of the first major dungeon. And I started to wish I could walk up to Edwin and like right click and talk to him and say, bro, I'm actually on your side. How do I join your faction? Because he was the stonemason for Stormwind. His guild built Stormwind, the major city of the humans. And basically the nobles of Stormwind refused to pay him their workers' compensation for building Stormwind. So he said, nah, I'm out of here, Stormwind. I'm going to go start this bandit clan. I'm like, Edwin, I'm with you, man. What do you mean? You're a laborer and you didn't get paid by those asshole nobles? Like, it just completely reframed World of Warcraft for me in such an awesome way. I loved exploring Duskwood. Stranglethorn Vale was an absolute joy. It just slowed down the entire MMO experience to make you really appreciate the parts that normally you fly by. So
that's cool.
Awesome. All right. Next is Diamond in the Rough Award. Best Hidden Gem.
I didn't have a strong one for this, so I went off recommendations. So Tyler really wanted me to play Shogun Showdown, and I never would have played this game if he didn't want me to play it. And it was a really fun game. I was playing it on my Switch. I think it's a perfect Switch game if you're on the road or just not at home or whatever. The gameplay loop's really fun, as he mentioned. There's a lot of strategy to it and a lot of unlocks, things like that. So I think it's a fun little game and was not on my radar at all, although it did review very well. So I appreciate the suggestion from Tyler.
You're welcome.
Pointing me towards the diamond in the rough.
Oh, my diamond in the rough award goes to Conscript, a game where you play a Frenchman in the Great War, but it's Resident Evil 1. And this game is out of this world. If you're looking for an old school arcadey survival horror game, I highly recommend this. There's multiple endings based on what you do throughout the game. There's so many things to find. The guns feel awesome. So this is I forget what they call it, like a tank shooter where you cannot shoot and run. So every time you're running from an enemy or trying to dodge gunfire, you have to stop, pull out your shotgun, load it, and then you're running, baby. You're running. You're trying to reload this bastard. Conscript just is so stinking cool. It's an emotional ride. It has a ending that just hits you in the gut that you don't see coming. I loved Conscript.
Cat Quest 3 is a phenomenal game, much like Hack Quest 1 and 2. And the cool thing with this is all three of them have this overarching plot and this overarching thing. I think I talked about whenever I was reviewing it, but it literally, like, the end of it is, which honestly probably should have been my WTF award too, where it goes into this weird, like, multiverse, like, wait a minute, what just happened? Oh, that's okay. We got the final piece to this relic. And now, like, Cat Quest 4 is going to happen, and it's going to be like the apocalypse. Basically, you started the apocalypse at the end of this game. Spoilers. It's very good. It's a pirate game. I think it has fantastic controls. I think you can build whatever type of character that you want to play. There's a million different secrets you can find. The puns are super annoying. It's to the fact that it's, like, funny. All the enemies are funny and actually likable. It's a very, very good just adventure game that's, like, kind of low impact, but it can also be very difficult. Like, if you want to play it in a difficult way, like, you can get your butt stomped. Like, that rubber duck will crush you if you want to bump the difficulty up, but it's so good. It's very fun.
I heard a couple of people mention Cat Quest throughout the year, and
it's great.
I think I really want to play this game.
Are you telling me it's not hit? Okay, if it's not hidden enough.
Oh,
if
I
it's
know.
Not a hidden gem enough,
here we go. He's got a bag.
I didn't mean it like that.
I would also say Genome Guardian and Nova Drift are also two fun games.
I didn't even know that those are games.
Yeah, those sound hidden.
Genome Guardian is you're a little. I don't even. It's all, like, kind of like polygon. Not even polygon. It's just, like, little, like, shapes.
Yeah,
and you're shooting genomes basically, and you're in the center. So think Vampire Survivors if you can't move, and you're just constantly upgrading your gun to, like, shoot different things, and you're creating new, like, I'm gonna say antidotes for viruses. Not really what it is, but it's like as the enemies get more and more complex, you have to, like, come up with guns to, like, kill them quicker and stuff. It's very fun. And then Nova Drift is essentially Vampire Survivors if you're flying a spaceship around and doing it. And I liked Nova Drift a lot when I first played it. I played it, like, right when it first came out in, like, early access, and now it's officially launched. I enjoy it a lot, but I think some of the shine wore off on it, where, like, some of the decisions they made, I understand why they made them, but it's like maybe I already kind of was my socks were pre-blown, so now I'm like, you didn't really do much to do 1.0, I guess, right. or like, what were we doing? So I don't want to, like, dog on them at all, because I think it's still a very fun game. Both of them are, but both of those are really neat too.
Pre-blown socks.
Yeah, like if you blow your socks off, but it's like, okay, I did that in early access, so, like, you come back. It's kind of like
socks.
Well, it's kind of like Satisfactory, right? Like, if I played Satisfactory for the first time at 1.0, I'd be like, oh my gosh. But I played it early access, and then it's like, oh, what'd you add? Oh, you added coffee mugs. Cool. Like, I'm being reductive, but it's like, that's the downside of playing early access games. Is do I want to go back and play it again?
Yep.
For those two, maybe not. Cat Quest though, really fun. All right, best multiplayer game.
Yeah, so we talked about this before we started recording. We didn't play a lot of multiplayer games this year. I had Call of Duty because that's really one of the only ones that was pretty good. I could have put Tekken on here, but honestly, like there was a lot of problems with the multiplayer with that, especially with like the rank system and stuff. So COD was fun though. I think it was a good return to form for them. Solid game. It was a good time. It took me a little bit to get used to I talked about this when we reviewed the game, but I felt like an old man when I started playing it because it is so fast these days. And the costumes that they have are the dumbest things ever. I feel like I'm in Fortnite sometimes. Like there's zombies running around and stuff. I'm like, fuck this. But with that being said, it is fun. The maps are cool. Once you get used to it and the hang of it, I think the gunplay is good. So I think it is a nice kind of return to Call of Duty. They still add some new things, but I did have a fun time with that. And it's a game that I wouldn't mind playing by myself multiplayer. So that's kind of why I put this one on there.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I cheated here. And I cheated on the next one.
How can you cheat on the next? Okay, continue. Go ahead.
I cheated.
Yeah, that's it. I'm really curious. He actually just played by himself. I am the boy.
Oh, wait. All right, my best multiplayer game is Elden Ring Shadow of the Year Tree. And the reason I'm cheating is because it's not. I never even played it multiplayer. So this is my best multiplayer game. Again, a little bit of interpretive because of the zeitgeist and the experience and the community around this game. When it launched, you feel like you are part of a event, a video game, like just global event. It's crazy what happens with Elden Ring and this DLC. Now, Zach, I'm sorry. I do feel like this is some of From Software's worst work. But when this launched, I did go over, to Dwayne's house, and we did like our LAN party. Like, oh, look at this boss. Oh, I'm destroying this boss. Oh, Jeff, you're getting cucked. Like it was kind of multiplayer. And I did the same with Elden Ring when it first launched. We had a LAN party. It was like this huge celebration of FromSoft, and we were all playing in different ways. Even though this DLC did not hit for me as much as I wanted it to, I still just loved being one of those dirty, like just the worst video game fan, the worst From Software fan, the elitist. I loved it all. I ate it up, and you better bet your ass I never summoned anything. I never brought my Mimic out. I never brought it out in Elden Ring. I am one of those guys, and I enjoyed, being in that community.
I'll give a shout out to Helldivers because I think Helldivers is a very much centric multiplayer game. I wish I enjoyed Helldivers more. Like I felt like it was a little bit more cumbersome. I wish it had more like just better movement, better. Like I wish it felt better. I'm actually gonna say Tekken 8. I completely agree with you that I think the multiplayer is one of the weakest parts of it. In that, like from the netcode to the lobbies to everything. However, when I'm thinking about the games I played multiplayer, Tekken 8, I had infinitely more fun playing with you than Call of Duty. Like, not that I enjoy playing Call of Duty, but like Tekken 8 that's all we did for a couple months there.
We had a whole arc.
Yeah. So I have to give it to that. I think Helldivers deserves it, and I also think obviously like Call of Duty is just like is a solid package this year for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think can't go wrong with any of them.
All right, so, COD really showed up a little bit.
I think it deserves the score it had. It had like a maybe low mid 80s.
Yeah.
Nothing groundbreaking, but again, a good return to form. I think is a fair assessment of what it is. It's fun. The zombies fun.
Yep.
I think the campaign's actually not too bad either.
Yep.
Some good moments. So just a solid package, as Tyler said. So the next one in the same vein is With the Boys Award, which I'm curious how Jeff cheated on this one, but it's the best multiplayer experience specifically, with your friends, ideally.
Yeah, this game didn't come out this year. So
that's why. That
and that was fine.
Yeah, it's totally cool.
What's the best multiplayer experience?
Yeah.
Perfect. This game launched very late last year. It is called Lethal Company. And the thing that sucks about Lethal Company is you have to start it with a group and experience it all together. Like if you I know you guys try to come in and people are at different speeds and that we're not. This game is best experienced as a group going into it fresh. If you don't know what Lethal Company is, you're basically an astronaut that works for a company. You're sent to different planets to collect scrap that you then sell to make money for the company. And that's the entire premise. But each planet that you land at has different environmental dangers. They have different enemies. They have different things that are just meant to kill you as you enter buildings and environments and swamps and all these different things. It's freaking awesome, but half the fun of it is learning how deadly things are, and even if they have counters, because you basically get one shot by any enemy. So as soon as you see an enemy, you're pretty much running, just piecing out. You eventually get different tools like flashlights and kind of like a jetpack and kind of like a foldable ladder and different things to aid you, but this game is basically just the hilarity ensues as you watch your closest friends die to it and you get away. But it's just a total experience. I loved it. I probably haven't laughed harder during a multiplayer session than playing Lethal Company, and wow, I think if you were lucky enough to experience start to like where you kind of understand the game with a group of people, it really connects.
Yeah.
Nice.
I enjoyed the night that we played.
Yeah.
It was very much like I don't know what I'm doing. But beyond that, it was funny. So mine's obviously Tekken 8. Like my thing is when you tell your buddy like, hey, this is my childhood, I really like Tekken, and then you kind of like just whoop on him a little bit, and I can just be like, oh, any character, whatever. And then over the course of like, I don't know, 30 days, probably less, he not only gets better than you, but then you're like scrambling to get a win off, and you're stuck with one character because it's the only character you can actually beat him with, while he's like going and using all the proper terminology and learning about like all the different players and all this other stuff, and then you just immediately get left in the dust. It's a good moment.
That's a good moment.
Yeah, it is. But I definitely loved playing Tekken. I would not have stuck with that game if it wasn't for Jon. So like that was amazing. Running up Jon's chest, flipping in the air, and coming, pancaking him down. So it's literally like
I have nightmares.
I literally run up, and as I'm in midair, you hear martial law go like, "I'm a dragon," and then just flattens him. Whenever I get to pull that off, that is one of the greatest things. A very close runner up is when my cousin Justin is watching Jon and I spar and just like kind of like fight and stuff. And he's like, it's like what you're each going to do, because like we played for like 80 hours together, just like match after match after match. So it's these things of like, okay, he hits me with this, I'm going to just jump. And it's like we're like jumping over each other's kicks and ducking over things, which does not happen in normal play. But it's like we're so locked in on, we just automatically know what the other one's going to do. That's pretty special. Like that was just like a really good time. And obviously balloons is classic.
Yeah, of course. I had the same game. It was a shared experience for us.
Oh, look at you too.
He got to see the league side of me when I really get in competitively.
It's scary.
I go super hard. Like I get super serious about it. I watch all the pro players. I get, super into it. The terminology, like you said.
I also see with like, if I'm on a hot streak and then just seeing
silence,
him
I
get
so
like
fucking mad.
very quiet,
kind of clams up.
Yeah.
You're just
I
like,
get angry.
Hey, Chelsea.
Come
here.
Yeah.
I got him.
Yeah.
My thing was I would never throw a game. And it there are times when it's just like, oh
Yeah.
man, he's really quiet. Like I should maybe take a dive
No,
here.
no,
And I
no.
never did.
I'm glad you didn't. We need to have
Cool.
the integrity.
Yeah.
It was great. It was a great rivalry we had, along with Justin as well.
Yeah.
So like when you rank up, you can see where everyone else is on the chart, and we just kept battling and getting higher and higher. We were just pushing each other. It was super, super cool. I'd like to add every once in a while. So there's a couple bear characters in the game. There's Kuma and Panda. And so we like randomly would just pick one of those two. And it was like this thing. It's like if we lost when the other one's playing a bear, like you could never play the game again. So it would always be like really intense.
Or if we're playing and one of us is on like a win streak, we would put on like the pajama, like we would, because you customize how your character looks, and we each have we put on sweatpants, like a pajama thing, like, oh, we're taking it easy type of thing. So then if you pull that one out, it's like, no, you have to earn it. And we each had our costume that's like, if we're going like hardcore, this is the costume. Like, so my guy has like this like yellow bandana and like these crazy glasses. I'm like all in like my Couch Company outfit. And if I pull that out, it's like, okay, I'm being serious. Like this is like, it's on.
Yeah.
And it was just like, so fun.
Yeah, it was great.
Interesting.
It was also great that the characters I pick are all waifus. So just beating his ass as these like hot anime girls is the funniest shit. Like Alyssa specifically, she's like this typical anime girl, like pink hair, super attractive, but she's a robot, so she has like chainsaws and stuff. I don't think I've ever seen Tyler get more upset.
I've never been more mad in video games.
He lost it, dude.
Actually, that's a lie. The only time I'm more mad is when my nephew crushes me in Fortnite. But beyond that, that would be
He was not happy. Like she should be banned by the Geneva Convention. She's so cheap. It's man. Anyways, so that's my pick as well.
I love that.
We had a great bonding experience. That's why I wanted to put that category, or maybe it was you, but like I think we were on the same page with that one where it's like we got to talk about that.
All right.
Speaking of which, next category, best shooter.
Best shooter.
I had Call of Duty. I didn't even know what to put here. Again, Call of Duty solid. The only other thing I could put was Warhammer, which I think was good, but it wasn't like. I think Call of Duty was actually better.
Yep.
And Warhammer shooting wasn't like anything.
The best part
special.
about Warhammer wasn't the shooting.
Yeah, it was it was like special
the kills
cutscenes
and stuff.
Yeah, those were sick.
Sure.
It has some of the best animations. You feel super cool as an Ultramarine, like just splitting a Tyranid in half.
Yeah.
But COD, the gunplay in the newest COD is pretty good, pretty clean. I liked it. So.
Yeah, I sadly, wow, I only played one shooter this entire year outside of Stellar Blades. Like 20% of the game is this weird third person shooter segment.
Yeah, that can't be the best shooter. You accuse yourself at that point. You don't put that up.
No, I've only the only shooter I played was Wild Bastards, but I really did enjoy it. It's very different feeling than like a COD or a Overwatch or.
Did you play Void Bastards?
I did not play Void Bastards.
Well, we'll get there. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's a very different kind of shooter. I can really only describe it as maybe like an arcade cartoon ability-based shooter because it is so. I loved it. I wanted more. I was always trying to get another round in. My best shooter is Wild Bastards.
Okay. I was watching you play that. It was very unique.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what I would compare that game to. Like I know you're saying like kind of Overwatch kind of.
Yeah, the heroes are Overwatch.
But it's just its own. Like anyone who's listening should look it up. It's very cool. Kind of draws you in with its style. Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm with you on COD. I think just by default.
Yeah.
With an honorable mention to Helldivers. Okay. Found my main award, which is awarded to the character, loadout, or class we connected with. I already said Warrior by far on Veilguard. I love it.
It makes me want to play. I don't want to play Warrior because I was feeling like Magic or maybe a Rogue just to get a different perspective. Sure. But you guys do hype it.
Bro, my award is going to Dragon Age Warrior 2.
Oh, look at this.
It's not even close. Like, it is not even close.
That's so funny.
Okay, so you guys know me. I love I love difficult games. I love cranking the difficulty. I'm playing Dragon Age on Nightmare mode, the hardest difficulty you can play on. And Warrior, you can just do so much with it, so much. So I started the game off with a shield and a sword and board build, and my entire build was I hit my perfect parry and I gain this wealth of buffs. So until I hit a perfect parry, I do no damage. I'm basically tickling the enemies. I perfect parry, boom, my sword goes up in flames, my dwarf gains a surge of energy. I'm buffing myself from like my control mage, support cast, and I'm like wailing on him with these super fast attacks. And then I switched to this crazy berserker two-hander build where no good joke, guys, it feels exactly like a Monster Hunter greatsword build, and it feels better. It just feels better. I'm gonna say it. I wish I could animation cancel my charge. BioWare, if you're listening, please let me animation cancel my charge. But I'm going into this where my control mage time stops the battlefield, so all the enemies freeze, and I'm sitting there with my giant axe charging it up. I go into this huge combo. I have my other mage cast this debuff on it. I drop kick them. The fire explodes. They're all crying, and it's on nightmare mode, so I do like maybe 10% of their HP, so I have to do it 6 more times to end the battle, and I absolutely love it.
And the cool thing is, like, so you're doing all of that, and I truly went for kind of the same thing where it's like, here's a sword and board. Then I was just freaking Captain America, and my entire build was I'm just throwing my shield and just pinballing around people. And then I did the two-hand one where you're just like this berserk dude just crushing things. But like my end build was like my health potions didn't heal me. The only way to heal was to pop an ultimate. So like whenever I'm ground pounding. But the potions actually filled my ultimate. And I got this thing where if I kill a guy and I have no potions, I gain a free potion. So now I'm like making sure my ult is always stacked. I'm always guzzling any potion I find just to make sure that when I kill a guy, I get another free one. And then I wait till my health is like this. And then you do this like I'm invincible and just freaking pound the ground like it's crazy. And it's this insane loop. Again, as you're dive kicking people off ledges. Oh, it's so good. You should play Warrior.
Dude, you make me want to play it. Definitely. I really pushed for this category because anyone who knows me obviously knows League is a huge part of my life, and it's hard to describe to someone who doesn't play a League of Legends or an Overwatch or maybe like a World of Warcraft, like an MMO. When you find your main, your character or class or whatever, there is no feeling in the world like it. It is like, so for League of Legends, Darius is my boy. If Darius showed up in Arcane, I would have literally died probably. Like he is, because it's not even that he's a good written character. He's just like a strong general or something, right? He's like cool, but it's like you spend so many hours with this guy. He's your dude, right? So for Tekken 8, I found my main, Nina Williams. She's super hot, obviously. She's badass. But the whole reason I picked her, like Tyler's describing this crazy lore of Tekken, which is just wild. And in like the first one or third or whatever, they have like the likes and dislikes.
Yeah.
And she's like, I like Tom from Tom and Jerry. And I was like, done. This is my chick, dude. She is the best.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Tom stan from Tom and Jerry. I think he's the hero in a weird way. But I will get into that theory later. And she's really hard to play. Not like the hardest, but she is in the upper tier of like her skill ceiling is very high, so it's very challenging for me as a new player. And I just got to know her super well. I know all of her moves. Like it was just a really cool experience, just starting from zero, building her up, knowing her super well now. Where when I watch pro players, I'm like, dude, I know what they're doing. Like I can't do that, but I know what they're doing.
But it's impressive
like,
that you can. Yeah,
it is really cool. She is super awesome, and I am so excited now for like way down the line when the next Tekken comes out and I can be like, oh, I can already pick her up and play because I know all of her like classic moves or whatever. And I don't know. I really wanted to talk about that because that was a really cool experience this year for me. Did you look her up?
Yeah, I did look her up.
Pretty good, right?
She was cryo frozen, which is why she's still so hot.
Yeah, she's like 40 something, but she looks like she's like 28. Yeah, she's great.
All right, best strategy game. Which I don't even know who we're on. You want to?
Yeah, I didn't play a single strategy game this year.
Awesome.
So I'm going to give it to Wild Bastards just for the strategic elements.
Sure.
Yeah.
I literally didn't play. So if I'm going to lump a couple other ones in there, I'll give it an honorable mention to Conscript. It's not a strategy game. It's a survival horror game. But you are managing your ammo like in a way that's really interesting. You're managing really strange resources. Like I mentioned, if you kill an enemy, you have to think about the rats that spawn. So I better have alcohol on me or lighter fluid that I can pour on the ground and then shoot to burn the rats and burn the body. And there's a very much a strategic element to Conscript and to Wild Bastards that I'll just leave it at those two.
All right. Mine, I really like Unicorn Overlord. I think that is very customizable and very open, and there is a lot of strategy on that. I think the one downside is, and I think we were talking about this, where it's like the strategy pretty much just boils down to fly over the enemy and nuke the boss.
Yeah.
But especially in the beginning of it, it just felt so big and awe-inspiring, and like the possibilities are endless. And I thought that was really, really excellent. I already talked about Rogue Waters. I think that's a good strategy game. I think that's really fun because you do have to pick like, okay, do I want to thin out the groups? Do I think that I can overtake the enemies, but can I overtake them if they have like double health and stuff? So like there is that. And then Kunitsu Gami Path of the Goddess, I think, is also a phenomenal game where it's kind of like tower defense, but right when you get used to like the over like kind of like the gameplay loop, they throw in like a unique level of like, oh well, now you actually don't have this element. Now you have to go and like collect souls while you're just dropping in towers, and you only have a limited supply, and like they kind of do some unique things to mix up the gameplay. But I thought the gameplay was really, really cool with that too.
Yeah, for me, it was Unicorn Overlord. Super cool game, like you mentioned. It kind of trains you for like Excel macros in a way, because there's a lot of if-then. That's kind of how you program, quote unquote, your guys to have these if-then statements, because it's an auto battler, pretty much, right? So you start the game and it's like, okay, if I get healed, then I'm going to do this thing. Or if I am at the least damage, I'm going to strike this person or whatever. You know, that's like all these different combinations, to the point where it's actually a detriment, because I spent like hours crafting the perfect build, and then if I walked away from the game and came back, I was like so lost in what I did. It was like alien to me, and I had to go through the flow chart.
And you can get like super specific too. So it's like your healer is like, okay, if your front line is below 50%, make sure that you prioritize this. And if not, then you're going to do this. It's just like, oh my gosh.
You can get as intense as you want with it.
And there's nothing online. At least when we were playing.
Yeah, I was like looking for builds. There was nothing. So it was all on me, which in the long run, I was grateful for, because it was unique. Yeah. But yeah, when I did discover the flying to destroy the enemy, that was a little broken, but it was I really enjoyed that one. So that was mine as well.
Cool.
Yep.
All right. Book Cover Judge Award, which is awarded to the game we thought we'd hate, but ended up loving, or vice versa. We thought we'd love and ended up not liking.
Yeah, kind of an inverse, a little bit of the other one, maybe.
Yeah.
So I didn't think I was going to hate this game, but I was proven wrong on this game. Astrobot is a very short game. Yeah. And anyone who listened to a previous episode knows that
value.
I think there's some component of value to a game on the length that it is, right? I don't think it's everything, obviously, but seeing such the short runtime of what Astrobot was, I was concerned. It's like a full price game. It's like 10 hours or less. And I'm like, how is this going to be worth it, right? It has to be like, is the less number of hours that you have, the more it has to pack into those hours to make it worth it. So I was like skeptical. And I played the game, and it was worth every penny. If that. Incredible game. Just everything you want out of it. Like Tyler mentioned at the top of the show, it kind of invokes that nostalgic Spyro feeling for us, because that's like probably the first platformer I ever played, at least. 3D platformer, and just a Just a great game. So I was pleasantly surprised, and I will admit that I was wrong on that one.
And see, you already did this, so it's big of you to do it again.
I think when we're encapsulating the year, that's a big piece of the year. Sure. So I want to make sure it's immortalized in our final.
Yeah.
So we got some Jon character development here.
Just wait, the surprise is still coming. We haven't reached Jeff's surprise yet.
Oh no,
that's coming at I think maybe the end.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
We are at 5 hours right now.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
We're under fire escape.
That's true. I'm sure my wife is going to murder me. We were supposed to leave at 4.
Yikes. I'm going to be late for this party, but I'm here for it.
All right.
That'll buff out.
It'll buff out.
My
I don't know why that was so funny.
When we're picking holidays for Penny.
Oh my god.
Okay. My book cover judge award goes to Animal Well. I, like Jon, I don't hate puzzle games. I am just so horrendous at them. They are not in my wheelhouse. I'm very, very bad at puzzle games. My friend Jabbo is very good at puzzle games, and I remember we played through what's the dual robot Valve game?
Portal.
Yes, we played through Portal and Portal 2 together.
That was some hidden game.
And I cannot believe how hard he carried my ass. I am just abysmal at puzzle games. But Animal Well got such high praise, and I was like, damn it, now I got to play this game. So I reluctantly booted up Animal Well, thinking I was going to have like a terrible time with it. And I did. I ended up absolutely loving it. And it did and I don't even know if this had to have been by design. It just did such a good job of making you think that you discovered something that is so like, oh my God, there's no way somebody did this the way I did it. Well, lo and behold, like everyone did it that way. But the aha moments that you got from Animal Well were spectacular. And for somebody that sucks at puzzle games, it does a very good job of indirectly guiding you throughout its world, making you feel like all the discoveries are your sheer brilliance, and it made me feel really good.
Nice. So my positive one is I was apprehensive about Dragon Age. And I'm like, well, I didn't like Inquisition.
Yes.
And
Mine's on there.
I
Dragon's
freaking
on
love Dragon Age. I thought that was awesome.
Oh, really? You liked that one?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah,
interesting.
And also to some extent Balatro, where it's like deck building. I'm not a big deck building guy,
right.
And like even Shogun, like I've just been surprised a lot positively. A negative one, and I hate saying this because you seem really high on Wild Bastards.
Yeah.
I loved Void Bastards. I thought that was one of my favorite games. Like it was exactly what I wanted as far as just like this methodical, like I'm just gonna go ship to ship and just loot everything and leave and get all the money. Like I really loved that. So going to Wild Bastards, I didn't really know what to expect, and I didn't dislike it, but it wasn't. You know, I don't like the Wild West. Like that setting is already not my cup of tea. And it played a little bit different. It wasn't the same gameplay loop as Void Bastards. So while I didn't like hate it, so like hate's definitely a strong word, I wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna play this all the way through. Like I bounced off of it pretty quickly, and I wasn't super thrilled with it. So that was kind of it's my negative one, but
nice.
it's still a fun game.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. Just crushed.
All right,
Jeff streams.
I feel like we talked about so best RPG.
Final Fantasy VII.
All right.
I was actually perturbed at the Game Awards that Metaphor won this over Final Fantasy VII. I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth got snubbed pretty hard on that one. Not that Metaphor is a bad game. Final Fantasy is just an incredible experience, and I think it definitely deserves best RPG, in my opinion.
Yep.
So that's what I had.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Dragon Age Veilguard.
Yep.
Wow. Well, you didn't play Final Fantasy.
I did. You are 100% correct. Dragon Age, though, I think there's very few shortcomings to the game. You know, the story might be a little bit, I don't want to just say like AAA, but it's kind of like,
it's not as nuanced as apparently the other Dragon Ages
to
were.
me, it feels like
I see.
There's these certain areas you visit, and each one of them kind of coincides with one of your teammates, and it's kind of like, I think of it like riding different rides at an amusement park. You're at an amusement park. I'm gonna go ride the roller coaster over here, have a great time. I'm gonna go ride the carousel, and again, it just isn't. It might just not be as deep as I want it to be, even though the world is quite big. It kind of feels shrunken down for me because of this theme park like traversal, which I ultimately do enjoy. It just doesn't maybe have the depth that some people are looking for, and the targeting can be abysmal. A lot of the enemy AI as a defense tool, they'll, like, for instance, a mage, if you're attacking mage, it'll disappear. You lose your auto target on that mage that you are about to kill, but there's like 10, 15, 5 enemies. It's very difficult to lock back onto that character. And it's not just mages. It's like if a character jumps, you'll lose target. So there are some nitpicks, but ultimately I was very not excited to go into Dragon Age Veilguard, and boy, oh boy, am I having a blast with it. I was up last night at 3 a.m. I was supposed to be working on these evaluations for this podcast, and I was playing Dragon Age.
Love it.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 7 for me. So best action adventure game.
I had Astrobot for this.
Okay.
And I know that, I think you might have said that it might not fit into this category. I think it does.
I think it does. Yeah.
The exploration of each world, the traversal, even the fighting, I think was really cool on how you have to kind of use like your power-ups in specific stages. I think the bosses were really well done as well. So Astrobot's just an incredible game. Anyone who has not played it, I think Jeff's 100% right. This is like, even if you don't play video games, this is like a video game that gets you into video games. It's such a amazing work of art, I think. Such a good game.
Yeah.
That's my pick, I think. Yeah.
Mine is Stellar Blade. I love Stellar Blade. It's very much a dark horse for me this year. I didn't know what to expect going into it. It underdelivered in some areas and over-delivered in others. The plot is a little bit shifty. Shift up. I get it. The thing that I loved about Stellar Blade was its combat, and it just barely missed the difficulty mark for me, but I was really locked into the combat. I loved learning the bosses and knowing exactly when to use this ability to iframe their attack and then go into a perfect dodge. And then I think at the very end of Stellar Blade, there were a lot of mechanics that they could have implemented into the early bosses to really make them stand out. They missed the mark just a little bit, but from some of the visuals to the themes, the inspiration from other games, Stellar Blade was firing on all cylinders for me. Well, maybe minus the story, but it ended in a really cool place. If my ending was, I was like, oh damn, like it can go there. Like
Stellar Blade was good. I think it ended well. Yeah.
Yeah. It put in your mind the idea that a Stellar Blade 2 could be very good.
My best action adventure game is Dragon Age Veilguard. Like, I straight up do not think that's an RPG. Aside from the dialogue choices, sure, I can give you that, but there is nothing that game does that God of War doesn't do. So if God of War is an action adventure game, Dragon Age Veilguard is an action adventure game.
High praise.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a fantastic game. I just think, it's that. All right. Almost there, boys.
This is it. I'm excited for these three specifically. This is...
So we're doing That's a Jon-Ass Game Award. So John, you are obviously omitted from saying anything here.
Right.
But this is a game that you think of when you think of John.
He's gonna say like Pong, because like I can grasp that. That's like right up my alley. Where it's like there's not too many things going on.
I kind of cheated this one, but
really?
Yeah, a little
okay.
bit.
It's tough, and when I saw these awards, I immediately thought of the perspective that you and I have adopted recently, where we're not recommending a game to anyone. Like, screw that.
We're not recommending anything.
Yeah, I'm on that train too, buddy.
Everyone hates everything I recommend.
Exactly. I'm not telling anyone to play shit anymore because they, the people that I'm like so excited to hear what they think. I'm like, nah. So, but this is kind of up that alley. Obviously, I would say Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That is of this year, that is what I think of when I think of Jon. But
if he's gonna say that like British game or whatever, I think I might leave.
I'm gonna say Stellar Blade.
Wow, really?
I know. I'm looking at it. I'm like Dragon Age, Stellar Blade, Dragon Age.
Can you expand on that?
No. I really can't, because why it was so tough is because like halfway through the year I really wanted you to play Black Myth Wukong.
You did.
Because we were sitting there at the table and you were explaining to me that you really like bombastic boss fights and really great details, and I think Black Myth Wukong has all that, but then I'm like, I don't think it's too difficult of a game, but I don't want you to be turned off if a fight feels insurmountable, and there might be like 2 of those or 3 of those in the latter half. So like my initial thought was like Black Myth Wukong was it, and then I went to Dragon Age Veilguard, which I think is 100% up your alley. But then I'm like Stellar Blade, it's so anime, it's so stinking anime, and
yeah.
I've
been known to watch a few of this.
I don't think it's difficult.
Hot ladies.
There's an attractive
might be,
female lead.
Sure.
I'm just gonna say Stellar Blade and regret my decision later.
Hey,
no regrets.
I like that.
We're not regretting anything.
I like that.
So first off, this is kind of cheating because it's a remaster, but Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons is very much like Jon likes family, Jon likes brothers. That's just right in the title. I think that's it.
Pretty good.
The other one, which I think I mentioned at D&D, which I probably shouldn't have, but there's a game called Symphonia. It is things that you love, which is just violins and music and orchestral stuff, and every movement there's like a swell of like it's kind of cool, and every trailer has the symphony in it, so you can see it going. Paired with something you abhor, which is platforming. And it's literally just a marriage of the two kind of polar opposites.
Yeah.
And like Symphonia is Jon's.
That's funny.
Is this the game with like the 2 walls on the side and they scroll towards you and you have to kind of like go like this, or no?
No, Symphonia. Okay. It's like it's a platform. It kind of looks like a Metroidvania, but as you're jumping, there's no combat in it. But as you're jumping, it's like little violins, like you just kind of like go. It's like a little. It's like. It might almost be like you could call it maybe like a puzzle platformer, which doubly hates what Jon's doing. But it has music in it, so it's the thing.
There you go. Okay,
yeah. So that'd be that.
I like that.
How do you feel, Jon?
I feel.
Do you feel heard?
I feel confused a little bit. Actually,
no.
I like it though. It's not what I expected.
Yeah. I was racking my brain through them, and I'm just like, I'm looking. It's just like for a game that I actually think you would like.
Yeah. I didn't know these were supposed to be recommendations, so I might have.
Well, it's both. I don't think you should play Symphonia.
Oh, okay.
It's just like...
Just thought of me.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we go to Tyler-Ass game.
Yeah.
And I will start. And again, with the chalk theme. To set the scene here, when this game was coming out, Tyler told me the history of him with this game, him and his cousins, him going out and buying his first console with his own money, and so that's all baked into this, and it's a very obvious choice, but every time I play it, and the reason I play it is because of him. So Tekken 8 is my choice for the Tyler-Ass game, to the point where I watched like a 2-hour YouTube video on the entire history of Tekken in preparation for this. So I can't help but think the Tyler, and it's the reason I play it. Not that it's about me, it's a Tyler game, but even just hearing him describe the one scene in that game is the reason I was so like, I was all in on it. I was like, this guy has so much history with. I love that when someone's so connected with a franchise, it invokes their childhood, their ride or die with it. I absolutely love that. So Tekken 8 is my Tyler-Ass game.
That's awesome.
I'll take it. Yeah.
I'm like, when you guys were talking about Tekken 8 and your experience playing it together, that was very wow for me. Like World of Warcraft, like that is how I feel a lot of times when I play, or if I'm flaming, Greg or Jabbo or Dwayne. Like I love that, that toxic energy in multiplayer that you brought.
Yeah.
So this was tough for me. I wrote down Wild Bastards. I'm just gonna cross that one off.
That is though, like that is
on
the
paper,
game. Like
on
I was
paper.
super excited for that.
I think it's hilarious, and now I know why you asked me if I played Void Bastards, and I haven't. And
I think Wild Bastards is honestly probably better.
yeah, I the reason I thought of it was because of the gameplay loop, the board, like how quick and easy it is to pick up and play. But we're just gonna cross that off and pretend that I don't think of you when I think of Wild Bastards, and I'm gonna say Animal Well. Did you play Animal Well?
I did.
Guess what you thought of it?
Did you think it's bad?
I didn't think it was bad. I just don't think it was for me.
Okay, we're gonna cross that one off. All right, third time's the charm. I'm gonna say Dragon's Dogma. No,
Okay, so you don't know me at all. Got it. All right,
I know. I'm
no, I should love all of those.
Yeah.
Look, the
You know what I
easy
mean?
answer is Astrobot because we talked about it,
Sure.
and it's a game for everyone, so that can't miss. Of the,
I think you go with it. You gave me Stellar, really, dude. You can't backtrack.
all right,
now.
I'm going another Crab's Treasure.
Ooh,
Yeah, sure.
yeah. I mean, he's loving it.
I am gonna say my Hail Marys, my Our Fathers tonight, and just hope that somehow
I think he'd
This-
like it.
Souls like.
It's the one.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not gonna be heartbroken in any way, shape, or form if you don't like it, and I know it's on Game Pass.
Ooh, no reason not to play it.
There
I
is.
love it.
I'm
There
off
it
for
is.
2
Drop the
weeks.
mic.
There's no
Yeah.
excuses. This
Yeah.
is like mop up time.
This is
like,
mop
all
up
right,
time.
100% mop
It's
up
all
time.
for
Love
us.
mop up
We just-
time.
Yeah,
All right, now we get to Jeff.
Jeff's gonna be so mad. You guys, okay,
This. Do you want to go first?
kinda.
Yes.
What do you mean,
Yes,
kinda?
please.
I want to get it out of the way.
Get it out of the way.
All right,
I
Jeff.
don't.
Jeff. You know about Infinity Nikki, right? So hear me out. Hear me out.
Yo,
You're about to make him leave.
So
You're about
hear
to
me
make him
out.
leave.
I know. No, I know.
Oh my god.
This isn't. It's not like necessarily like a hard game per se, but here's my thought process. You have this game that is like you'll play anything, right? Like you will branch out. You'll play anything. You are receptive to everything. I think if there is a person that would get like super into like, because like the outfit and the customization of this game is like insane. So like, but I think if anyone would treat this with like crazy respect and get super into it, I could see you doing that, where it's like you connect with people on the level that they're at. And honestly, John, you do this as well in a crazy way, where it's like, if somebody was like really into it and you were like trying to hit them on the same level, you would match it pound for pound. And then you have this crazy grind where it's like, I want to do this outfit or whatever, and I'm just going to like buckle down and I'm just going to go through whatever I need to get through to get this thing. And I think that you have that dedication of like, okay, I'll grind for an hour and 40 minutes to knock out this dungeon, or I'll do this for whatever. And it's like, once you set your mind to it, you would do it. So, and of course you have like kind of like the waifu, like hot women.
Of course.
So you get the Stellar Blade thing. But it's just like, I was looking at these and I'm just
Stellar
like,
Blade thing.
and I'm just like,
little
that's
Let him cook.
He's cooking.
He's cooking.
that's it. Stellar Blade is the obvious choice for you, right? Like that is literally the game that was like made for you. But I was trying to find other just kind of meme-y things. But like it's half joking, but like half like I want to try that game. Like, you know, like I think you could. I think it's a.
So I feel complimented in some strange way.
tried
So
to.
thank you. I know you don't know what this is, and most of our listeners might not know, but there's like this subgenre in anime called magical girl like anime.
Okay. Which clearly I don't know.
And
It's exactly what it sounds like.
Sure.
well, actually, and that's why I actually find it interesting, and this is exactly why my League of Legends in-game name is Magical Girl Rudy, is because I watched one of these one time, exactly one time, and I was fascinated by it because I thought that and the reason I watched it because I go on the internet and I look up like top anime like ever, and this fucking magical girl shit came up. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I watch it, and within the first couple of episodes, maybe 4 episodes in, it goes from super cutesy, like let's save the world, to like grimdark Warhammer fantasy of these girls like killing other magical girl. Like it gets so dark. And when I first saw Infinity Nikki, I was like, you know what? If that goes dark, if say the tone just completely switches and like goes horror on me, or like following that trope, that could be a pretty special, interesting experience. I really don't know what Infinity Nikki is, but because you said that, now I have to play it.
It's free to play.
That's so funny.
And it's like that's the only downside is it's like it's free to play and there is a grind to get to like, but you just outfit yourself, and then it's PvP where it's like do a fashion show and beat the other person.
Wait, it's
and
PvP?
Stuff. It can be, yeah. But that's where it's kind of like the free to play aspect is saying where it's like, oh, people spent $15 on this, they're probably gonna look better than you type of thing. But
all right, John, hit me. Just get it.
This is a really tough one for
Pull
me
the
because,
lever.
as I mentioned, like anytime Tyler just thinks you're an anime guy, which I don't disrespect you like that. I know you're a super well-rounded gamer.
Hell yeah.
Maybe the most well-rounded gamer I know. Tyler's pretty well-rounded too. But so that's why this was really hard for me, because like I just think of you when I think of video games in general. You're super knowledgeable and passionate about it. And that's why I picked Astrobot, because I think that encapsulates what video games are all about, like we talked about. It treats the history of PlayStation with such respect and nostalgia that I was thinking about you as well. Like, I know that there were particular characters you were looking for, maybe more from some specific games, but I think I could just see you finding someone to be like, dude, hell yes.
Yeah.
Like Ryu or Ken or, whatever. So maybe a little bit of a cop out, because again, that's universal. It could put it up for anyone, but it was such a polished and well done video game for someone like you who streams. I think it's a good game to stream as well as just has such a respect for the industry and knowledge of the industry. I was like, Jeff's gonna love it. Like, I could just imagine Jeff having it. That's why I was trying to find your VODs.
Yeah.
To see like your reactions and stuff.
Thank you for saving my dignity.
okay, all right, hold on. Nope. I want to redo.
And we're out of time here.
Redo. I thought it was like, oh, hey, just a funny
ribbing?
meme thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Dragon Age or Dragon Age Veilguard is you. I know that Final Fantasy came out this year. Dragon Age Veilguard is about as close to Mass Effect 2 as I've played recently. I'm not putting it crazy. I don't want to like blow your socks off whatever.
Yeah.
But
I have a problem with that.
From dialogue options to a great main character to like, like you can literally like it checks all those boxes.
Yeah.
Like even the readiness and everything.
Right.
Dragon Age Origins.
Okay.
Or Veilguard, jeez.
Origins,
Jeff,
got it.
have you played Mini Shoot Adventures?
No.
Mini Shoot Adventures. Put that
Well,
down.
here, let me ask you something. Are there leaderboards for Infinity Nikki? Is there like
yeah,
an
I'm sure there is.
Bro, you want to climb?
You
trying to climb?
Is that like the cutesy?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the
Girl.
outfit one. It's when we like it came on the screen like Jeff game.
That's what you keep saying.
I know.
I don't see it. I know he likes that
other
stuff,
game
but
called?
I don't think that's.
It's Mini Shoot
Mini Shoot.
apostrophe.
Was that this
space
year?
Adventures. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you. No, and if we're going back to Astrobot, I think one of the craziest things about it is I can't think of a game within the last 4 or 5, maybe even 6 years that is unanimously.
Yep.
Nobody seems to be able to find something bad about this game.
Yeah.
It is unanimously revered. The only negative thing I've ever heard about it was it's a commercial for PlayStation, which I wholeheartedly agree or disagree with. But no, I love these. Thank you for thinking of me.
Mini Shoot Adventure is like a bullet hell meets Zelda meets like plenty of secrets, plenty of like it's very good. So if we're being serious,
it's whatever you want it to be.
I know. But actually, like looking at, because I was like, okay, if we're picking, because it seemed like we're just picking things that we've played. Mini Shoot Adventures, I think you'd like, because I think you can make that hard as hell too.
Awesome.
And there's like challenge modes and stuff.
Once I learned jump, attack, hover, attack in Astrobot, it changed the entire game for me. So if you if any listeners haven't played it and you're trying to min-max and speed run it, you jump, attack, hover, attack, and it just changes the game completely.
All right,
here it is.
We
Almost.
have the I'm Not Crying, You're Crying award.
Oh, whoops.
Which is the
don't
best
have the
scene
updated
that
sheet.
brought us to tears.
Who's up first?
Okay.
So this we're going to have some spoilers here. That's the
Yes,
downside.
yes.
That's the problem.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
we might say the name of the game, and then however we want to do it internally here. But
Okay.
for those of you listening, if you don't want to be spoiled, obviously check out the timestamps. We'll try to keep this just to
Okay.
these.
Yep.
So I don't have a spoiler
Okay.
coming up. If you're still listening and aren't checking out the timestamps, mine is when I had to quit my World of Warcraft Season of Discovery guild. Now,
This is real.
Yeah, this is real.
Oh my god.
is this
No,
not?
this is fantastic. I wasn't.
Oh.
This is gonna hit. I might cry.
Season of Discovery in World of Warcraft. It brought WoW back to when the game was a social game. You were reliant on other players to complete the content, to experience the content. I was lucky enough to find a guild called Mongo Life, who welcomed me with open arms. And shout out to Thornimus, Gonzu, Zonkers, Shriekmaw. You guys, class acts. I stuck with this guild from November until maybe mid-April, May, where we joined another guild to prepare for 40-man content. Little did I know that our rating schedule was going to change and I was no longer going to be able to participate. I wrote up a very long goodbye in Discord. I took a picture of my character waving goodbye and posted in Discord with my goodbye letter. I hit the /G quit button and then I went and laid in bed for about a week. Like, not actually, but I was very depressed for a week, knowing that my journey with my guild had come to an end, something that I loved so much, probably depended on a little bit too much. So that was the I'm Not Crying, You're Crying award, is when I had to say goodbye to new friends that I made recently.
Well, nothing I have
Yeah,
would
it's-
come
I
close
might
to that.
Skip.
All right. Are you guys? So the two things I want to talk about is obviously Dragon Age. So I don't know how spoilery
Just go
we
for
wanna
it.
get.
Rip it.
And
I'm
then,
fine with doing it.
And then Neva. So Neva first. So if the whole point of this game is the game starts. You're this chick who is fighting like monsters and pollution and things like that, and you have your like big steed that you're kind of like riding. I don't think we ever got the name of it. And you're fighting alongside of him, and then the pollution and monsters end up killing this guy. And this little cub is there, and that's Neva, and you go through all these different seasons and stuff. And the pup grows into the same big steed and stuff. And at the end of the game, you rehash that entire movie essentially, and Neva dies, and then you have her pup, and it's just like, ugh, like that. Because at the end, like you think like they'll break through this time, and it's like, nah, she's dead, and it was like heartbreaking. Especially when you have your kid there, and I'm just like, oh, okay, everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
The other one is at the end of Dragon Age, the Veilguard, you're doing your suicide mission, and very much like Mass Effect 2, you're going and you're picking your different people on like what works best in the different things. And I don't know if I picked the wrong one or if it just always plays out this way or for whatever, but there was one part where I'm like, hey, Davrin, you go and do this thing and you lead these people. And this guy's like, absolutely, I got this, no problem. He did not have it.
Oh, no.
And he basically sacrifices himself for the part. And it was really well done. Everything was awesome. And I don't want to discredit that, but he gets just murdered and thrown down this like pit. And that was heart-wrenching. What was worse is Asan dives in after him because he
This is the
sees his
Griffin.
master
no.
go down this hole. And I'm like, oh, okay.
That's
and the
brutal.
entire time, like, Asan will grab him and get out. no, they're just both dead. And so it's like when Davrin dies, Asan just, okay, and just yeets into it. And he didn't have to. And I think that's the thing is like his loyalty was so strong. It's like, I'll go to hell with him. That's fine. And he just goes. And it was like the most hard. I'm like, no. Heart wrenching. And you didn't finish Emmerich's stuff yet, right?
No.
Then I don't even want to go there because that's a whole other one that, like, if you guys don't, like, I love that more than anything. So it's like, we'll leave that. But dude, Dragon Age has some
awesome.
Good stuff. Yeah.
I know not to send that guy now.
Well, that's the thing is
now I don't know what's going to happen.
You have to.
Okay.
It's like you're picking. It's very much like the suicide mission of like, here are all these things. Pick what you want, and it's in. I know you're like mainlining the story, right?
Well, no, I stopped mainlining the story because I'm enjoying the game so much that I want to experience.
I think that will end up helping because the end is very much like if you're saving these people or if your readiness meter is good on all these different things, like that plays a role way better than in Mass Effect 2 and 3.
That's
so
cool.
It's like, yeah.
Nice. All right, I'm up. This might be not what you're expecting, but mine comes from Persona 3 Reload.
Okay.
It is the Sun social link, which is Akinori Kamiki. He is a boy who has a terminal illness, and he is super depressed and has given up on life. And you go through these 10 meetings with him and kind of talk to him about why he feels the way he does about life, how it's unfair, his hopes and aspirations that he had for himself, what he's trying to accomplish. And he's also writing this children's book or story throughout this kind of time. Like he talks about it a lot, like, and the message that he wants to, and it's like pretty depressing and stuff. And it's, you kind of see this arc of this character come to terms with his situation. I didn't expect this. I can't think of any other social link in any of the other Persona games where like spoiler alert, he dies at the end of it and he's like dead. And he leaves you with this book that he wrote, which has a positive, it's like melancholy. It's super sad, but it has a positive message and it's about what you leave behind in the world and your legacy. Resonated with me a lot. And it was I was bawling my eyes out. It was super, I'm tearing up thinking about it because it's super impactful. I think it might be my favorite social link in any Persona game I've ever played. It was super impactful, super sad, but I couldn't believe that they just went there, like it was really interesting. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. It was a powerful one. So that's my pick.
That makes me think so much of, any of you guys watch WandaVision?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the quote exactly, but it's like something like, what is mourning but love preserving, or something like that, where you mourn something because of how much you loved it, or, whether that's a lost, relationship or whatever. It's like you're mourning because you're trying your hardest to like hold on to it. And that is like dark and sad in its own way. But that social link sounds very intense in like a good way.
It was, yeah. It
makes you feel.
Oh, it did. I wasn't expecting that at all. I was like, oh, he's sick. He's going to get better. I'm going to like, you always kind of like solve their problem sort of, or they figure it out. And it's generally happy. He's like one of the only ones. So usually you can go back and talk to your friends and stuff. He's gone.
Yeah.
And it was really eerie. Like that seeing that bench empty.
Weird.
Yeah.
It's a ballsy take.
It's the final one. It's like, I'm pretty sure you talk to his mom. You don't even get him for the final one. It's like, here's this book he wanted you to have. Like he finished. It was like brutal. I was like 2 a.m. I was like, oh no.
And like the thing is, that has to come from somewhere, right? Like somebody had to have some sort of experience to like think through to that.
Yeah.
Level.
No,
maybe not, but interesting.
Yeah, it was. I'll always remember that one. That is a high bar for any kind of like character you get where you get interaction or like I call it social links because that's what they call it in Persona, but like
great pick.
It's a tough one.
All right, the Wow award after we're all crying here. A best moment or sequence in a game.
I'll kick it off and I'll try to be quick about it. This is the surprise for Jeff. I will start by saying Final Fantasy could have a top 10 list for this, and this one does not come from Final Fantasy. But if I had to pick one from Final Fantasy, one of the things I mentioned it earlier in the show, the whole Junon section, and this isn't a spoiler because it happens in the original game where you are undercover as a Shinra soldier. Some of the funniest fucking moments. I haven't laughed that hard in a video game maybe ever. Smile on my face the whole time. The music, the mini games, the whole the way they do the parade, unbelievable, unfreaking believable. The camera angles, the pageantry, it is like compared to the original, dude, it's unbelievable. Anyways, so that's like something that sticks out. My pick though comes from Yakuza Like a Dragon, and I've been wrong a lot this year on a lot of things. So Astrobot, the length, the time, me and Tyler had a heated debate. There's a Hot Wings that we did with Jeff where I was very negative about it and I was very down on it, but I stuck it out anyways. And in the aftermath of it, I felt like there was a camaraderie that we had going through this fucking terrible experience together. And so and I guess my point is I'm trying to see the perspective of other people, like letting Jeff eat part of my sandwich, even though it kills me to the core, right? Part of that in video games is hard mode. And Jeff knows that I hate hard mode. I want it on easy. I want to breeze through it. I want to feel like a god. Like a Dragon, Yakuza does not have a difficulty. So I cannot put it on easy mode. Little did I know when I got to the final boss, I was severely underleveled. It was one of the hardest bosses I have ever faced, to the point where I was looking online because you go up this entire tower.
Yeah.
You cannot go back. I cannot grind. I was literally going down like 10 floors. Was there any enemies I was missing so I could level up just one more time? I was getting my ass kicked. I was so underleveled. I was looking up guides. I used every item that I saved in the entire game.
I'm eating this up.
Throwing grenades, throwing underwear to poison them. Like I was doing everything in the kitchen sink.
Very familiar.
And beating that final boss after like hours and hours of just beating my head against the wall was the most euphoric experience in combination with what the actual boss fight is. So to set the scene, you're storming this tower full of ex-Yakuza members. And the main character, Kiryu, is an ex-Yakuza himself. And so when you're facing off against this final bad guy, they both have a shared history of being in this organization. And it's just like this understanding and respect for each other, but they have conflicting ideologies and they have to fight. And they take their shirts off. It is the most manly. They're just ripped. They have the huge, intricate tattoos on their back, and they just start beating the shit out of each other. And it is the coolest cutscene. It was like the testosterone was flowing like honey. It was unbelievable. That in combination with how hard it was, best moment of the year for me.
That's awesome.
It was unbelievable. So I can see the reward of overcoming that obstacle and putting it on the hardest difficulty. So
I am eating this up right now. Thank you for the Christmas gift. I'm gonna find a way to clip that. I might listen to that every night before bed. That is awesome. I'm so happy for you that you found pleasure out of your frustration.
It was. I almost quit. I was like,
yeah.
I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah. And I was close, but I said, you have like 70 hours, dude. You got to finish it. You have to see it through. I'm glad I did.
That's awesome. Mine's actually kind of similar. My Wow Award best moment in game this year comes from Nine Souls. And I already gushed a little bit about its combat and how tight it is. The final boss, which I will not spoil, is just a Ishin level, perfect design, multi-phase boss fight that tests all of your strengths. Like, you are doing things in this boss fight that just feel like you're an anime character, like you're dashing around, you're parrying, there's like this sick charge up, like there's so much awesome happening with this boss. It took me, I don't know, close to 80 tries to finally beat her. I don't want to spoil anything. And then you know what I did? I said, I have not had enough. You can put on a talisman or a mod to your character, Yi, this assassin ninja character, where if you parry the enemy, it ticks a little tiny bit of their HP away. So what is my idea? I'm just gonna kill this final boss that I've already struggled to beat only by parrying it. So this fight was lasting like 20 minutes, 15 minutes per attempt, because I not only just said I'm going to beat the boss by only parrying it, I'm going to beat the boss by only parrying it without ever getting hit a single time. So that was my standard for beating this boss. It took me 52 tries, maybe 151 tries to finally do it. And I don't know why, but I dressed up in a suit to do this on stream. And I had this euphoric moment where I screamed when I finally did it. I almost fainted. I lost oxygen. I was screaming. I took out my little side pocket square thing. And I just rested it on my face and I felt complete. That is my wow moment.
I really hate that because this is all about overcoming adversity, which flies in the face of my general like, no, it's easy. You don't have to do things because it is what
That's
it is.
why mine was a shock.
Yeah,
because typically I'm just like the.
All right, so I'm gonna Jin Kazama. I already talked about that. That is still, I love that moment. The whole suicide mission from the Veil Guard. I don't want to get into spoilers because like the suicide mission is amazing. I think the final fight is climactic and correct, and they stick the landing and then do like and then they tell you all the other characters. Like, it was very, very well done. I thought it was like a very nice little bow on it. It has a pretty big spoiler that I really want to talk to you about when you finish it, and we'll get there. Did you fight you fought the dragon at night? Yeah. Whenever you're saying it, so was there a little like a second?
No.
Okay.
Did I miss something?
I don't know. Okay. And I don't want to spoil it. So I don't know if you want to like
leave the room.
I don't know. It's up to you. It's not crazy.
No,
It's
I'm
like
good.
Okay. So I'm fighting this dragon. It's night. It's this whole thing. The Grey Wardens and everything. We're doing this, and this dragon is just kicking my butt. And it's very similar where like I'm draining all the potions. I've already grabbed all the potions in the arena. It's like we're in trouble. Finally fell the dragon, and we're like, hell yeah, we got this. Then one of the evil gods shows up and says, nah, here's another dragon. Oh, and the dragon you just killed, I'm resurrecting that one too. And it's just like, wait, what? And I thought it was going to be like cutscene, something happens. It's like, nope, fight both of them now.
Oh my gosh.
And I was just like, my heart was beating on my chest and things like that. But because I did this one side quest, they come up and they're like, hey, since you helped us, we have this giant freaking like ballista. You tell us when to fire it. So then you have this whole other, like, because you can like pause the game and tell people what to do. You have this whole other mechanic where it's just like, shoot the ballista. And it's like, it nails a dragon. You're wailing on me. You're fighting two dragons at once after you almost got wrecked on the first one. That was a pretty cool move. But that was like the first of like what you do in the world matters, where now they're going to come help you, which is all I wanted for Mass Effect 3. It was a really cool freaking moment. So that was it. And then beating the final level in Astrobot, where it's like, oh, what's this? Oh, and then you see those freaking shapes come up and you're just like, no, please no.
That was...
It is just this last minute thing. And it's like, God.
That was brutal.
But overcoming that was good. And that was the step away, come back, beat it in like 10 minutes. Easy. But, oh man. That was it.
Yeah.
So overcoming those where like that
shapes.
spike was,
I'm excited for Dragon Age. I'm still playing it. I think that, I don't know how it was so received so averagely. I don't know if that's a word, but
It's
man,
just
it feels
it's a video
really
ass
good.
video game.
Yeah.
Like if it was not, I swear to God, if it was not BioWare, that thing would be skyrocketing. If that was some like new developer or something that didn't have the BioWare history, and it was just like like you could just make up new things. It's its own kind of story. Like you could have done anything. It would have. I bet you it would have been running for Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
yeah,
this is it.
Game of the Year.
5 hours 48 minutes later. Let's talk about Game of the Year.
Let's do it.
You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's probably pretty obvious what I have here. So I'm going to talk about
so real quick too. This is your
my
Game of the Year.
Yes, personal.
Yep.
My runner-up, I'm going to talk about first. We talked about it quite a bit. Astrobot is an incredible game in all facets. I think Jeff is the one who said it's almost impossible to find any faults with it at all. And I believe that objectively is the game of the year for 2024. So I'm very happy that it won at the Game Awards. For me personally, though, also as Jeff mentioned when he's talking about his Jon-Ass game, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is everything that I wanted from the sequel, plus a million extra things. I just can't believe how much content is in this game, how faithful it is to the core of like who these characters are, the areas. I mean, it's just an absolute love letter to the original game. I think they respect the original game immensely, and it's just such a fun time. Like I was super sad. Like there was a depression period when it ended, and I haven't had that for a video game in quite a long time, where you're like so sad and it's over because you just enjoyed your time there so much, and you're just doing extra things before the last boss because you're like, I just want to spend as much time in this world as I possibly can. And it was everything. The characters, which is probably the best part, the performances. I think it's a great looking game as well. I can't wait till it comes out on PC in January. All the mini games, the combat, the fight simulator too, I enjoyed, which I normally don't like those kind of things. I think that was really cool. The story itself, the narrative, and the overarching story, the conspiracy theories, it has everything I want in the game. It was just incredible. So that's my game of the year is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
I can't wait to play it next year.
I think you're going to really like it.
This is I'm looking for a PS5 Pro next year. This is probably the first game I play on it. Like I'm very excited to play Final Fantasy Rebirth.
I already have it. Green Man Gaming. I just as soon as it comes out, get the code
on PC.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll redo the whole thing. I don't care. Like I just want to like take your time because like now it's like there's no time limit. It's just you just take your time. You just kind of coast
exactly.
it, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
My game of the year for 2024 is
Warcraft Rumble. I'm sorry.
No, you're completely fine. I'll still stand by that score.
I know.
Warcraft Rumble.
It's on there.
Big score. Big score.
My game of the year is Nine Souls. This is such a special game, and I was so I was so relieved when I went online and looked at some of the streamers and the people that enjoy the games that I enjoy were also saying something very similar of how they praise Nine Souls so much on its gameplay, its atmosphere. We talked about our favorite art in games. If mine wasn't Black Myth Wukong, it was gonna be this Tau Punk world that they created in Nine Souls. The depth of humanity, of survival, of this mindset of does the ends justify the means, and to what extent does our humanity become lost, and all these different things coming together in this super tight gameplay package. It cooked for me in every single way, and I will be singing its praises for many years to come.
I kind of have to go back and try this thing again because like maybe just
was
not.
it super highly reviewed? Is it like an orange or something?
It's like an 80.
Yeah.
Oh really? Like OpenCritic? Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. That's a good pick. Yeah, I could tell the way you were talking about it throughout the show.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was obvious.
It's not like the most obvious, but it makes sense now. Yeah.
So unlike last year, so like last year I was nominating Shadow Gambit like a lot, right?
Yeah.
And then we kind of do Game of the Year, and I don't do the one. It's like, oh, maybe Shadow Gambit was my Game of the Year last year.
Right.
So I'm actually going to say Tekken 8. So I'm throwing myself an audible. Wow. And the more I think about it, the more I recall playing with you. And again, with a newborn, and so it's like, oh yeah, you're playing hard mode because you're holding your baby while you're playing. I bought that game twice. I set up the PlayStation upstairs specifically for that game to play with you. I have fight stick over there, fight stick over here. We were staying up watching the Tekken like world tour, like learning all the moves and just sparring for 80 plus hours. Like, and that was just on Steam. That's the thing I keep forgetting is like the 80 hours I have on Tekken is just on Steam. That's not PS5. So I have to give it to that because that got me through so many nights and no other game like Dragon Age is very good and like Astrobot is next level and everything, but for me personally it's the experience I had playing with you as well as just like looking up videos and writing down the combos and really trying to like get in, like find your main, all that stuff. And yeah, that's this year. I think it was solid. So
I love that it's up there. You know, that's a game that I respect the hell out of. It's another one that I wish I was a part of, but I know it would just take over my life. And I just don't have another take over my life game in me. But dang, like I'm so glad Tekken, did so well this year.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where it's going. Like even the things where it's like you think like, oh, all the DLC characters were leaked, and it's like, ah, crap, and then you're watching the Summer Awards? Evo, and then they're like, oh, guess what? And then you see Heihachi's moves, and it's like, no way. And then all of a sudden he just comes out of the lava, and he's like, oh, I'm back. So like holy cow, that was phenomenal. Like, talk about best moment. Like, that was a good moment.
Seeing Tyler freak out because the whole time he was like, I just wish Heihachi was back. Like, he's my favorite.
Who I love in 3. It's just like a thing. And then like throughout the entire time, Harada's like, he's 100% dead. He's definitely dead. He's definitely dead. You guys aren't listening to me. He's dead. And then they throw this when he wasn't even like, the leaks were completely wrong. Completely wrong. And it's just like, oh, that's so cool that it was just like,
in a day and age where everything gets leaked, having a super big surprise like that was so cool.
Yep.
It was awesome.
And then I don't care about the Final Fantasy 16 as much, but it's still cool that it's like no one saw that coming, so it's still a surprise. Like I'll take a surprise over something that's known. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's really good.
That's a great pick.
Yep.
Hell yeah,
definitely. All right. So are we finishing up with the?
Do we want to?
Quick
round?
I was
gonna say, do you want to do a
lightning round?
Yeah,
I do have to go to this part.
I was gonna say, do we want to?
3 hours
Are
late.
we nixing the top 5? Or are we just saying they're all winners, or how do you want to do that?
Oh, the top 5.
Yeah. Do we all like Astrobot?
I think Astrobot deserves, which is weird because none of us had Astrobot, but it's like I think that's the best game that came out in 2024.
I can't argue against that.
So if we have Astrobot on there,
and
then we have Final Fantasy, Tekken 8, Stellar or 9 Souls over Stellar Blade, 9 Souls,
Dragon Age,
and then Dragon Age. Is that the 5?
I love that.
I'm happy with that.
All right, cool. I'm fine even putting Dragon Age.
That's
what I mean. Do you like Balatro somewhere in there?
Well, I haven't played Dragon Age. That's the problem. Where we were the 5th slot. That's kind of tough because it's like 2s. But I'm okay with Dragon. You guys have talked so much Dragon Age and the passion. I will concede that.
All right. Are we like that order?
I'd
even throw in a sword for Dragon Age B5. I think it should be higher, but I'm not going to do anything there.
I think I think whatever order is good. I think Astrobot should be 1.
Final Fantasy, Tekken. Or you want to put Tekken up higher?
It's up to you. I can go either way.
I already took
you
the
guys,
Watcher out.
Well, you played Final Fantasy.
Well,
You didn't beat it, but
Well, I can appreciate it. So we'll do Astrobot, Final Fantasy, Tekken, 9 Souls, Dragon Age.
I think it's a good list.
Fastest 5
It's a unique.
ever.
Yeah. It's
All right,
fast
and
five
then
ever.
rounding all of this out,
Yeah.
most anticipated game. We'll do a lightning round. We technically, a minute and a half.
All right. Grand Theft Auto 5 is one of the greatest games ever made. Grand Theft Auto 6 is probably the most anticipated game in gaming history. I don't think it's even close. People have been waiting well over a decade now for this game. The history, the pedigree, the chaos. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. I don't know if it's possible to meet the expectations, but it's going to be an event like Jeff mentioned, an event. This is an event where my friend who doesn't play video games will be buying a PS5 just to play this game. That's how big of an event this is.
Yep.
So that is my pick.
It makes total sense. My pick is Judas. This is Ken Levine's first game since BioShock Infinite's DLC Burial at Sea, and it's a shooter. I am starved for a shooter right now. The only shooter I played this year was Wild Bastard, so I am hungry for a BioShock experience. And some people on the inside claim that this is a BioShock game. It's just that Ken no longer works for 2K and I forget the umbrella. Irrational Games. So I cannot wait to play Judas. I think it looks so stylized, so funky, so scary, so creepy, so everything. Everything BioShock and Ken Levine. I can't wait for it. And as a side, I am making the jump into VR next year, and I am very excited to play a game called Thumper. It's a rhythmic beetle game.
Thumper's been out for a long time,
yes.
But it is wild in VR.
Yes.
So I love Thumper. I could not do it in VR. So I'll be
curious. Surprised if I can, but
what VR are you doing?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Because first of all, if Alex was on PlayStation, I'd be doing PlayStation VR just out of
Is
ease
it not?
of use.
I think it is.
Well, then I'm doing PSVR.
Okay.
Just for ease of setup and not have to worry about like the PC rig and all this.
Oh,
Like,
I was going to say do Quest.
even though I know Quest is easy, I'm so stressed with computer stuff right now that I'm one of those simple like console gamers. PSVR is easy, and I cannot. I always thought that VR is part of the future of gaming. I still don't think we're there yet, but I'm ready to take the leap in and start to try out some of these games.
Nice. Okay. So I really am curious in the new Battlefield. They keep talking about that. I would love to see a new Titanfall. Probably not going to happen. I'm very excited to see how Gears of War handles. The immediate future, I'm excited to do Civ, not because I'm really excited for the game, but I'm excited to play it with people for like ground floor to like do it together and see if that bolsters my enjoyment of it. And then I really want a good Assassin's Creed. And I don't have high hopes, but I'm excited for it still, because if it can be Odyssey, then I'm going to freaking love it. So near-sighted, Assassin's Creed is my most excited one.
Interesting.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Well, that was longest episode ever
Yes.
by a long shot.
I hope there's no limit on our upload. We'll see.
Like it
Yeah,
actually
we'll find
was?
out. 100%.
It's 6 hours and 2 minutes.
We've never even scratched that.
Oh,
No,
hell yeah.
I think like maybe 3.5,
But-
something like that was the highest.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Jeff, for coming on.
This is like if we took 2 of our longest episodes.
Yeah, it is a beefy one.
So Monday, John and I are talking through like, okay, 2025, what are we doing for Couch Company, that sort of thing. Cutting down the game of the year list that's on me.
No,
I say well done, boys.
Look, this
Well
is for
done, yeah.
honestly, this is for us first and foremost. I had a great
Sure,
time with
yeah.
both of you. So thank you, Jeff, for coming and
Thank
spending
you.
the day with us.
That was super fun.
This was great. Video games are so awesome. And tell the people where they can find you and what you're doing.
Twitch TV /WhatKilledJeff. I'm finishing up Dragon Age on Nightmare mode throughout the holidays, and then moving on to What the other Super Meat Boy game? That is what I'm doing.
Very good.
Celeste?
No, the other one, the one that's actually made by Ed.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you actually.
I
made another
forget
one.
what it's. Instead of a little Super Meat Boy, you're like a little Shadow Boy.
Interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, very cool. Check Jeff out. It's always a good time on his stream. Whenever I'm in there, it's a fun time. He's an entertaining lad. If you haven't been able to tell already, but if you got this far, you get an award.
Yep.
For the best audience. Award goes to you. So if you listen to us at all during 2024, we really appreciate it. This is something that's just fun for us, but anyone who enjoys it, that you're super awesome. So as always, we're going to be here same time, same place next week. Thanks for joining us on the couch. Peace.